I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Tuesday, October 29th, 2024, 2 days before Halloween. The time is 4:35. We're having this hearing in room 412 of the Johnny Wilson Building. This hearing is available, it's being broadcast. I'm not sure if it's being broadcast live on cable television, but it is available on the council's website, www.dccouncil.gov. The subject of this hearing, this is an oversight hearing, and the subject of this hearing is teacher and principal retention. The purpose of this public oversight hearing is to hear from public government and expert witnesses about efforts that improve or hinder educator retention in both the District of Columbia Public Schools and the District of Columbia Public Charter Schools. Ensuring that high-quality educators and principals are retained within a school enhances student outcomes significantly. Their influence extends beyond academic achievement by fostering students' social-emotional development as well. By retaining teachers and principals, schools create a stable and supportive learning environment that is essential for student success. Across DCPS and public charter sectors, there have been higher rates of teachers staying at their same school during the 2023-2024 school year, 79% for DCPS and 69% for public charter schools. Although this is an improvement from the previous school year, there's still room to improve further. The committee is particularly concerned with the teacher contract, adequacies in educator salary, working conditions, evaluation, coaching support, and growth opportunities. I will note this hearing notice, which is what I'm reading from, was issued before it was announced that there was a new contract agreed to between the teachers union and management in DCPS. Of course, that doesn't speak to the charter schools. This is not the first time we've had a hearing on this subject. I do consider that retention, or the opposite, which is turnover, is a critical issue for improving quality education. That there is a value when a school has the same educator staff year after year, building a community, a sense of school. And turnover with principals and with teachers works against that. I was looking at some data earlier today and saw a school that last year, of course, I'm not quite clear the data because sometimes we're getting data for last year and sometimes it's the year before. The data doesn't come as quickly as we need it. But in any event, the school had 20% of its teachers leaving. That's 1 out of every 5 teachers leaving. And I don't know how that school can grow and build that sense of community with that kind of turnover. So this is what we're exploring today, the extent of the problem, or more positively, what we can be doing to improve retention in both DCPS and the charter sectors. I believe there are 2 other council members present. I believe that Councilmember Fruman was the first to arrive, so if you have an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. I'll be very brief. This is obviously a very, very important issue. Encouraging stability in our schools is a really important thing for building community. And I have never met a teacher who said, I was the best on my first year or my second year. It's an incredibly difficult job that people grow into, and we need to give them the space and show them that we value them so that they can grow into the job and reach those peak years and be in the same place for those peak years. We all benefit when that happens, and we owe it to our teachers to create an environment where that can happen.
Councilmember Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding today's hearing. I would echo much of what both you and Councilmember Freeman have already said. Principal and teacher retention is critical. I want to use this introduction to elevate 2 distinct points. One, it was the State Board of Education where this issue was first brought up years ago, that teacher retention was at a crisis point in the district. I recall at that time we heard from DCPS regularly, oh no, teacher retention isn't an issue, until research by Mary Levy revealed that no, teacher retention was a crisis, and nearly a quarter of our teachers were leaving our classrooms annually. And so shout out to the State Board of Education, and shout out and may we all honor her memory, Mary Levy, for her work in driving this cause here in the district. The second point I want to elevate is that I recently went to DC Bilingual Charter School in Ward 5, who received a blue ribbon school designation. And when I asked the principal, what is the secret sauce for DC Bilingual? The one answer she gave was, well, we have high teacher retention, and the folk who have been here for 8, 10, 12 plus years. And so I use both of those points to say this work is critical for the district, and it has been, and it's because of the work of folk like Mary that we are here today. It's because of your leadership of this committee, Mr. Chairman, that we're continuing to focus on this. And we see what teacher retention does for our young people in schools like DC Bilingual every day. So I'll stop there. Really looking forward to today's hearing. I know there are many witnesses. I may have to leave at some point because I do have another obligation, but I hope to engage in as much discussion as possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. There are about 89 witnesses. We have organized this hearing where we will hear from 4 expert witnesses, and then we will hear from 4 public charter school witnesses, and then we will turn to the rest of the witness list. Scott Goldstein is Executive Director of Empower Ed, Jackie Pogue Lyons, who's President of the Washington Teachers Union, Catherine Peretti, who's Executive Director of City Tutor, and Susan Kemper Patrick, who is Senior Researcher at the Learning Policy Institute. And my apologies for keeping you all waiting since we're starting a little bit late, but thank you for your forgiveness if I have it. Mr. Goldstein, you're first. And the expert panel, that's what we decided to call you all today. I'm not going to be so strict about the clock. That doesn't mean you've got 20, 25 minutes each.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on educator retention in Washington, D.C. Today, I want to start by talking to you about teams. I'm a football fan, so I'll start there. Have you ever seen a quarterback throw a beautiful no-look pass down the field with a defender right up in their face? The receiver's right there in exactly the right spot to receive the ball, just as they've practiced it a million times. Do you know when that almost never happens? When the star quarterback has a brand new wide receiver. In other words, even if the quarterback is a star and the receiver is a star and they're both great independently, it's the pattern of practicing together and the relationship that allows them to do great things together on the field. What about medicine? Cardiac surgeons who always perform surgery with the same team in the same hospital are 10% less likely to lose a patient in surgery than those who split their time between different teams at different hospitals. That's tens of thousands of lives saved because of the stability of the team. Research shows that on Wall Street, if a company recruits a star securities analyst from one firm, it takes them 5 years to perform as well at their new firm as they were already performing at their past firm. But if you bring in their whole team with them, they perform at their highest level right away. What's my point? Schools are teams. No doubt a great teacher makes an enormous difference on the lives and outcomes of our students, but they don't do it on their own. They do it because they have gained expertise from fellow educators with more experience. They do it because they can communicate what's happening in the classroom to parents and family members to better support students at home. They do it because they communicate between social workers and counselors and teachers to make sure their needs are met outside the classroom, and the teacher can focus on helping them excel in academics. They do it when teachers have time to form relationships, to understand how each other works, to refine lessons together, to game plan, to make sure they're serving every student to their maximum potential as a team. Things also work in the opposite direction. When a staff does not feel united in mission, when they do not feel like a team, there is deep distrust between the leader and the staff. Toxicity can take hold that is very hard to root out. The staff are frequently gossiping and venting. The leader is constantly feeling the pressure to perform in a way that erodes the relationship with those they supervise. The school can become obsessed with metrics and forgets about the humans that make the metrics move. We can all name schools where this happens, and these schools are not serving students well. One of the foremost expert on teams, organizational psychologist Richard Hackman, says that if you want to predict the future performance of teams, you can't just look at their past performance. You have to look at 2 other things. You have to look at the well-being of the team members and the viability and sustainability of the team. In other words, are the things they are doing to achieve success sustainable, or are they burning themselves out and burning bridges with each other in their approach? Another way of saying this is, if you want a team to succeed on performance metrics, we should not set up systems that pit them against each other or step on our own improvement efforts. This is where the approach in DCPS often goes awry. On the one hand, we encourage whole child and whole adult approaches through excellent initiatives like Becoming. And then on the other hand, we threaten the jobs of school leaders and put schools under intense observation regimens that skyrocket staff stress if narrowly defined metrics don't rise in a short time frame. Schools are human organizations, they are teams, but too often we treat education as a game of individual performance, where we measure educators based on their supposed value added that one teacher has in their own. We tell principals they'll lose their job if they don't improve on their narrowly defined metrics in a short amount of time. But that runs counter to the science of improvement. It's not how improvement works, and it's not how teams work. Organizations and schools specifically improve when people trust each other, when teammates know each other, when they share expertise with each other, and when they grow together to better serve their students. This is why teacher retention is one of the essential foundations of whether schools succeed. So where are we with teacher retention in DC, and what can we do to make it better? Educator retention is at the heart of EmpowerEd's mission, and for the past 7 years, EmpowerEd has focused our full attention on studying and solving this critical problem that undermines student success. EmpowerEd is in a unique place to talk about this challenge. Over the past 7 years, we've been trusted by 25 DC public and public charter schools to assist them in improving educator wellness. The testimony combines what we have learned from our deep research, our regular deep conversations with educators about their needs, and concerns what we have proven works in our schools to improve retention. While we are making progress in some areas, it is still true, according to a Wallet Hub study released in 2024, that DC ranks below all 50 states in teacher retention and significantly behind the national urban average. That said, DC Public Schools is improving its retention, both of educators and school leaders, and getting closer to the average range. Across industries, losing more than 10% of staff is referred to in the literature as dysfunctional turnover, and that the costs outweigh the benefits. In the hospitality sector, of which education would be included, above 20% is thought to be dysfunctional. With a 21% turnover rate last year, DCPS is right on that line. However, the charter sector still is experiencing turnover far above the urban average, with a 31% same school turnover rate from school year 22-23 to 23-24. We must implement solutions that specifically will support retention in the charter sector. Many educators need increased pay in the charter sector, and unlike most states, we do not have a state by statute minimum pay law for educators. We should also consider what support these schools need in order to improve educator voice in decision-making, teacher career lattices, and educator wellness supports. As I note each year in this venue, it's also important to level set that this turnover is not due to higher transients in DC. More transient cities like New York City and LA have stronger retention, and that this turnover is not, quote, good turnover. In fact, the vast majority of educators who leave teaching are educators who have been rated effective or highly effective. There are, however, distinct factors that produce higher turnover in DC, namely that DC has an education ecosystem that encourages both student and educator instability, given the sheer number of schools in the two-sector system. Many educators go back and forth from DCPS to charter for more autonomy and flexibility, and from charter to DCPS for better pay and union protections. That's precisely why we need the mayor and council's help in leveling the playing field to provide strong retention incentives across sectors and push our system away from the approach of the last 15 years that has been built on a distrust for educators and their professionalism. Here are the things we can do to better improve retention. Better and more timely data. While OSSE's begun reporting data they did not report just 4 years ago, the lag in the data makes it much more difficult to use the data and put it to use. Every year when the school year begins, on the first day of school, any principal could tell you how many staff worked there last year, still work there. With a simple email exchange or form, OSSE could collect that data from school leaders and report it out within weeks of the start of school, the retention rate by sector, and if they choose by school. We should have these top line numbers and data on current vacancies closer to immediately when each new school year begins. At the very latest, this should be required to be publicly reported by October 1st. We must speed up this process so we can begin to address it. This data is useful for improvement. For example, in this year's data, we can point to a few critically important trends we must address with urgency. We need to recruit more Black male educators in the early grades. We need to recruit substantially more Latina educators and Spanish-speaking educators, not only at our dual language schools, but across the city and in non-dual language schools in heavily Hispanic neighborhoods. We have a high rate of vacancies in SPED, a large disparity in retention between some of the biggest LEAs. And we will point to some of the LEAs that are making progress, like DC Bilingual, Yu Ying, Statesman Academy, doing a great job retaining first-year teachers. What can we learn from them? LEAs like DC Prep, Meridian, and Academy of Hope are doing well retaining their most veteran teachers. What can we learn from them? In a system that prioritized retention more, we would see immediate investigation by our education leaders into the current disparities in education and retention by LEA, and then convene LEAs with lower retention and those with higher retention, outside partners and experts to immediately implement improvement strategies. The district would provide targeted educator retention funds to those schools to address this issue. We also need to focus on teacher growth and expertise. We must shift our focus and incentive structures from one that prioritizes accountability to one that prioritizes educator growth and expertise. I'm going to read some of the suggestions, and you can find more in my extended testimony. DCPS should also implement more comprehensive and induction and mentoring programs like exist in 31 states. We should pay for national board certification, which promotes teacher expertise and retention. We should consider a year-by-year expansion of co-teaching models that particularly help student achievement with students with disabilities. We should implement more authentic teacher leadership opportunities by expanding the TLI program. We should better support dual language program educators with curriculum support and a focus on equity and inclusiveness. We should ensure all schools have SPED coordinators to take on the bureaucratic load of special education teachers and allow them to focus on serving students. Finally, DCPS can and should overhaul the impact evaluation system and replace it with a system of peer evaluation and review. Finally, we must trust our educators in their formative assessments of students and allow them more time to teach rather than to test. Next, we need educator wellness supports and increased flexibility. We must ensure a focus on educator well-being does not fade along with the pandemic. Among our suggestions, that OSSI can and should budget the educator wellness technical assistant grants over the 4-year financial plan. This work is incredibly effective. One of the biggest stressors on educators is the regular loss of their planning time. To address this, we need permanent substitutes in all of our schools. The superintendent should issue clear guidance that sick leave may be used for mental health purposes. We are closely following all of the flexible scheduling pilots happening across the city right now. We'll be happy to answer questions about what we're hearing so far from educators. DCPS should go much further with its commitment to flexible schedules. Its commitment so far has been nominal, and while some schools are doing it, this is happening mostly in schools with experienced principals who feel comfortable asking their instructional superintendent for that increased flexibility. We must do it in a more systematic way. OSSI and DCPS should create a teacher retention fund that prioritizes targeting funding for schools with the highest turnover rates. And DCPS should invest in principal professional development to support positive working conditions for staff. The wellness and well-being and retention of our principals is directly related to the well-being of our educators. We must also build a diverse and sustainable pipeline. My colleague will talk about this later. We must invest in Grow Your Own programs, the new DC Teacher Apprenticeship Program, and focus on teacher diversity. And finally, we must focus on wraparound supports. Another way we can support our educators and students at the same time is to ensure we have better wraparound supports for our students by expanding models like community schools. While this testimony presents a wide-ranging array of solutions to address educator retention, none of it is beyond our capacity to do and do quickly. We must simply have the urgency and willingness from our education agencies and our political leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Hoglines.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about teacher retention in the District of Columbia Public Schools. I am Jacqueline Pogue Lyons, President of the Washington Teachers Union. I am a 31-year veteran of DC Public Schools. I have taught in schools all over the district as both a kindergarten teacher and an ELL teacher. Along with raising my son, teaching the children of the district has been the most rewarding experience of my life. I want to express our gratitude to the DC Council for your unwavering support throughout our contract campaign. Whether you attended a contract negotiation session at 5 a.m., used your voice to support our campaign, or rallied with us during extreme weather conditions, your efforts are greatly appreciated. I am proud to announce that out of the 3,000 WTU members who voted for this tentative agreement, 2,880, 96% WTU members voted in favor of it. We urge the DC Council to swiftly and unanimously ratify this tentative agreement. I also want to express my thanks and gratitude to our WTU members, Mayor Bowser, Chancellor Fairby, and the City Administrator Donahue for their commitment in getting our hardworking teachers a contract. This 5-year contract is a significant step toward providing our members with the fair compensation they deserve and improved working conditions. It includes an increase to 4 morning blocks reserved for teacher-initiated planning per week. It is worth noting that before the ratification of the last contract, teachers had no morning blocks reserved for this. Upon ratification of this contract, our members will have 2 more hours of weekly planning than they had 2 years ago. DCPS will also contribute up to 10,000 hours of leave each year to the WTU Sick Leave Bank for use by eligible members. 2 paid wellness days. Also, leave benefits for new parents, which means teachers who use the WTU Maternity Paternity Leave Bank will be able to retain 10 sick days before utilizing parental leave benefits, which will allow them to access sick leave after returning to work. This means new parents won't have to take unpaid leave if they get sick or if their newborn or child gets sick. New protections in this contract will also ensure that DCPS distributes the workloads of related service providers equitably and fairly. An agreement was also made to study the inequities related to school lunch assignments that impact elementary school teachers. We also have new protections for athletic trainers, including ensuring that they have the appropriate equipment to keep student athletes safe. We also have a memorandum of agreement for a new climate curriculum task force and a memorandum of agreement on diversity. Despite these contractual changes that will improve working conditions for our members, clearly we feel that impact still needs to change. Impact has created an environment that, according to the American University School of Education study, has found it to be racially biased, with white teachers on average receiving higher scores on their evaluations than their Black and Hispanic colleagues. Previous research by the Al Shanker Institute found that between 2003, when Impact was implemented, and 2011, the proportion of DC teaching force that was white increased substantially, more than doubling from 16% to 39%. At the same time, the Black share of the workforce contracted by a similar amount from 77 to 49%. American University also found that Impact also creates a culture of fear and falls short of supporting teacher growth. Last November, I had the privilege of being on a panel with Dr. Richard Ingersoll of the for the DC Council Committee of the Whole public hearing on teacher and principal retention. When Dr. Ingersoll was asked about successful teaching evaluation models, he stressed that teachers should be involved in the design process. We should also make an effort to put into place what researchers have found to be effective in supporting teacher retention and preventing turnover. Dr. Richard Ingersoll has done extensive research on this subject. He believes that a more comprehensive induction program for new teachers would decrease the high turnover rate for teachers who work in underserved communities. Dr. Ingersoll's research has been highlighted by the Alliance for Excellent Education. He states that a comprehensive induction program combines the following components: high-quality mentoring with a rigorous mentor selection, common planning time for regular scheduled interactions with other teachers, participation in seminars and intense professional development, ongoing communication and support from school teachers. Additionally, during this same hearing, many of our WTU members were saddened to hear data from Chairman Mendelson shared regarding the correlation between a student population at a school and whether a teacher is rated highly effective, which shows that Impact is still racially biased based on the data Chairman Mendelson shared. If a school had less than 20% of at-risk students, almost 70% of the staff were rated highly effective. However, if a school had over 80% of at-risk students, 48% of the staff were rated highly effective. If a school had under 20% of students identified as white, 50% of the staff were rated highly effective. However, if the school had 60% to 70% of students identified as white, almost 75% of the staff were rated highly effective. I have more statistics in my testimony that I handed in. Unfortunately, since then, not only has WTU not had any meaningful conversations on changing impact with DCPS, but this past July, the Learning Policy Institute published its State of the Teacher Workforce Interactive Report and highlighted that DC has the second lowest perception evaluation of 25.9%. The US average is 50%. And I've also included more stats from around the country. Impact is one of the terrible legacies of the Michelle Rhee era and must be scrapped and rewritten with input from educators. As the law stands now, changing the impact evaluation system is not permissible in bargaining. But you, the DC Council, can change the law so that we are able to negotiate a fair and effective teacher evaluation system that will help assist teachers and students in being their best. The impacts of teacher turnover are most deeply felt in communities of color and communities with high percentages of students classified as at risk. The DC State Board of Ed found that the rate of annual teacher departure rises with the percentage of students considered at risk. The district's teachers leave schools with fewer than 20% of at-risk students at an annual rate of 18 to 20%, while schools with the highest percentages lose almost a third of its teachers a year. Teacher turnover is expensive. It is estimated that losing an employee can cost a company 1/2 to 2 times of the employee's salary. Depending on the individual's level of seniority, the financials could be greater. If we were talking about staff retention in a law firm, an IT company, a restaurant, or any other business, even a DC council member's office, the cost of turnover would be front of mind, and employers would be making an effort to retain and grow experienced and certified employees. They would be offering competitive salaries, a work environment that was respectful, and policies that are rational and not punitive. It shouldn't be any different for our public schools. And what makes the city's high teacher turnover rate so troubling is the evidence that strong teacher-student relationships are critical to student success. Strong relationships with teachers and school staff can dramatically enhance a student's level of motivation and therefore promote student learning. Students, especially students of color who have access to stronger relationships with diverse teachers, are more academically engaged, have stronger social skills, and experience more positive behavior. Teachers are tasked with providing the very foundation for our kids' lives. Past chancellors Michelle Rhee and Kyer Henderson often spoke about how having a high-quality educator was the most critical factor in student achievement, and how their goal was to have a highly effective teacher in every classroom. While the WTU certainly didn't agree with many of their policies and statements, we do agree with the sentiment that teachers are the most important factor in a student's learning. I'd like to thank the City Council for your support of WTU and our city's wonderful teachers. I appreciate that you raise important issues like teacher recruitment and retention, and for your support of teaching and learning in DC's public schools. We have a long way to go, but working together, we were able to achieve a contract that didn't take 3 years, didn't take 5, or didn't take 7 years. Let this set the tone for wonderful things that we can accomplish for children when there's room for everyone at the table. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pogue-Lyons. Catherine Peretti?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson, Council Members Fruman and Parker. Thanks for convening today's important hearing on the critical topic of teacher retention. My name is Kat Peretti, and I'm proud to serve as the Executive Director of City Tutor DC, formerly known as City Bridge Education. I've been a volunteer tutor since 1998. I'm trained as an attorney, but I also served on the leadership team of E.L. Haynes Public Charter School before leading our common lottery system, My School DC, and incubating City Tutor DC in 2021. We support now more than 100 local schools, tutoring providers, universities, community-based organizations, and government stakeholders to improve outcomes for DC's most vulnerable students and school communities. The improving teacher retention numbers recently released are commendable, but I'm here to urge the district to build on this foundation with bold policy action. Our work at City Tutor DC expanded beyond high impact tutoring into talent, as we saw how tutoring can enlarge and diversify the teacher pipeline and elevate small group instruction to share teaching responsibility and add caring adults into a building. Last school year, we launched strategic staffing pilots to explore 4 design principles anchored on solving the challenges that we've heard directly from our teachers. These 4 are shared responsibility across a team of educators, professional trust for educators to hold decision-making power, specialization for educators to perform their craft at the highest level, and workday flexibility to gain greater control over their time. Today, I'm excited to share with you some of the promising learnings from the pilots, from our pilot year. First and foremost, we learned that it is possible to reorganize the profession along these design principles. Schools can meet the need of the whole child while treating our teachers as whole adults. And those concepts need not sit in tension if we are strategic about it. We had 6 school collaborators in our pilots who worked closely with some national design partners. Some LEAs like DCPS, Center City Public Charter Schools, and DC Scholars created collaborative teams to share responsibility and expertise to analyze data during planning blocks. Importantly, this was done without sacrificing instructional time. Teams could enjoy non-student facing time to collaborate as schools leverage resources like high impact tutors to serve students. Friendship Public Charter Schools partnered with Opportunity Culture to design, plan, and ultimately launch for 24-25 the role of multi-classroom leaders, extending the reach of their best teachers to more students. As the district explores ways to incentivize career lattices and ladders for excellent teachers, this serves as an important model for learning and for scale. Finally, many partners redesigned their schedules to allow for customized interventions, extended planning time, and co-teaching. This again served to increase workday flexibility for teachers while providing students with critical supports. We saw both a positive impact on teacher experience in these pilots and sense of belonging for students. Teachers reported increased specialization and professional trust, and our BIPOC educators in particular, whose voices we should be centering, felt an increase in workday flexibility. In our DCPS middle schools implementing instructional teaming, feelings of belonging also improved for students alongside academic achievement. At City Tutor, we are excited to continue our partnership with the district. This year, we'll sustain our communities of practice around strategic staffing, disseminate best practices, and provide deep technical assistance to our schools. And this year, thanks to support from OSSI, we will also build our first tutor to teacher pipeline, providing mentorship and professional development to tutors to encourage a diverse group of teacher candidates to pursue longstanding careers in DC schools. Our charge to the district is to explicitly focus on reimagining the teacher role and fund innovative pilots for schools to explore strategic staffing models. As schools offer supplemental pay for teacher leaders and share responsibilities across adults and bring in partners for small group instruction like tutoring, we encourage the district to provide the appropriate resourcing to support those efforts. Leverage strong intermediaries like City Tutor. Our unique education landscape is an asset in many ways. Each of our LEAs decides how they will meet the challenge of retaining their educators. And a decentralized system also demands a strong intermediary to help anchor the work in the evidence base, in the national research, and best practices that suit our local context. And continue to invest in a strong and diverse teacher pipeline alongside retention efforts. This last year, nearly 1 in 4 AmeriCorps tutors were recruited into teaching positions in DC. Tutors are already helping to counteract some teacher vacancies, and we are excited to share our learnings from the pipeline work that we do this year for the first time. In conclusion, it will take bold initiative from the district to redesign our current structures for retention and build a pipeline that attracts talented educators that reflect the diversity of our city. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Ms. Peretti. Susan Patrick?
Thank you so much. My name is Susan Patrick. I'm a senior researcher with the Learning Policy Institute, which is a nonpartisan organization that elevates high-quality education research to support student learning and equitable access to that learning. I'm also the parent of 2 children in DC public schools, so really happy to be here. Thanks so much for this opportunity. We want to really focus this part of the testimony on evidence-based policies and research on teacher retention. Given the limited time, I will focus on teacher retention, but our written testimony also addresses principal retention, including some policy strategies that are specifically targeted toward principal retention. So as we've already heard, staffing challenges, including high educator turnover and unfilled teaching positions, undermine the schooling environment and have many potential negative consequences for students, including lower student achievement. Many of those consequences are felt most deeply by students of color and students who are coming from low-income households. High turnover can also disrupt professional support and relationships among educators. And as we've already heard, turnover can have significant financial implications for districts, given the time, energy, and resources that go into finding a replacement and training a new teacher. The Learning Policy Institute just released a new calculator that estimates the cost of teacher turnover for large school districts as nearly $25,000 per teacher. So given the leaving rates reported by OSSI, this suggests that teacher turnover costs the city at least $26 million in the 23-24 school year. In this section of the testimony, we wanted to put the recent report on educator retention in context, both nationally and locally. DCPS's teacher retention rates are quite similar to national numbers reported in urban public schools by the U.S. Department of Education and rates reported in neighboring counties by the Maryland State Department of Education. This is not to say there isn't room for improvement. Nationally, teacher retention in the U.S. lags far behind many other developed countries. The 69% retention rate among DC's charters is significantly lower than national rates for charter school teachers. It is common for charter school teachers to have lower retention than traditional public schools, partially because charter schools tend to hire less experienced teachers and teachers who are not fully certified. Those are both groups of teachers that are more likely to leave the profession. There are 2 other teacher staffing metrics from the recent OSSI report that we felt were worth highlighting as they reflect both national trends, but are also very important issues to address locally. First, around racial equity, Black teachers in DC had lower retention in their school compared to teachers from other racial ethnic groups. Black teachers have lower retention nationally and in Maryland as well, indicating this is a major ongoing equity issue. In DC, some of this appears to be driven by higher rates of school switching and position switching by Black teachers. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. It may mean more Black teachers are moving into leadership roles, but it could also reflect higher dissatisfaction with their schools or positions, and that may be worth addressing. Research on Black teacher retention has identified certain factors that may be particularly important, including compensation, effective mentoring and supportive working conditions. We also want to address issues around special education and special education teachers. Looking at the citywide teaching positions by subject, special education had the second lowest rate of returning teachers and the highest vacancy rate of all subjects. This is concerning, given the importance of adequately serving students with disabilities and the federal regulations under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act that requires that all school personnel serving children with disabilities are adequately prepared and trained. Unfortunately, the numbers in DC reflect national trends with lower retention and higher vacancy rates in special education compared to most other subjects. A recent review of research on special education teacher retention found that high workload, including caseloads and paperwork, were associated with turnover, while greater support from school leaders and colleagues were associated with higher retention. I know the collective bargaining agreement outlines some specific guidance for special education teachers and DCPS, but further attention and resources may be needed to retain special education teachers and fill open positions. The written testimony offers some additional research on what drives educator turnover and highlights some policy strategies that can promote retention. Given limited time, I just wanted to highlight a few promising strategies. So first, under the umbrella of competitive and equitable compensation, I first wanted to talk a little bit about states and districts that have used additional incentives to retain teachers in hard-to-staff subjects or schools. For example, Hawaii's recent incentive program, which offered a $10,000 bonus for special education teachers, encouraged dual certified teachers, those certified in both general education and special education, to move into vacant special education positions and considerably reduced special education vacancies across the state. Second, service scholarships and loan forgiveness programs provide grant aid or loan forgiveness in exchange for teaching service in areas of need. Recent national analyses have found that Black teachers and special education teachers are more likely to report taking out student loans to pay for their education and holding outstanding loan balances. As of 2021, approximately half of all DC teachers reported that they owed money on their student loans, indicating that offering student loan relief may be a targeted way to support DC teachers. As we've already heard, I also want to address new teacher support and the importance of mentoring and induction programs. As of 2021, just 37% of early career teachers in DC reported that their school or district assigned them a mentor in their first year of teaching, which means DC ranks last among all states in mentoring for new teachers. I know there are efforts underway within DCPS and OSSI to build new teacher mentoring, induction, and coaching programs. These efforts are promising, and additional support may be necessary to ensure that new teachers get adequate time and resources to engage in mentoring, coaching, and induction, and that teachers serving as mentors and coaches also get adequate training and compensation. These are just a few strategies that can improve educator retention, along with supportive working conditions, competitive compensation, and adequate resources. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I welcome any additional questions from the council members.
Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. We'll have one round of questions. I'm not quite sure where I want to start. I thought, Mr. Goldstein, the way you laid out your testimony, talking about team, was a useful perspective. But let me ask the others. Do you agree that that's a really good way of looking at this, as building a team for effective teaching in a school?
Yes.
100% yes. We don't work in a vacuum, any of us. And, you know, a teacher is in a classroom where they can feel isolated for much of the day, and their day is, and their craft is enhanced by working with a collaborative team that includes special educators, counselors, interventionists, coaches. And that's some of the work that we were doing in our strategic staffing pilots to make sure that all of those teachers had protected time with their colleagues to talk about individual students who they are all caring for and educating.
Can I also add that I found that because I've been teaching in DC for 31 years, before we had impact, you saw your grade level teachers or you saw your counselors, you saw everyone as your teammate or your colleague. I found that after impact, you saw the people that you worked with as your competition, someone that you had to worry about, you had to compete with in order to get higher impact scores. It took away the team and the working together mentality.
I don't understand. If I'm being evaluated, whether I'm doing really well or not so well, why would that put me in a competitive mood with the teacher in the next classroom?
Because the impact system doesn't facilitate people working together. It makes you competitive, particularly if you're working in the kindergarten, which is what I did on a kindergarten level, and you're working with 3 other teachers. The way the impact system works, you didn't share how you were doing. You didn't work together. You could work with someone for 5 or 6 years and not know how they're being evaluated. It almost,
And I think I'm still not understanding, because you could all be rated highly effective.
Well, that's usually not how the system worked. People were, and I'm just using myself as an example, I was effective and people were almost surprised that I wasn't highly effective. Particularly, you would find in some schools, depending on your race, your age, you could fall into this category where you're constantly worried about whether you're going to fall into developing, whether you're going to fall into minimally effective. It's just the way the system is set up. The system of impact is based on how some corporations at one point had a lot of middle managers, and they were deciding how they were going to get rid of all these middle managers that they didn't know what they did. And one of the ways that they did it was to evaluate these folks in the corporations the same way now we're being evaluated as teachers. You always have to find the person, somebody to be low on the impact scores to get rid of. That's what it's based on. So instead of us working together, and then instead of us sharing ideas on how to improve students, you're keeping ideas to yourself because you want to make sure you're not the one that loses your job.
Mr. Goldstein, you look like you want to help on this.
I just wanted to add one thing. My perspective is, when I was a DCPS teacher, kind of how I felt that dynamic, which is, I wouldn't say I necessarily felt competitive with the teacher next door, but I did feel a tension with the people who were supposed to help me grow. Meaning, they set up a system like LEAP, which exists now, and the point of that is supposed to be professional growth, but it was often very centrally mandated. If you have a system like peer assistance and review, like they have in Montgomery County, it wraps around you with a system of people who are designed to help you. And those people are your peers. So that it sets intentional systems of support from your peers. I often did feel like the person who is my instructional coach or the person who's my assistant principal who's going to come in and evaluate me, I can't see them just as the person who's there to develop me. They're also a person who's going to evaluate me and might have my job on the line. And while I don't feel like I necessarily felt competitive with my colleagues, I do feel like the environment created by impact created a culture in the building that fueled competitiveness, and that created a kind of toxicity because people were not always focused on their own performance or sharing ideas. And I think one thing that we've really gotten away from, and this is the direction I think we really need to go in terms of teams, how do you set up an environment where teachers are learning from each other, right? And they are not isolating ideas, not because they want to keep ideas to themselves, because there's no structure for them to actually share their ideas with each other in a more organic way. Mentoring and induction can help with that, but the way we design our teams can help support sharing ideas with each other, staff-led professional development in a much better way than we do now.
Can I also add, you're not encouraged to think outside the box. You're encouraged to just stay in the box, and you feel like you could be penalized if you try to be creative or do something different. So you find yourself doing just enough to make sure that you keep your job within the impact system. You're following the rubric of impact so that you can make sure you keep your job. And if you go outside of that, you have a fear that going outside the box or sharing some type of creative idea that you may have learned in professional development, you could be penalized for it. So you not being creative or sharing with your colleagues something that you've learned. And that is what I call that the culture of impact.
I'm over my time. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson. And thank you to all the witnesses. And one thing that strikes me is, hats off to everybody who has been ringing alarm bells about this issue for years, including the State Board, including all of you there. I am struck that DCPS is doing better and better, and I am struck that the new contract includes a number of elements that should be helpful in this space. It's not to say that our work here is done, but I think there's a lot of back padding that we should be doing here because there is progress. The other thing that's striking is the difference with the charter sector, and then every once in a while you'll hear a reference to some LEAs in the charter sector where they're doing even better than DCPS, which means some of the other LEAs in the charter sector are not doing very well at all, and that's an issue. And how you get at that, the kind of information that you're talking about, Scott, is important, so you know where the issues are and know where they are soon. one of the things you talked about was leveling the playing field. And I didn't know, what does that mean? I think you referenced leveling the playing field for LEAs. What are you getting at there?
What I'm getting at is there's motivation in some ways for DCPS teachers to seek more flexibility sometimes in a charter environment, but sometimes there's incentives for a charter teacher to seek the protections of a union or better compensation by going to DCPS. And so if we have this unlevel environment where in DCPS you have a union, but if you're in a charter, you don't have a union. But if you're in a charter, you might have increased flexibility, not in all cases, but there are charters with significantly more workday flexibility, for example, significantly more instructional design flexibility. Someone in DCPS might say, I'm willing to take a little bit less money to go over there. And while that might not be bad on an individual level, and that someone can choose a school that fits them, for our system, it does create a lot more instability.
Okay. Another thing that you talked about was a fund for schools that had high teacher turnover, I think. And talk to me a little bit about that, because I mean, it doesn't strike me that it's necessarily about money, that can be more about school environment. And so adding dollars, it's not clear to me that that's how you address this particular issue. But talk to me about why you think that's the case.
So you heard the reference to losing $26 million on this a year, the cost of teacher turnover. And so all of these things are money saving in a sense. But you also heard about promising programs like Kat described in her testimony that do cost money to implement to some degree, for the technical assistants to do them, for workday flexibility, for permanent substitutes in our schools, the things that we know would make a significant difference in educator retention that do cost some money, but in the end would cost us less, I think, than we're costing on turnover. I do think that money is important here. It is not, but it's not just money for compensation. And that's why I think a fund is important, because we are doing better on compensation than a lot of places, but we're not doing as well in working conditions. And so I do think that's why the money should be targeted very specifically to the solutions that we know could be effective, whether that's implementing induction, permanent substitutes, workday flexibility, wellness programming in schools. And so I do think if targeted, it could be very productive.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Poglines, I'm going to turn to you for a second, and it's a little off topic, but I was struck by the conversation about the importance of teams. And I remember being struck years ago, it might have been the first time that I visited Ballou, and I was shocked at how many Teach for America teachers were there, because they, there for a short time and then they leave. And it's a great program, but I had never seen a Teach for America teacher in the schools that my children went to. And so when you're thinking about teaming and you're thinking about school environments, what role did those programs play today? Is the distribution, how heavily are we relying on very short-term teachers in very low-income environments?
I think there's a big concern. I don't think that is, I don't know the data exactly, but I will say that at Ballou, they do a good job at working as teams. I don't see as much turnover, but like I said, this is not exact data. But I find that, one, I'd like to emphasize teacher induction programs, because you're more likely to get people to stay. In teacher induction programs, you're more likely to learn the benefit of working in teams. And when you work in teams, you're more likely to stay. That helps teachers to stay. I think that's why it was excellent hearing your data, because some of the things that I got when I first started in DC was a mentor. One of the things I did have so that I could go to graduate school and get more knowledge and then therefore get more money, I was able to go to graduate school for free. And not only did I get a degree in special education, I also got a degree as an ELL teacher. And I think those things, a teacher induction program, a mentor, not having to worry about school loans, is why I can say that I've been in DCPS for 31 years. All those things combined to make me say, this is a great place for me to teach.
All right, that's wonderful and very helpful. So what I'm hearing from you is that shouldn't be a source of concern, that the way in which the program is incorporated in the schools in which it's incorporated builds teams. It doesn't distract from teams. I think that's what I'm hearing.
Well,
from
I
you.
think teams are important because if you're working in isolation all day, which I find some teachers are, particularly our new teachers, DCPS doesn't have any induction programs unless they reach out to, say, the union or reach out to school leaders who are not overwhelmed with other matters. They're not going to get the support they need. And again, I would say teacher induction programs, reaching out, it teaches new teachers how to work in teams, how to say, I can't do this by myself. I often think, and I was a kindergarten teacher, so I often think of the times where you see new teachers come in who are teaching fifth graders, sixth graders, seventh graders, and they just hand them the key and say, go in there and make it happen. And that's not a good thing. When you're just coming into the teaching profession, you need support of everyone.
No, I hear you. And I am struck. I've heard, a number of people who have been first-year teachers and then didn't go on, and they said, well, I got a lot out of it. I wonder how much my students got out of it. And you really that's not what these things are for. I don't want to stay on that. I want to move over to impact. And the thing about impact is often the conversation is about whether or not it should be a thing that is negotiated on. I mean, really, really hats off to you for getting a great contract, getting a 5-year contract so that we don't have to get on this merry-go-round over. And I mean, that's really, really big. But it also changes the conversation about impact, because the conversation about impact has been, should it be a subject of negotiation? Well, that's not going to happen for a while. So how do we have the conversation? What's the setting? What's the vehicle to have the conversation about evaluation systems that would be outside of contract negotiations? How do you see it? How do you think we could move this ball forward collaboratively?
I think the reason why we have this great contract is that everybody came to the table. For the first time, we didn't just have 5 or 6 teachers bargaining this contract. We had close to 29. And they came from all over the city, all subjects. And I'm happy to say that the city council helped us and came to the table. You all actually came to the bargaining table. We had the state board. So I look at it as there's room for everybody at the table. That's how we got this fair contract. I also say there's room for everybody at the table when it comes to how teachers are evaluated. And guess who is not at the table? The teachers, the very people who are being evaluated. And I always use this example. I'm a kindergarten teacher. And guess who wanted to make sure that I was an excellent teacher? The first grade teacher. And everybody would know and talk about how that kindergarten teacher was doing when they got ready to divvy up those kids in the first grade. So the first grade teacher who had to take my kids would really want to ensure that the kindergarten teacher knew what she was doing and want to be at the table to say, what are those important components to make sure that we are evaluating teachers fairly? I think we're the only profession where the folks who are being evaluated are not at the table.
All right, well, my time is up, but I still am trying to figure out, that's where you want to get, but how do we get there in this environment? Is it a special task force? How do we get to where folks come together at the table and come up with alternative ideas around which a consensus can be built?
I would love us to have a special task force. I think that's the missing component of us getting and keeping great teachers. I would hope that the contract that we got less than 2 years ago, I think it was like 2 years ago, plus this contract that we didn't sign on time, but it was close to it, I believe that will add to keeping teachers. The last component is evaluation.
Thank you,
All right, thank
Councilmember.
you.
Councilmember Parker.
Thank you all. I was doing some research on general job placement and what are some of the reasons why people leave their job. And this Gallup research where they surveyed nearly 50 companies, thousands of jobs, I thought was interesting. And I'm going to go somewhere with this. So nearly a third of these employees, 32%, left because of a lack of career advancement or promotional opportunities, followed by pay and benefits at 22%, followed then by management and general work environment. And that connects with a lot of what I just heard from you all, that school culture or work environment, a lack of promotional opportunities, and to an extent, pay and benefits, although I think the district is relatively strong there, as you pointed out, Mr. Goldstein. I'm going to come to you first. In terms of career advancement or promotional opportunities, what are some of the lowest hanging fruit opportunities for the district to take action on? And I will just frame, I'm a little sensitive, just given where the district is, that we don't have a ton of money to keep throwing at the problem. And I want us to explore, like, how can we be innovative in our approaches that might provide relief and keep teachers in the classroom longer?
Yeah, so there's some that are cheaper or have very little fiscal impact. We've talked about some of them. So we talked about national board certification, for example, and helping people pursue that. It's also about expertise as well as retention. So I think that's pretty low hanging fruit or very minimal fiscal cost. Something else that we brought up that I think in terms of teacher leadership is that DCPS has a program called TLI, which is a teacher leadership initiative that they implemented. It's been a long time now. I was in the classroom when the program existed. When it first started, though, TLI positions were able to be used for a wide spectrum of leadership opportunities, meaning the principal and the teacher could decide together, hey, what we really need is someone to work on Spanish language family engagement here. I have a teacher who would really love to help us with that. So they're going to get a little release time, and they're also going to take on that leadership role. And you could use the TLI program to do that at pretty minimal expense. And what happened when we implemented LEAP, even though there's a good design there about instructional coaching, is that TLI program became almost entirely about LEAP, about instructional coaching. So we have a much more limited menu of teacher leadership opportunities than we did at the very beginning of the TLI program. So that would be a policy shift that DCPS could make to allow principals and teachers on their own to decide what the school's need is and allow people some release time to take on leadership and do that.
I really appreciate that very concrete proposal. So just to make sure I got it, you're suggesting that those TLI positions be broadened back to where they once were before the implementation of LEAP.
Exactly. And even when it was broad, it wasn't utilized broadly, but it was able to be. So I think let's go back to that and try to really expand it.
Okay. And then Ms. Kemper, Patrick, I wanted to come to you. Feel free to weigh in there. I know you cited a lot of research. Is what we're seeing in like general job placements aligning with what we're seeing in the educational space? And then secondly, I wanted to ask, are there jurisdictions you would point us to? So I know you referenced that DCPS is on par with the national average, better than charters. Is there a city that is figuring this out that we might be able to model some of their solutions?
So for the first question, I totally agree that there's a lot of different ways to think about career advancement for teachers, some of which have already been mentioned. But really like opening up, and we've heard a little bit about strategic staffing, like opening up different career opportunities for teachers. You know, teaching is one of those professions where you can walk in and do the same job for 30 years. And that's rare among careers. You know, often there's kind of a set career ladder, and not all teachers aspire to the principalship or a superintendent job, right? And so offering some different opportunities for teachers to move up that look different and offer different levels of compensation or buy out their time so that they don't have as many students and other responsibilities. I wanted to connect that directly to mentoring and induction, because that's a very clear way that you can do that is by having kind of mentor teachers who part of their role is dedicated to being mentor teachers. I mean, different districts have done this in different ways, right? So in some districts, it's a dedicated position where you take on a mentor teacher role for, let's say, a couple of years. You step away from the classroom and you are just a mentor teacher to new teachers in the district. That's one model. A different model would be, you know, if you're a secondary teacher, you teach one less class and you now are a mentor teacher for a number of teachers in your school. school. And so I think there are different ways to think about how you can use mentoring and induction as a way to offer more teacher leadership. And, there's so much research on teacher professional learning. And I think a really strong part of that is that it's teacher-led and collaborative. And so kind of thinking about, how can we ensure that teachers are really leading, doing the leading in a lot of the ways that they're getting their professional learning, not just new teachers, but also, are there ways for teachers to step into instructional leadership roles at the district where they're leading, the development of new curriculum or, choosing a new set of materials for the district. So I think there's lots of different opportunities there. Some of them have costs and some of them don't. Some of them require creative scheduling and some of them require more resources. I think to the second question about kind of how teachers are different or similar to kind of all work environments. I mean, a lot of it is really similar. I mean, the sorts of things that teachers want in their job is what I think everyone wants in their job. They want to feel like they are adequately compensated. They want to feel like what they're doing every day is recognized. They have opportunities to improve and people give them good information about how to do that. I mean, I think that's very typical. I think where teaching is very different, although I think we've discussed already how DC is actually ahead of the curve on this, is compensation. I mean, teachers make less than similarly educated adults. Nationally, it's about 80%. And I think the districts in DC are doing a better job than most. I will say on your question of other districts that are models, I don't think that there's a place that has 100% figured this out. I mean, there's no district that has 100% teacher retention all the time. But I think certainly there are like aspects that you can pull from other districts about what they're doing and use those as models.
I do know the data suggests that in high poverty schools, or here in DC, where we would say schools with high numbers of at-risk students, we're seeing higher rates of teacher turnover, which to me speaks to the fact that we need more supports for those schools, which is a plug for community schools, which I know is a push for many of you. I wanted to come to you really quickly, President Polk-Lyons. To what extent was teacher retention a part of your negotiations for a contract? And what engagement, if any, are you having with OSSI around this? I know OSSI is collecting data, they're producing a report, but it seems as though we need a vehicle or entity to shine a light on this. And great that the chairman is doing that via the council, but we need, I would think, OSSI to kind of drive the bus here. And I just want to get a better sense of what their engagement, if any, has been with.
I think it was, as someone who's been with the district for 31 years, it was top of my mind. And I think that is one of the reasons why it was important for us to have up to 29 people on our bargaining team. Because you wanted to get ideas from everyone about what is it that would get you to stay, to come and to stay into teaching. And so it was top of mind for us. We haven't had as much engagement with OSSI as I would like. And that's not to blame OSSI. I would say that it's more because we've just been negotiating contracts for the last 3 years. So now that we have about 4 years where we don't have to do that, I would like to have lots of participation all over the city to make things what they should be for both teachers and students.
Understood.
And I'm excited about that.
And do you have, and I remember when the state board was doing this, some of the only data that we had access to was from the teachers union. To what extent are you all compiling, sharing like data from teachers about their experiences and cutting that across which teachers are staying in the classroom longest versus those that are not?
Well, we'd like to work more closely with DCPS to get data, because what we're getting is like anecdotal data, like what people are coming and telling us. And it's challenging to keep that type of data because we're mighty, but we're small as far as
And you're
staff.
not doing like a survey, internal
Well, we
survey?
do surveys, but you got to keep pushing people to do surveys. Like
I
we
see.
did surveys on the year before last with this contract. What are those things that people wanted in a contract? So we
But
do
that
surveys.
data, would you be willing to share that or
Oh,
able to share
definitely.
that?
We've done we got a lot of participation on safety. What I'm really happy with is that we have a memorandum of agreement on diversity, where I'm hopeful that with that MOA, DCPS has to give us a lot of data on who's actually
I got
coming
you.
and
In my last
staying.
5 seconds,
Yeah.
if you don't have it, I would love to work with the union
Mhm.
just around how do we put together a survey where we can collect some of this information where we're not getting it from OSSI.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I was cut short on my first round. The clock was only 5 minutes. I don't know if I need another 5 minutes of questions, but I want to ask this. Working conditions. Based on the recent Learning Policy Institute research, DC received low scores for working conditions. In fact, we were in the bottom quintile for teaching attractiveness, and we were in the bottom quintile for teacher equity rating. What can be changed in our schools to improve working conditions? Now, that's sort of my question, but where I kind of want to go, because I don't have a lot of time, is what can the council do? And what could other agencies like OSSI do? So maybe add a little bit more here. I'll say hypothetically, let's say that the LEAs don't really care. So how do we change that? No, I think the Learning Institute should go first. Ms. Patrick.
Thank you. A couple things come to mind. I mean, I could talk about this for like another hour, but I'm gonna try to focus on a few. One of the things where, DC is a real outlier is on teacher certification. Some of that is because teacher certification rules are typically different in charters than they are in traditional public schools. And there isn't another state where, half of the students are in charter schools. So there's no real good comparison. But, teacher certification and having fully certified teachers that are fully prepared before they enter the classroom. I mean, there's a lot of research on the impact that can have, fully certified teachers and teachers who go through traditional pre-service preparation where they're getting all their prep before they become a teacher of record. They're more likely to stay in teaching. They tend to be more effective. And so I think that is an area to be thinking about, is around, what are the rules around teacher certification? Are there different ways to be thinking about it or incentivizing the hiring of fully qualified teachers? I think that's one place to think about.
But I thought all of our teachers are required to be certified, but do you mean board certified?
Not national board certified, but rather there's kind of some different pathways into the profession. So Teach for America was given as an example earlier. So Teach for America teachers, this is a high profile program, but there's a lot of programs like this where you get a tiny little bit of training and then you go into the classroom and then you continue your training as your, first and second year on the job. So teachers who are in those models are more likely to leave the profession. Teach for America teachers are as well, but there's a lot of different types of programs that do that sort of training. And so you're still certified, you still have gotten a certificate that says you're allowed to be there, but it's a different pathway into the profession. And so I think that's one place to be thinking about, what are both the rules, but also incentives to encourage people to choose a fully certified and qualified teacher.
So the council could impose that requirement, could change the requirements.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking about more incentivizing. I think with charter schools, it's a different story. The rules are often, this is true nationally, rules are often very different for charters around how they hire teachers. But I think it's something to be thinking about, and also to look at charters that have been very successful and understand what they're doing to see if there are any things that could be incentivized for other
If we
LEAs.
have LEAs that aren't feeling it to change, improve working conditions, for example, what do we do? Because I'm reluctant to legislate the solution. We could have a law for everything, and I'm not sure that's the best approach. So what can we, the council, do? What can another agency like OSSI, what should OSSI be doing?
Can I add that I know we gave out a survey on safety. I consider safety part of working conditions. And we did get a lot of responses, and it's hard a lot of times with busy teachers to get a response. And teachers are really concerned about their safety, and more importantly, the safety of their kids, of their students. I think we could work on that. I also think we could do a lot of work in making sure that schools that need repairs are repaired, and that we don't have to go round robin and keep having to circulate the same things that have not been fixed in schools. That's part of working conditions. And I will say in the area of certification, we have to make sure that we give all of our teachers, particularly our teachers of color, support in getting their certification, because that becomes a problem. They get hired, but they have just a year to get their certification. And I think we need to set up some sort of program so that maybe they get 2 or 3 years in order to get certified, and that someone supports them in getting the certification needed so that we don't have to worry about those teachers leaving.
If I can say very briefly on working conditions, I don't know principals who don't want their working conditions to be better for their staff. And I don't know teachers who don't want to improve working conditions for their colleagues. This is why I think the educator wellness partnerships and that kind of work is so important. Every school has a different set of circumstances about their working conditions. We can and should do things at large like workday flexibility and permanent substitutes, but every school has a unique set of circumstances. Is it communication that is off? Is it how leadership communicates with their staff? Is it peer-to-peer supports that are missing? Is it that new teachers are not getting the right induction into that school? So I think going into a school and identifying where exactly are the supports that that particular school community needs and having an outside partner to have that fresh look at them and then give them the technical assistance to implement solutions that come from the teachers is what we need, because every school has a unique set of challenges and I think they want to address it, but need support.
So you told me what, but you didn't tell me how.
Well,
How do we, the council, make that happen, or how do
ASSE has maintained a grant program for the last few years to allow school partners to work with schools to make that happen. That obviously we've been part of. That is one way to do it. I think we should continue that work, and I think we should broaden it more systemically. But ASSE has the right approach on whole school educator wellness, but schools need specific solutions raised by their educators and an outside partner to help them do that.
Can I also add that the city council can support us by changing the law, and impact is a big working condition that teachers complain about. And that it's a culture in schools, so. And
Well, I
it's a
hear you on
working
impact,
condition.
but I'm looking at this and there are a lot more lines on here than impact.
Evaluation is big on that.
It's
And-
one line. It's
right.
one line
But,
and
and I also
well-
named safety, what's actually going on in the school buildings. Sometimes we hear on and on about the same conditions and problems in the same schools year after year, like key fobs. If I hear one more time, one more year that teachers do not have key fobs in order to get into bathrooms, that's a working condition, especially if you're pregnant and can't get into, because you don't have a key fob and can't get
I'm
into.
way over my time, but
Okay.
the question was, what can the council do? So I've talked, and there's not an answer, none of you answer because I'm out of time, but I can't tell you how many times council members have talked to DGS about locks on doors. Doesn't happen. The question was, what can the council do? Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Very helpful. I'm going to turn to.
Mr. Chairman.
No, I had 10 minutes, you had 10 minutes.
If I could I just want to give a shout out to Teach for America. They really got beat up on that last panel. So
No, they did not.
I think Teach for America is doing.
We
great
have the
work.
public charter school panel. Thank you all. Carolee Fischerow, who's Executive Director, Washington New Ying Public Charter School. Daniela Anello, who's Head of School, DC Bilingual Public Charter School. Jeffrey Grant, who is CEO of Monument Academy Public Charter School. And Susan Toth, who's Superintendent of Schools at KIPP DC. You Teach for America? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll buy you a beer later, but not tonight. Okay, Mr. Grant is there. Carolee Fischerow, is she online?
Yes.
Daniela Anello's online.
Yes.
Susan Toth is on. If I looked at the screen, I would know the answer. Okay, Ms. Fischerow, you're up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Parker, members of the council, and my charter leader colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss teacher and principal retention. My name is Carly Fischerow, and I'm the Executive Director at Washington U Ying Public Charter School. U Ying is a pre-K 3 to 5th grade elementary school in Ward 5, serving 701 students, dedicated to Chinese immersion and the International Baccalaureate Framework. I'd like to start by recognizing the Council's critical investments in teacher compensation and the Early Childhood Pay Equity Fund. This fund directly supports our early childhood educators because U Ying has an on-site daycare program to provide childcare services for our teachers and staff. And this fund has also been really powerful for Washington U Ying daycare educators and a unique benefit that has become a strong incentive and retention tool. October is also National Principals Month, and this hearing is an apt time to start by recognizing two wonderful U Ying principals. Mario and Amy are a unique, dynamic, and complementary pair. They're wildly committed to our children and our mission, but very different. Our early years principal, Amy Quinn, is a U Ying founder who started with U Ying in 2008 and grown from the role of classroom teacher to IB PYP coordinator and now to principal. She brings wisdom and expertise. Her colleague, Dr. Mario Clapton, is U Ying's newest leader, brought on to lead our elementary program as we grow to serve students in 2 campuses this year. We recruited him from Ohio, and his background as a joyful music teacher and former IB principal makes him the perfect addition. According to the Aussie School Report Card, we retained 91% of our teachers in SY 22-23, and this year our internal retention data for teachers from SY 23-24 to SY 24-25 is 91.8% and 87.5% for educational leaders. This retention starts with our principals and with myself and our commitment to keeping and retaining great educators. It reflects our commitment to teacher voice at the center, staff mentorship training models, and most recently, our sustained investment in thoughtful compensation changes, which we were only able to do because of the mayor and the council's investment in compensation adjustments. This compensation approach was bolstered through our partnership with EdFuel to do a full compensation study over 2 years to align our pay with both market standards and, most importantly, our values and what our staff said mattered most to them. Staff retention is highly complex and multi-layered, as many of my colleagues have described. No one single wellness initiative or one single mentorship program will fix the problem. We have dedicated, brilliant teachers and staff at U Ying, and it is our foundational responsibility to create an environment where they feel successful so they can do the same for students. For us, this includes a culture of appreciation with activities led by various committees, stipended leadership roles, similar to some that my colleagues on the last panel just talked about, special service events recognizing educators for those who have spent 5, 10, and 15-year milestones. For example, each September, we dedicate a whole week to honor all of our staff who have been with us for 15 years or more. This includes things like an on-site cookie truck with cookies named after them and a wall of fame. I'm proud to share that 12 staff members have been with us since our school's inception in 2008, serving 15 years, and more than 20 of our staff members have been with us over 10 years. This continuity of experience has been invaluable for our teachers and our students and our school community. Staff voice is central to our decision-making. Our teachers have a lot of instructional autonomy, and they play a big part in huge school-wide decisions. Most recently, they played a role in the selection of our new principal and our equity and staff belonging work, our academic calendar, our master schedule, and in the design of our spaces in our new campus. Our comprehensive approach to staffing also includes investing in leadership opportunities, creating well-staffed schools with innovative models and supportive roles like school culture liaisons, teaching fellows in most classrooms, and Delta teachers, a role which provides teachers with a half-time core classroom role and a half-time opportunity to serve as an interventionist in grades 1 through 5. Our talent team also strengthens our retention efforts by spearheading efforts to add new benefits, including a new milestone day for all staff to take leave to celebrate something of importance to them, or creating additional opportunities for stipended leadership roles and extended benefits for our dedicated aides. Our work with retention begins with aligned hiring to ensure all of our new hires know who we are and what we're about. I want to thank you again for allowing me to testify today and for creating a workplace where educators feel valued, supported, and excited. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Ms. Anello.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify on the importance of teacher and principal recruitment and retention. Thank you, Councilmember Parker, for your kind words and for being with DC Bilingual in celebration of our school's accomplishments. We at DC Bilingual deeply appreciate the council's spotlight on this issue because we know firsthand that consistency and stability among our teachers and leaders are essential to both student success and staff satisfaction. It is one of the reasons we have been named the National Blue Ribbon School of the Year this year. Thank you. I've had the privilege of being part of the DC Bilingual community for the past 16 years, and my co-principals have been at DC Bilingual for nearly the same amount of time. The consistency of the adults in our classrooms and halls is critical to our school's success, creating an environment where educators advance professionally while maintaining a deep and shared commitment to our school's mission. They come to know our students as individuals, leaders, and learners. They build relationships that support their job satisfaction as well as student achievement. This is how DC Bilingual has built a supportive environment that fosters professional growth and academic excellence. We have many of our student alumni who are now staff members at DC Bilingual, and they see the same familiar faces that helped educate them while they were at the school now be colleagues with them. At DC Bilingual, we serve children from pre-K 3 through grade 5 across all 8 wards. And we are proud to be one of the most sought after schools in the district. But even with such success, we recognize that there are key barriers to retaining our high quality staff, like high housing costs and long commutes. We commend the council's approval of the 12.4% increase in the fiscal year 2025 UPSFF budget, which will allow us to continue offering salaries that reflect our staff's value. Competitive compensation is and will continue to be vital to our work. Not only do we want to acknowledge our educators' value through compensation that matches their expertise and commitment to our learning community, but the high cost of living in the district forces many of our educators to live further from their respective schools. As such, we must develop workforce housing initiatives so that our educators can afford to stay in the communities that they serve, potentially increasing job satisfaction and reducing commute-related burnout. DC Bilingual has been proactive in supporting our staff's well-being. We've implemented professional and personal initiatives that leverage our school's autonomy and funding to respond to staff needs and create an environment where our adults feel valued and supported. These initiatives include breaks throughout the day, school counseling partnerships, and additional planning and collaboration time. It also includes extended day options that allow some staff to work from home on Fridays. We also offer free and delicious lunch to all of our staff at no extra cost. We also offer co-teaching structures and much, much more that has been designed based on our staff requests. The return on these investments is clear. Stable, well-supported educators have higher job satisfaction, leading to higher retention rates and stronger student outcomes. When we prioritize retention through competitive compensation and comprehensive support, everyone benefits. Our teachers, our students, and our entire community. We strongly encourage the council to maintain equitable funding to charters this year, once the new DCPS contract is completed. This is critical to charters so that high-quality educators can keep up with the district's cost of living and continue serving students across the district. Thank you for your continued support in creating a sustainable, fulfilling environment for educators at DC Bilingual. Our long-standing success is a testament to what is possible when we prioritize retention, compensation, and wellness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Anello. Jeffrey Grant, Good afternoon.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Parker, and any other council members who might be observing this. I am Dr. Jeffrey Grant, CEO of Monument Academy Public Charter School, a residential middle school located in Ward 7. This school year, we are serving 131 scholars from 6 of the city's 8 wards, with 105 of our scholars being deemed at risk. I am honored to have the opportunity to engage you on this topic of utmost importance, retaining our highly qualified, high-performing teachers and principals. As a 32-year educator, leading schools for 20 of them, I've learned a few things. First, I cannot do the work alone. A highly qualified team of dedicated professionals who love the children and their families is a must. Second, these living angels have families as well, who love them and want them to remain physically and emotionally safe and healthy while serving the community. Third, everyone has an expiration date when considering their capacity to do the work with fidelity. Monument's mission is to enroll scholars who are in or at risk of entering into the child welfare system. The second, equally important component of our mission statement is to attract and retain quality staff members. I can attest that when I took over as CEO in July 2019, Monument Academy was not a school that had long lines of applicants at our doors. Everyone is not eager to work with the families we serve. However, we have been blessed to have subject matter experts who love working with our kids and will walk through fires to ensure the scholars learn and live in a school where the adults show compassion and understanding while holding these scholars accountable. It is imperative that I, as the CEO, keep these highly engaged stakeholders as employees of Monument Academy. 2 years ago, 100% of our 18 teachers received a rating of distinguished or proficient within the DC Public Charter School Board Qualitative Site Review. Last year, 80% of our teachers were rated as such. How do I do this? I invest in the staff members via salaries that enable them to participate in the economy by their being able to purchase homes, invest in their retirement plans, and accessing healthy options for life. Educators in Monument Academy are treated as professionals, for without them, there is no we. The budgeting process focuses on staff members as well as the students, as I consider the resources and materials they require to effectively perform their crafts. Additionally, I invest in the well-being of the teachers, the principal, and all other staff members by staffing the school with mental and physical health experts who are available to serve all stakeholders. The school's Department of Well-being strategically implements multiple programs and strategies designed to positively impact the mental and emotional health of the adults who are constantly bombarded with the traumas of the families we serve. As I stated earlier, we all have limits. Last but certainly not least, I honor, respect, and protect my staff. My leadership team consistently meets the plan for the success of all stakeholders. We've created a Monument Staff Handbook framed by the policies set forth by the stakeholders. Set forth by the city's governing bodies. Everyone is both responsibly and respectfully held accountable for performing within the framework. Our feedback and evaluation systems provide our dedicated, high-performing staff members with a sense of confidence that their livelihoods will be protected as they work to raise academic achievement, heal all stakeholders, and support our families. In addition, our calendar and daily schedules include breaks for re-energizing. These strategies have resulted in an average of 1 teacher exiting per year, over the last 4 years, and our principal has been with Monument for the last 6 years. In closing, it is imperative that the city continues to invest in our educators to ensure we retain the dedicated professionals who are truly invested in our community. Thank you for giving your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you, Dr. Grant. Susan Toth.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, council members, staff, and fellow panelists. My name is Susan Toth. I'm the superintendent of KIPP DC, the educational home to nearly 7,400 students and 1,300 teachers, staff, and leaders. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the important topic of teacher and principal retention at KIPP DC. Teachers and school leaders are the backbone of our schools, and I'm honored to share our commitment to teacher and principal retention through several innovative programs designed to holistically cultivate talent, support our educators, and ultimately enhance student outcomes. At KIPP DC, we understand that great educators are the cornerstone of student success. Our approach to cultivation and retention begins with our Capital Teaching Residency Program. This program recruits and trains passionate individuals to become highly effective teachers. Residents receive hands-on experience in our classrooms alongside experienced mentors, enabling them to build the skills necessary for long-term success. And in the course of their practicum, CTRs, or Capital Teaching Residents, experience the true nature of teaching with a gradual release of teaching responsibilities over the course of the school year. By investing in these emerging educators, we not only address immediate staffing needs, but also create a pipeline of skilled teachers who are committed to our mission and our communities. Through the EPP, or the Education Preparation Providers Application Process with OSSI, our CTR program has been approved to certify teachers in early childhood education, as well as secondary math, ELA, and science. And since its founding in 2009, the Capital Teaching Residency Program has 914 graduates, with an additional 48 residents currently enrolled in our program this year. Many of these 914 graduates stay on to teach within KIPP DC, while many more are hired within other schools in DC. Of our current 22 principals at KIPP DC, 1/3 are CTR alums. Another critical initiative in our programming is designed for those who are interested in or new to leadership, which includes everything from teacher leaders to new deans and vice principals. These programs offer targeted professional development, coaching, and opportunities to lead initiatives within our schools. By empowering our teachers to advance in their careers, we foster a sense of belonging and ownership that encourages them to stay with us long term. Our educators feel valued and see a clear path for extending their skills and experience, which is essential for retention and professional growth. We also offer additional certification for those who want to grow in the teaching profession. Our Special Education Fellows Program specifically develops educators to excel in supporting students with diverse needs. The program certifies between 40 to 60 educators across the city annually. By providing specialized training and ongoing support, we ensure that our teachers are well prepared and confident in their roles. This not only enhances the quality of education for our students, but also reinforces our commitment to our educators, helping them feel equipped and valued in this important work. We believe that these programs are an essential part of retention. Last year, roughly 77% of our teachers returned to KIPP DC, which has been a steady increase since school year 21-22. We invest in developing our instructional staff. We have 6 development and wellness days scheduled into our school calendar across the year. In addition, our regional instructional support team works closely with school leaders to ensure that teachers are supported through ongoing weekly collaborative content team meetings, are regularly observed, and have classroom resources necessary to thrive in their classrooms. A strong adult culture, supportive coaching, and targeted professional development sessions rooted in equitable, sound, and student-centered practices are the hallmark of these efforts. And finally, our Principal in Residence program plays a pivotal role in cultivating effective school leadership. This 2-year fellowship allows aspiring principals to gain invaluable experience working alongside seasoned leaders. By providing mentorship and practical leadership experiences, along with ongoing coursework, we prepare future principals to lead our schools with vision and effectiveness and foster positive school cultures grounded in collaboration and growth. We also prioritize the retention of our principals through ongoing professional development, coaching, and on-the-ground support and a culture of care and meaning. I'm so lucky to work alongside a talented cohort of principals, and even in the challenging climate of the last 5 years, we have seen our principal retention remain strong at 85% average overall. Last year, we retained 86% of our principals. At KIPTC, we believe that investing in our educators and leaders through these comprehensive programs, we can significantly enhance retention rates and create an environment where both teachers and students and leaders grow and thrive. Last year's investments by the DC Council toward equitable educator salaries was critical for teachers and charter schools. We urge the DC Council to continue supporting innovative initiatives that prioritize the professional development and retention of our teachers, as they are vital to the success of our schools and the future of our students. Thank you again for your time and your continued investment in our educators. I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Toth. 10-minute round. So there's a theme I noticed. I don't know if the theme is coming from me or the theme is coming from you all. So I noted that among the four of you, there were comments such as our sustained investment in competitive compensation, aligning pay with both market standards and values, maintaining a culture of appreciation, staff voice is central to our decision-making, building a supportive environment that fosters professional growth, investing in the staff members via salaries that enable them to participate in the economy by purchasing homes, investing in their retirement plans, and accessing healthy options for life, treating educators as professionals, staffing the school with mental and physical health experts, honoring, respecting, and protecting the staff, ongoing professional development, coaching, and on-the-ground support. I hope you all recognize some of your own words. So I'm trying to see at a quick glance the statistics. 70% of all DC teachers remained in their school. Nationally, 84%. So if you guys get it, the system overall isn't. How do we, what can we, the council, do? Or what can we, the government, more broadly do to improve retention system-wide? Oh, Dr. Grant goes first because he's here.
All right, am I on? Okay. First of all, thank you very much. My 32 years, I've done a lot of research, even getting the doctorate, spend a lot of time identifying best practices. And the education system has been mired in practices that have been here for well over a century. And when we're talking about true professionals, people who have gone to school to get degrees, have done a lot of research, get certifications, we're not allowing them to actually expand their horizon, explore, when we keep them tethered to strategies and practices that have been in place since Dewey and Booker T.
Like what?
Let's start with the calendar. That was one of my big ones. The COVID pandemic actually released some of the shackles in terms of, hey, we have to do this Labor Day to right after Memorial Day calendar. When we know that our children, well, certainly the ones that I serve, have learning loss. Those 2 to 3 months can be spent at Six Flags if they're lucky, if they get a pass. But then you have teachers coming back in late August and September, they're revisiting the last 2 or 3 months from the previous school year, trying to get kids caught up. Because again, we are not utilizing best practices, so these teachers now cannot explore.
But that's dealing more with learning than it is with retention.
It also is not allowing the teachers now to be creative and imaginative and use the strategies that they have developed over time, that they've taken the time to research, to identify strategies and practices that work, to do the time. So again, when you give teachers that time to do that work and be creative and imaginative, we're in the nation's capital. We have more resources probably than any other city in the world that are free. And we should not be tethered to a classroom. We need time to explore the resources that are available in the city where history actually happened.
So the question was, what can we, the council, or we, the government, do to change it systematically or systemically? And your answer is about
My
some
answer
techniques
is
like
to-
experiential learning.
My answer is experiential learning to actually push it. I don't want to see laws come out of this, but to actually have the agencies who are the governing bodies have us explore our city, access the content that's available. We know that certain segments of our city's population, they go to the camps. They go across the water to other continents. But we have too many kids who, again, unfortunately, literally handcuffed to their block over the summer, where we are not allowing the teachers to have the time to actually access the
You're
content.
stating the problem. My question is, how do we change the problem? So should the council pass a law that requires schools do experiential learning?
I don't want to get in trouble, Chairman, with my
What
colleagues.
can we do?
However,
How can I get an LEA that's not doing as well as Monument to do better?
I would say I really appreciate the DC Public Charter School Board, and I was also with DCPS to talk to the governing bodies to ensure that they are putting, I would say, programs in place to actually support our efforts. I don't want to say monitor it, but they do monitor, but to support our efforts to access the content with fidelity. That's how the city council can operate to ensure that every child in this city has access to the content.
All right,
And
let
they're
me,
not tethered
let me
to
ask
the
the
neighborhood.
folks online. I got 4 minutes left, and I have one other question. Ms. Anello or Ms. Toth or Ms. Fischerow?
Yes, hello. I'm Danielle Lanello, and I run DC Bilingual Public Charter School, as you know. I think that aside from equitable funding for charter schools, we must do more cross-sector to support charters as well as district schools in all areas of the work. Everybody wants the best for students. Every single school leader, every single school principal, every single staff member, and some schools are thriving in certain ways, and some schools are needing a little bit more support. And one of the things that we can do is talk and work collaboratively, more intentionally, cross-sector. Sometimes schools feel like they're in silos and they're figuring out what to do day to day on their own. And really what we need is more opportunities to come together, to work together, to collaborate, to think, and to share resources.
Ms. Fischerow?
Thank you, Chairman. So I'm going to go in a slightly different direction aside from equitable funding, which I'm sure you're going to hear from us. We are incredibly appreciative. And so I think the council has already done one of the things the council is best positioned and uniquely positioned to do. Not only did you help advance the mayor's budget, but you also supplemented the base budget with a variety of key initiatives to support and make some areas whole for the charter sector. And that really does level the playing field in terms of teacher retention overall. And so I would just encourage you as you head into budget season to continue with that same equitable focus across all school sectors. Secondarily, I think anybody who's sitting at this table and is an educator, we talk about working conditions, but the core job of a teacher, sorry, lights on, is to teach. And the core job of a leader is to lead. And more and more and more schools are asked to do everything. They're asked to be nurses and mental health professionals and safety techs and crossing guards and MPD, resource assistant officers. And that is really stressful for schools. So I would say two things. If we want to make the overall working conditions of schools better so that teachers can teach and leaders can lead, the city can do two things. One, when we roll out an initiative like school nurses across the school, make sure the city is resourced to provide nurses to every single school. Because right now, we are still backfilling a nurse every other day due to the current system. And when council legislates a new initiative, think about who, in addition to the personnel at a school, could support or do the compliance related to that work. Because far too often, a new legislation, even with the best of intentions, has a myriad of responsibilities that fall on teachers to do during their planning or leaders to do during, and which takes them out of classrooms. So I'd say those are three key ways that I think the council can actively support this effort.
Thank you. Ms. Toth, I'm actually going to ask you, not let you answer that question, and ask a different question. As I understand it, KIPP Connect has a retention rate of something like 95%. The Will Academy has a much, much lower retention rate. Why the difference? And what I'm really getting at is what's working to improve or have higher retention?
Sure. Well, can I cheat a little bit and answer the first question and just echo what Ms. Fischerow said earlier around just the council's consideration of the additional pressures that impact teaching and leadership, safety, chronic absenteeism, wellness, wraparound services for students and families. Those are all areas that would definitely, I think, make a positive impact on the retention we see with our staff. I think that goes into the next question. I think schools deal with different pressures at different phases. They are healthy organisms, and they experiences the ups and downs as a school community. We definitely see the impact of a strong culture, a healthy culture at Connect Academy with excellent leadership and a commitment that we see from that staff. Our Will Academy staff are just as committed and deal with a different set of pressures. They're a middle school. They have some volatility in what they've experienced in their student community, and we just have to treat them as individual organisms. They are not the same. They're not the same.
I'm going to leave it at that. Councilmember Parker, and thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to pick up there, Ms. Toth, because I think KIPP provides a great opportunity for us to examine what's happening in DC versus your national network, as well as what's happening between schools as an opportunity to learn. A question I asked of the previous panel, are there other jurisdictions that you can point to within the broader KIPP network that you might say are models? And what are some of the things that they're doing? And these might be KIPP schools in other regions.
Sure. I think we look for trends across or look for ideas across KIPP regions. We also look to our local LEA friends and colleagues here. I think the first thing we think about is how to create a culture of support for our teaching staff and for our leaders. Especially in the last 5 years, teachers and leaders have experienced a ton of change in a climate that's really been pretty challenging and pretty difficult. And so we think about what care and support we need to provide through a lot of that change. As we think about the taking on new curriculum, for example, investing in teacher and leader voice in that change is incredibly important because we want them to have some ownership and some sense of belonging to those initiatives, so that when we go through the hard phases of implementing that curriculum, there's some buy-in to that. There's a good amount of buy-in to that. We want them to see impact in what they achieve with their students. I think that's a huge part of this. We all get into education for students, and seeing what we do and how that impacts our students and community matters a ton. So those are things that we definitely learn from our colleagues across KIPP and again locally. A lot of that has to do with structures of support. I mentioned earlier that we have content team meetings that we run with our teachers. Those are intended to be collaborative sessions that happen on a weekly basis where teachers can dive into their curriculum, internalize their lessons, practice their lessons in a safe environment, and look at student data, and again, do that in a collaborative setting. Those are structures that make a huge difference, I think, to teachers and to leaders and support them that we provide.
No, I really appreciate that. I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to give you all think time. ASI is implementing a culture survey. And the question I've been asking ASI is, what are we going to do with that information? So I would love for you all to provide recommendations. When ASI gets all of this data, what do we as a city do with that information? I'm going to give you think time because I put you at a disadvantage, Ms. Toth. But you talked about your CTRs and how that's an entry point into the profession at KIPP schools. What does certification look like, or the conversion rate for certification for individuals that go through that CTR program? Do you have that number handy?
I don't have that exact number handy right now. I can say, I do have the overall totals for what that looks like. We have multiple checkpoints across the year where we're checking on progress that residents have made to make sure that we're providing additional support if our residents are having a hard time keeping up with coursework or meeting the demands of the program with additional supports layered in.
Okay. And what is that overall number for certification?
Since 2009, we've certified over 900 teachers.
Got it. Thank you. And then I'll ask that question about I'm sorry?
We have 48 teachers or residents enrolled in the program, which also means we have 48 mentors who support those teachers, which is another great retention strategy because it gives our teachers opportunities to be leaders within their own profession.
Yeah, and what I was getting at with that question is we just had a lot of discussion about Teach for America and other alternative route programs. And I wanted to see, for an LEA to do this in-house, are your rates comparable with these other external organizations? And what might be some lessons learned? But I'm happy to follow up offline about that. And then one quick follow-up, what should we do with this information that ASI is going to receive from schools about their culture in a way of supporting school culture across the city?
Councilmember Parker, I really appreciate the question. And I actually want to go back to mentioning a comment that Carly mentioned as the way in which initiatives could be rolled out and done in a way that is more supportive of schools, period. This is an example of something that was considered a really good initiative, and I'm not denying that it won't be. However, it was rolled out as a way of everyone will adopt the panorama survey for school culture, and you will do it 2 times a year, and you will do it in this way. Without recognizing that many of our schools had our own school culture surveys already in place with our own measures of success on the use of our own culture surveys, and the process and way in which we've done it year after year after year have been successful for measuring what we're trying to measure year after year in terms of climate and culture at our schools. So when you mentioned the ASI rollout of a climate culture survey, to me, it brings up some negative emotions because this was a time in which I had to basically throw away a tool and a resource that was really valuable and useful to my community, and now adapt a brand new one and learn what it is, learn what it measures, and determine what success would look like with it in implementation. The way that I had used our previous culture survey was by determining where we ranked in various domains that were aligned with the priorities that our school was having that particular year. And I always made goals that would ensure that the metric of satisfaction on the caregiver side, student side, and staff side increased from one year to next. And I would compare fall to fall, spring to spring. And I made it part of my own head of school goals that I'm held accountable by my executive committee on my board, that I would demonstrate growth in those measures using the school culture survey that I have been using throughout the time that I've been at DC Bilingual.
No, I love that. And I think that's some useful feedback. I can imagine that ASI has felt the pressure to norm and standardize across schools. But what you're speaking about is the impact of a mandate of sorts and how that's felt. So I really appreciate that. And you gave some very useful recommendations for how we might use that data. Dr. Grant, I'll ask you the same question. What might we do with all of this information?
Well, no tool is the be all, the end all. We have to identify the appropriate tools for our specific organizations. We were doing the insight survey. We already collecting data, but then any data we get, we triangulate. We do a constant comparative analysis to identify does this data align? Because first of all, we are middle school. We are middle school serving at-risk kids. We are middle school who piloted a long survey right there in the middle of standardized testing season. So now you're talking about a group of middle schoolers who already now are at their wits' end, and we don't know what they're going to say that day. We don't know how they feel that day. So when you're talking about collecting data, any tool that you do collect the data, I say use other data sources, your qualitative data, your quantitative data to see if they're aligned. And you actually then, like I said, triangulate it,
No,
do a comparative
I
analysis.
appreciate, and what you're speaking about just makes me think part of the work that the chairman and I did earlier this year, last year, it's a blur, was standing up or expanding the support division within OSSI. And it's through this lens of, all right, once we triangulate the data, then what do we do?
Then what do you do?
We need to be more data driven versus just data rich. I do want to.
No, and I agree with everything you're saying, but because the outcomes and an analysis after we do this, I would say follow up before you make a decision. Because again, we have to make sure all of that data is supporting each other, supports each other. Because again, we're talking about the analyses, and these can be difference makers, but especially when you're talking about a charter LEA between staying open, closing, we have to look at the quantitative data, somebody's qualitative opinions,
Yeah.
survey interviews. We have to just make sure it's aligned with what's actually the story or summary of the school.
And
the
I'm going to
narrative.
predict the schools where we see the strongest culture are going to be the schools that have the highest rates of achievement and the highest rates of retention. I'm just going to go out on a limb
Thank
and
you.
guess that.
Thank you.
Ms. Fisher, I'll give you the last words if you want to weigh in here about how we might make use of this tool that's already in the works and won't cost us anything.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Parker. I think very simply, I would encourage, if the survey is going to proceed as it's been rolled out and designed, I would really encourage the council to use the data to push citywide agencies and the government as a whole to think about citywide initiatives and pilots to support some of the sector and again, DC-wide challenges that we see in the data, rather than using it as any sort of additional measure school by school. So for example, if we see a real gap in what students are saying about the safety of their school environment, this is a great place for DBH to take that and go come up with a pilot that might help that, test it again, to Daniela's point, right? Let's put this pilot in a couple places. Let's see if that data changes. Then let's, in a systematic way, advance that pilot to more schools and more initiatives. But it's a citywide assessment, so I would use it to give me citywide information that helps me take citywide actions.
Love that. Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you, each of you, for your testimony. So you all are excused, and I'm going to turn to the other 81 witnesses. Robert Henderson, tell me if they're on. Robert Henderson, who's a Ward 5 member, State Board of Education. Fraser O'Leary, Ward 4 member, State Board of Education. Ebony Rose Thompson, a Ward 7 representative on the State Board of Education and also president of the board, and I'll call her first. Ben Williams, Ward 1 member, State Board of Education. Ann Herr, who's Senior Director of School Development and Accountability with the DC Charter School Alliance. Caroline Pryor, who's a lead organizer with Empower Ed. Gracie Obushewitz, who's Director of Educator Wellness at Empower Ed. Not writing any of this down. What did I just call Gracie? Hannah Mason, Senior Education Research Analyst at DC Policy Center. Carrie Savage. Yes. Tiara Hudson with Empower Ed. Happen to know Carrie Savage is with PAVE. And Regina Bell, who's listed as a public witness, but I know she's with WTU. I will start with Ebony Rose Thompson. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon, good evening, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council and staff. My name is Ebony Rose Thompson, and I'm the President and Ward 7 representative to the DC State Board of Education. I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of the State Board to provide testimony on teacher and principal retention. Since 2018, the State Board has been a leading voice on the issue of teacher retention. We have published reports, convened focus groups, conducted surveys, and launched advocacy efforts. In 2021, we even introduced Bill 24-0355, the Statewide Data Warehouse Amendment Act, which is aimed to increase the transparency of the data on educator retention and enable leaders in the district to create root cause solutions. In 2024, our Educator Excellence Committee was established to work on the issues that affect educators' ability to achieve excellence in their craft. A key focus of the DC State Board's advocacy on teacher retention has been to promote the availability of better and more accessible teacher data, including demographics, attrition rates, and vacancies. We commend the Office of the State Superintendent for Education for enhancing its data collection and public sharing of teacher and staff data. While this progress is commendable, further efforts are needed to ensure timely access to educator data. We also continue to advocate for qualitative data, such as universal exit surveys across all sectors, to help understand why teachers leave their positions, schools, the District of Columbia, or the teaching profession entirely. Our previously released research and reports have pointed to impact, poor social and emotional well-being, burdensome workloads, and lack of support as some of the primary reasons for departure. In October 2023, the State Board released its Teacher Retention Crosswalk and Analysis, which compares the statewide Data Warehouse Assessment Act of 2021 and Educator Retention for Student Success Act of 2023 with OSSE's 2022 DC Educator Workforce Report. We are aware that OSSE recently released the 2024 Educator Workforce Report, and we look forward to reviewing and hearing more about it. The State Board's crosswalk includes the following recommendations for collaborative next steps. Ensure that all local education agencies, including public charter schools, are included in all aspects of legislation on teacher retention. Identify which teaching positions have the most vacancies and what state-level intervention could be enhanced or implemented to reduce them. Take measures to reduce job creep in teachers. Job creep is when a professional is gradually asked to take on responsibilities outside of their day-to-day job requirements. Consider perspectives from school leaders and others responsible for hiring and retaining teachers. These recommendations reflect the testimony the State Board has received over the years regarding educator retention. During a 2023 panel on educator growth and development, a panelist highlighted some of the gaps in DC's existing teacher evaluation policies. For example, there are no requirements that struggling teachers be offered improvement plans, which could result in more teachers quitting. Several teachers also provided testimony at our September 2024 public meeting. Their testimony highlighted the need for effective communication and support from administrators, the importance of meaningful professional development that is not just compliance-based, and the dire need to ensure teachers' well-being and mental health are prioritized. The State Board will continue to engage in these hearings, and we look forward to decisive action from the Council. We ask the Council to review our crosswalk and analysis and leverage the State Board's expertise in community connection as we work together to retain more teachers. While our crosswalk is focused on teachers, we also seek to discuss how to care for, support, and retain principals across the districts. I want to thank the Chairman and Council for this time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, President Thompson. Robert Henderson.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson. I am testifying in my individual capacity as Ward 5 member of the State Board of Education, and I am not representing the views of the board as a whole. Over the past several years, I've tried to learn what I can about how to improve student learning in DC. What I've learned so far is that there's not any one single thing that we need to do, but many. And we need both the people to implement them and the policies and systems to equip and enable them to do so. One of the more helpful books I've discovered in this pursuit is Karen Chenoweth's Districts That Succeed. In it, she highlights several essential factors for successful schools and districts, including the importance of stable and continuous leadership. Stability in school leaders and teachers who can commit to, learn, and faithfully implement programs, interventions, and positive school culture is not sufficient for student success. The quality and the effectiveness of those efforts matter too, but it is nearly impossible for students to succeed without that stability. In addition to stability, teachers need time, support, and security to plan, to grow, to do their jobs well, and for their jobs to be sustainable. That's why I support, among other things, citywide induction policies for early career teachers for the first 3 years at minimum, including mentorship programs, permanent substitutes, continued funding for educator wellness on a 4-year timeline if possible, and flexible scheduling. Like other states, we should require all teachers to complete an exit survey. Currently, only DCPS teachers do. I hope that soon the council can address the DCPS evaluation system, which teachers in that sector have indicated is a significant driver of turnover and, disqualifyingly enough, produces racially disparate outcomes, or in other words, is racist. We should also make every effort to ensure that required tasks and professional development are worth the time of the teachers, and to do that, we need to evaluate them and most of all solicit and incorporate teacher feedback on what is and what is not worth their time. We need to do more to support our teachers and leaders in schools with the greatest need. In her 2018 report on teacher attrition for the state board, Mary Levy found that schools with the highest percentage of at-risk students in both sectors tended to have the highest rates of teacher turnover. In addition to encouraging student and educator stability, as Scott Goldstein noted earlier, our system concentrates high-need students. We should both try to deconcentrate need and allocate resources to equitably support higher-need schools, and we need to do that at a much greater scale. I will note that the DME's adequacy study recommended increasing the at-risk weight and adding a weight for highest-need students with disabilities. Imagine the difference for a teacher in a classroom with 15 of 20 students who need extra help, and one in a classroom with 5 of 20 students who need extra help. The latter situation is much more manageable and sustainable for a teacher. Chairman, you have asked what government can do. I also hope that in the future, OSSI and the State Board of Education will pass an accountability framework that de-emphasizes testing relative to the current system. For example, Councilmember Parker, it could include school climate, thus freeing school leaders to think differently about how teachers use time and pursue what is most rewarding and educational for them and for their students. Thank you again for your attention to this issue. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Mr. O'Leary.
Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening, council members. I am Fraser O'Leary, the Ward 4 member on the State Board of Education, and these opinions are my own. I am grateful and saddened to present this testimony on the topic of teacher retention. I am grateful because I know how important our teachers are and how this issue should be at the forefront of the council and the mayor's education agenda. And I am saddened because the issue of teacher retention has been a critical problem for our schools for over 2 decades, and the numbers have unfortunately not changed. After I was elected in 2018, I headed a teacher retention committee aided by tremendous research by the late Mary Levy, and was able to publish a survey detailing why nearly 1/5 of our teacher workforce were leaving our schools. 6 years later, that hasn't changed. Before I was elected to the State Board of Education, I testified in front of the board about mentorship of new teachers and its importance. Currently, there are no concrete plans to address this necessary tool that helps our new teachers want to become veterans. Before I began my career as an English teacher at Garner-Patterson Junior High School, I was a student teacher there for a semester. I mention that now because at a recent State Board of Education public meeting, I asked a panel of DC teachers to raise their hands if they had been student teachers before they started teaching, and not one hand was raised. I was stunned. Being trained as a student teacher by a veteran teacher, Britannia Capers, meant everything to me when I started teaching. During my career, I was able to be a cooperating teacher for at least a dozen student teachers. Most of them became DC teachers. 2 of them became my colleagues at Cardozo. When I started teaching, I was supported by the school administration and a cohort of veteran teachers who allowed me to grow as a professional. There's a critical need to change the mindset of our education leaders about mentorship. If you ask teachers in our public and charter schools who have become successful, I will guarantee that they didn't do it on their own. We need mentorship programs for our new teachers in all our LEAs, and we need them now. It is imperative that the mayor and our education advisors recognize that we have a problem and do everything they can do to solve it. Providing mentors for our new teachers so they can become rooted members of our educational community is a major step in solving our teacher retention problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. Ben Williams.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Ben Williams, and I am a current DCBS teacher, a former public charter school teacher, and the Ward 1 representative on the DC State Board of Education. I'm pleased to be here today in my capacity as the Ward 1 representative to provide testimony on principal and teacher retention. Last week, I attended the National Association for State Boards of Education conference in Louisville, Kentucky. At multiple sessions and in the keynote address, national experts reiterated that states should be focused on 2 main issues of the day in education. 1, attendance for students, and 2, retaining educators. The conference also emphasized that every district should have a district-wide strategy for building a principal pipeline. Membership and cohort models across the country have been proven successful for giving new principals the support they need. This is an area that I believe DC can grow tremendously. My remarks today will focus on the themes of data, certification, school culture, and the importance of teaching expertise. With data, we need better and more timely data on our teacher workforce. Chairman, this is something that you had asked, what can the council do? This is something that can be done. In late September, OSSI published new educator workforce data with significant delay, meaning that the detailed school-by-school retention data released last month represents retention data from the 2022-2023 to 23-24 school year and not this upcoming school year. We heard 20 minutes ago from the Union Academy that they know their data from this past school year, and other LEAs know this data too, and this is an area we can do much better. Schools reported their data to OSSI in October of 2023, and it was not released to the public until late September of this year, a full year later. This hampers any LEA's ability or any system-wide efforts to know who's teaching in schools and what support schools need. We must do better. Now that we have this data, what does it say? Here are some things that stood out to me. These themes have been reiterated throughout the evening, so I'll just underscore 2 things. 24 DC public charter schools across 11 LEAs had retention rates at only 50% or below. Additionally, 27 LEAs, all charter, had overall retention rates below 65%. We need universal exit surveys for both sectors to gain a comprehensive data set on why educators are leaving the classroom. OSSI should also conduct a thorough review of education certification requirements and potential barriers for Latino educators, of which is a great need in Ward 1, to minimize the transfer process for education credentials and experience from abroad. What else does this data mean and what else should be done? There are large disparities of retention rates across LEAs, and we need to move forward with what's working and what's not by looking at both new teachers and veteran teachers in different ways. Representative O'Leary highlighted the need for mentorship and induction programs, and I strongly support that approach. The State Board of Education is looking into best practices for supporting new teachers with induction standards, and we will continue to keep the council informed of what practices can be implemented and scaled to support our school communities. In the meantime, our city needs to act on what we already know needs changing, particularly impact. Impact should be overhauled and replaced with a system of peer evaluation and review similar to Montgomery County. Councilmember Fruman asked earlier, how can this be done? The answer is simple. We just need the political will to do so. We need a task force that has teeth if DCPS doesn't come to the table to ensure that there's a good faith effort first to get this done. And if not, that the council is able to repeal the law and make sure that we move forward with improving the evaluation system. Personally, as a nationally board certified teacher, if we are serious about promoting teacher growth and expertise, we would pay educators to obtain national board certification. This 3-year process for me was hands down the most transformative development that I've received as a teacher. More generally, research on national board certification shows an additional 2 months of additional learning for students and has a greatest impact on lower income students and students of color. Now is the time to act with urgency to support and improve our education profession. As a country and as a city, we should have learned that we've already heard the canary in the coal mine on this issue. It's not too late to act, but we must have the seriousness, willingness, and urgency from our education agencies and political leaders to do so effectively. Thank you for listening to my testimony, and I'm happy to continue partnering with the council to improve principal and teacher retention.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I've lost my witness list. I'll find it. Ann Herr. And good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Ann Herr, and I'm a senior director at the DC Charter School Alliance and a longtime resident of Ward 1. I'd like to start by thanking the council for continuing to elevate the topic of teacher and principal retention. Student success depends on schools staffed by thriving professionals, and this is one of the DC Alliance's core policy priorities. On a positive note, as you've already heard, DC Bilingual Public Charter School was recently named a National Blue Ribbon School. DC Bilingual's 83% teacher retention rate is a significant factor in their success. We are also heartened by the recent increase in teacher and principal retention in the city. Teacher retention rose from 71 to 74% in the 2023-24 school year, and principal retention increased from 74 to 78% in the same period. This is good news, but we face continued challenges post-pandemic. Educators feel pushed to their limits, overwhelmed by the needs of students and the stresses of their jobs. We must redouble our efforts to make teaching attractive, leaning into what our schools say works, like offering competitive pay, focusing on wellness, and providing flexibility in schedules and structures. Competitive compensation packages are absolutely necessary to retaining and recruiting high-quality educators. The council and administration's approval of a 12.4% increase in the FY25 UPSFF level enabled teacher compensation to remain competitive. We're pleased to confirm that every charter school developed, implemented, and publicly posted teacher pay scales. And we can also report that the median salary for first-year charter educators is over $64,000, comparable to the DCPS scale. We congratulate DCPS teachers on their tentative WTU agreement. As the council considers funding this agreement, equitable funding must also be provided for charter teachers by putting funding for teacher salaries through the funding formula in FY26 and beyond. Attention to teacher wellness is critical to teacher retention. The DC Alliance is proud to partner with OSSI on this thanks to a SOAR grant. Our project, Staff and Educator Wellness and Positive Culture, is grounded in research and directly addresses urgent LEA feedback identified in our 2024 needs assessment. The cost of housing makes it hard for teachers to live in the DC communities where they work and is one of the top barriers all DC schools face in recruiting and retaining teachers. We urge the council to do more to provide relief. For example, to consider initiatives that would reinvigorate downtown to include workforce housing for educators. Lastly, schools need flexibility to address staff needs and institute innovative benefits and structures. For example, charter school leaders have used autonomy to allow virtual work on Fridays. Monument Academy's retention rate of 89% in school year 2023-24 is directly tied to flexible schedules and their deep focus on staff wellness through their partnership with Georgetown Wise. We're heartened to see incremental improvement in retention rates, but we all need to stay focused on strategic planning to ensure a healthy pipeline of teachers and principals and strong retention in our schools. We are grateful to the council for its ongoing attention to this urgent issue. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Herr. Caroline Pryor.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Caroline Pryor, and I'm the lead organizer at Empower Ed. If you were to ask students and families in our choice landscape what keeps them at school, almost all of them will tell you that they love the community and the people who attend or work in those schools. For educators, it's much the same. In a field where someone is always hiring, educators stay at their school for love of the students and love of the staff. But you'll hear many of our educators today share a heart-wrenching dilemma. What happens when you love your students, but the working conditions at the school make it nearly impossible to stay? If you show up to work purely for your students with an otherwise empty tank, it becomes a race to see whether you can continue being your best for them before you become completely depleted. At Empower Ed, our work is about creating teacher-designed solutions that can head off this awful choice. My colleagues will share many of those today, but there are 4 that I want to hone in on in my testimony. First, educators are consistently sent the message that they must fill every gap a student experiences, and you've heard this as well from the charter panel before us. We want to, but this is difficult with high caseloads, low resources, and even less time. That's why community schools are schools educators love to teach in. When it is not on you to research local clinics and services on top of your other duties, you can rest easier knowing that there's a network of people caring for your students and your families. Whether providing food access, health access, exciting programming, legal counsel, or mentoring programs, community schools take the lift off of teachers while serving students holistically. Next, we collect data on educator retention at the school level. We advocated for this data to be presented on the school report cards, but we also believe that we should dedicate earmarked funding, a retention fund, to schools which struggle heavily with educator retention. This funding can be used to implement flexible scheduling, which you've heard a lot about, bring in outside partners, or hire a wellness director or permanent substitutes to reduce staffing shortages. Third, we must invest in educator pipelines, which can fill critical gaps in our numbers. Always a small percentage, Black male educators are especially rare in younger grade levels, though they're an extremely necessary presence for young learners. Likewise, we need bilingual educators not only in our dual language schools, but across the city. As we consider ways to expand CTE options for students, we must also invest in vocational learning that gives students paraprofessional and childcare experiences while still in secondary school, so they can better build towards post-secondary careers as educators. Related to this point, my final suggestion is to establish clear guidelines and policies for mentoring novice teachers. Most educators who remain in the classroom, as you heard from Representative O'Leary, for the long haul had mentors who helped them gain intangible resources that make this career sustainable and successful. States such as Colorado, Connecticut, Iowa, and Virginia have either introduced or passed mentor policies for teachers. Minnesota even goes a step farther by proposing additional stipends to mentor teachers of color. We have so many options to support educators, and we can start with any of them, but we have to show that they are good faith investments in educators and therefore in our students. Educators want change and follow through. I hope you will consider some of these solutions, and I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Gracie Bushowitz.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm Gracie Obahovich. I'm the Director of Educator Wellness for Empower Ed, as well as a DC parent who is balancing Scout drop-off, which is why I'm in my car right now. So over the past 7 years, Empower Ed has been trusted by over 25 DC public and public charter schools to assist them in improving educator wellness. We are also two-time recipients of the OSSI Whole School Educator Wellness Grants. In my work, I speak with many school leaders about educator wellness. They're very concerned about the stress, burnout, and vicarious trauma they can recognize in their staff. These principals feel the weight of the pressure they need to put on educators to achieve academic results right now. They see the strain that comes from supporting students who are struggling with the myriad of academic, relational, and mental health deficits that are still lingering from COVID. The principals who can invest in a partnership with us tell us about the relief they feel knowing that Empower Ed will keep the emphasis on staff well-being. They know that Empower Ed's partnership with them will help them listen to and meaningfully respond to staff members' concern. Our attention to staff helps school leaders keep the emphasis on the academic results that schools need to maintain. When these partnerships work, they work really, really well. Because we focus on building internal capacity of staff members, we are working ourselves out of a job in 1 to 3 years. This capacity building is rich and necessary work. We train leadership teams to help them find a coherent and human-centered approach in their supervisory styles with teachers. We set up mentorship programs to support new educators who are particularly vulnerable to leaving the profession in the first couple of years. We beautify staff lounges so they become spaces for relaxation and stress relief. Our focus on sustainability is why our partnerships are so successful and why every school should have access to this kind of support that we offer. The principals who have received grant support from OSSI are so grateful that the service our city is providing to them and their teams. Unfortunately, not all principals have the fund to invest in staff wellness right now. Although many school leaders intuitively feel the best way to get long-term academic results is to invest in mental wellness for students and staff, the reality is that they know they need to spend their money on their most pressing academic concerns. But we all know that well-trained, well-cared for educators are the best tool we have to help students achieve. For this, OSSI can and should budget the Educator Wellness Technical Assistance Grants over the 4-year financial plan. This is a drop in the bucket compared to what the district spends on recruiting and retaining new educators, which is $25,000 per educator lost. Additionally, these grants also must be moved up in the calendar year to allow for full year partnerships. We need adequate time to understand the concerns of educators and to experiment with different methods. Relationships are essential to creating the necessary school culture changes, and relationships take time. Investing for at least 1 year in an enduring educator wellness system within a school is a necessity. My years of supporting educators have really disproved the stereotypical notion of a stressed out educator who doesn't know how to practice self-care. Teachers really do know how to take care of themselves. They don't need another seminar teaching them tips and tricks. What they need are people who are actively problem solving and clearing their path for their self-care to actually happen. It's up to the council to actually invest in the process and fund this low-cost, effective way of supporting and retaining educators. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hannah Mason.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Hannah Mason, and I'm the Senior Education Research Analyst of the Education Policy Initiative at the DC Policy Center, an independent think tank focused on advancing policies for a growing, vibrant, and compelling DC. Today, my testimony will focus on how teacher retention rates in DC are on par with other similar urban areas and where DC should focus on teacher retention by subject and specialization, especially given the potential impact on student achievement. Urban districts tend to have a lower teacher retention than other areas. In school year 21-22, for example, teacher turnover was the highest, 12 to 14% urban districts, high poverty districts, and districts serving predominantly students of color. One study across 9 large urban school districts showed that between October 2022 and October 2023, schools serving greater numbers of students experiencing poverty lost 29% of their teachers. Additionally, 39% of teachers who moved between school year 22-23 and 23-24 moved to a school within the same district with fewer students living in poverty. DC had teacher retention rates in school year 23-24 on par with surrounding districts while serving a similar share of economically disadvantaged students. Overall, 83% of DC teachers were retained in DC. In Baltimore, 83% of teachers were retained and 72% of students were identified as economically disadvantaged. Teacher retention is important for many reasons, in part because it means schools have to hire educators to replace any who leave every year. And some subjects or specializations are harder to hire than others. Special education teachers, for example, have the highest vacancy rates in the fall at 8% in the fall of 2023, for example, and the second lowest percent of teachers returning to the same role, same school, and same grade band by subject at 63%. 61% of CTE teachers return at the lowest rate. In math and ELA, less than 70% of teachers are returning. It is slightly harder to hire for math teachers than ELA teachers at 4% of positions remaining vacant by the fall. English as a second language teacher are more likely to return at 74%, with 74% returning. Pandemic recovery and achievement has also been tough in some of these subjects areas, especially math and for students with disabilities. DC should focus retention efforts to recruit and retain these teachers in these high-need subjects and train up new ones. For example, implementing the proposed Mathematics Education Improvement Act is a starting point to ensure research-based curriculum and intervention for struggling students is provided to schools, and a catalog of professional development and resources that focuses on foundational content knowledge is available. In addition to addressing teacher retention rates by subject and specialization, there are important differences by student groups. In general, Black and Latino students are disproportionately taught by inexperienced and uncertified teachers. This is especially important because teacher retention rates tend to be lower in higher poverty schools, which serve more vulnerable populations. By focusing on teacher retention by subject group, in addition to subject and specialization, DC can continue improving our education systems and strengthen outcomes for all students. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Carrie Savage.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, council members, and council staff. My name is Carrie Savage, and thank you so much for holding today's hearing on the important topic of teacher and principal retention and the opportunity to testify. Educators hold a unique power and responsibility. They are key to unlocking our students' limitless potential, building strong relationships with families, and finding new and innovative ways to support our school communities. I know this firsthand as a former sixth grade language arts teacher and now as the Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy at PAVE. The task of an educator is to help students fall in love with learning, to feel like they belong and are cared for, and to provide excellent instruction that will build students' skills, knowledge, and experience so they are prepared for the world after graduation. Educators largely get to great at doing all of those things with time, and time in the same school environment. That time results in stronger relationships. Students and families trust people they already know, whether from experience with an older sibling or collaborative work throughout the school. This improves student and parent engagement and overall school connectedness, all necessary conditions for student success. You'll hear more on this from PAVE parent leader Ana Rodriguez later in the hearing. Also results in stronger school teams, much of what you've heard about today. Inherently, we feel more comfortable with and trust the people working around us with more time. We are more likely to generate new ideas, to leverage each other's strengths, and to give honest, constructive feedback to push each other to be better. When educators stay at the same school, we foster more efficient and effective collaboration, leading to better student outcomes. Fortunately, recent data from OSSE shows that our retention rates are increased in recent years, but still we know we have more to do to improve. And to do so, I recommend focusing on the following areas. First, equitable school funding across sectors. Funding both sectors adequately and equitably helps all school systems to offer competitive salaries, especially so teachers can afford to live in the district alongside the communities they serve, to provide leadership opportunities, to meaningfully celebrate great work, to create safe and supporting learning environments with the resources educators need to refine their craft and deliver great instruction, and to provide wraparound supports to students and prevent teachers from being overburdened as they already wear so many hats. Next is to focus on safety in and around schools. There are strong connections between school safety and safe passage and educator retention. Educators say they are more likely to stay in a school where they feel safe both on and off campus, and that confronting the trauma that often neighborhood violence inflicts on their students and families may cause them to leave their site or the profession. Investments in safe passage and school and community safety can go a long way to retaining educators in their schools. And lastly, we need to consider educator attendance. We rightfully focus on students' attendance as a critical precursor to learning. A connected and important factor is educator attendance, but which we don't have great data. When adults are absent from work, learning gets interrupted, and this can set a poor example for students. As we think about retaining educators year after year, we must also focus on ensuring that they are well and able to regularly attend school and addressing any root causes or issues that may prevent that from being the case. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today on this critical topic, and we are here to work in partnership with students, families, schools, and community organizations and policymakers to build the education system each of our kids deserves. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Savage. Tiara Hudson.
Hello, my name is Tiara Hudson. I am an educator from Ward 6, and I'm here testifying with Empower Ed. I am in education because it is fulfilling to foster young children's early development. By age 5, we have all developed our core personality. With much love, I am able to shape our young learners' self-esteem and problem-solving skills. I'm a pre-K4 lead teacher for a public charter school. Today, I'm here to discuss what steps the city can take to retain educators like me. Teacher retention is important to me because more often than not, children receive the brunt of this choice. This leaves students and families anxious and worried if their child's new teacher will provide the same level of care and comfort. Novice teachers may feel unsupported, whereas the seasoned teachers would like to stay but ultimately feel overwhelmed and underpaid. Each time I left a school district, I was forced out because of unlivable wages as well as a fuzzy work-life balance. I have seen quality educators leave mid-year repetitively, and the looming question is, if you can count on me to deliver quality education, why must I have to fight for equitable treatment? 79% of teachers in DCPS were retained at the same school compared to 69% in public charter schools. However, 1 in 4 teachers left their classrooms between the 2022-2023 and 2023-2024 school years. In order to support teacher retention, I have a few ideas to present. 4 at minimal mental health days in conjunction with our paid time off has been pivotal in championing through a challenging school year. Flexible scheduling, which I have benefited from, and permanent substitutes, which I haven't, would make a huge impact on all educators. By all teachers having all 3 options, it will promote a harmonious work environment that doesn't feel stifling. Education is sure to have challenges, but what are challenges without the support you need to feel motivated to see it through? It is vital that the DC Council listens to teachers and builds educator retention solutions. My local education agency drew me to my current school because of their quality curriculum as well as their master program, which ultimately fostered me to be the quality instructor I am today. I'm a veteran teacher with 10 years of experience across various job roles, and I implore you to ask yourself, would you want a teacher who's just there to receive the bare minimum, or a teacher rooted in their purpose who delivers quality education but wants flexibility? I'm speaking for myself and many of my peers who fell in love with education but are ultimately reconsidering their stance because of inequitable situations. Mental health days, flexible scheduling, and permanent substitutes are just the beginning of educator retention solutions. Thank you for your time and consideration of my testimony. I am available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Regina Bell.
Good evening, Chairman. I am Regina Bell, General Vice President of the Washington Teachers Union. I'd like to start by thanking the Council for supporting the WTU in our efforts to secure a contract. We hope that as soon as the Council receives the CBA, it will be voted on without delay. There was a time when some of you or your children were in DCPS when teachers spent their entire career at one school. This provided stability to students and created a community and a warm and welcoming school culture with annual traditions like a Halloween parade, school musical, and field day. When a school loses 70% of its teachers every 5 years, there is little sense of tradition or community. The success of our fragile American democracy depends on the competency of its citizens. Preserving democracy requires an educated population that can understand political and social issues and will participate in civic life, vote wisely, protect their rights and freedoms, and resist tyrants, and demagogues. At one time, those were the pillars of our public education. More recently, the goal has become to provide a high-quality education for all. In DCPS, this has resulted in excessive and high-stakes testing and a repressive teacher evaluation system. In many schools, students need to make exponential gains in reading and math in order for teachers to receive a 4 in their tasks, teacher-assessed student achievement data rubric. Learning has resumed at the same pace as before the pandemic, so it's puzzling why DCPS thinks it's possible to hurry up and learn. Even music and art teachers have to show growth in writing for their tasks. Principals' evaluations are also tied to these task goals. Teachers have not been given any input. These goals are not attainable, and they're contributing to teacher, principal, and student stress. The council took away the right of the teachers' union to negotiate their evaluation system. That gave DCPS free rein to create and implement its own system. Despite its claim that it is an anti-racist school district, the AU study reported that DCPS's evaluation system is racist and biased against Blacks and Latinos. For the most part, this system is not used to evaluate and grow teachers, but to punish them. Teachers have no recourse if they get an evaluation they don't agree with. The high-stakes testing and punitive evaluation system is not benefiting students, teachers, and it is contributing to teacher burnout and attrition. The council can stem the tide by requiring DCPS to work with the WTU to create a fair and equitable evaluation system. This will go a long way in retaining teachers. Teacher turnover doesn't just disrupt learning, it chips away at the foundation of trust and consistency we work so hard to build with our students. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. I have just a couple of questions. I've asked previous panels what the council can do, and I'm kind of reluctant to be looking at laws, and the council is not the one to be adopting curricula or whatever. President Thompson, Ebony Rose Thompson, you closed your statement by saying, "We also look forward to decisive action from the council." What is that?
So at the state board, we know the council has considered, I guess, a couple different approaches. I would point to the teacher retention crosswalk in particular. I think one of the things that we think is lower hanging fruit at the state board is more transparency and decisive, especially requirements around data collection that crosses all sectors. We can't possibly get the answer to the problem right if we don't have good data on it. So I would point the council to the teacher retention crosswalk because there are a couple of pieces of legislation that we looked at across the board, and there are some holes, I would say.
So you're referring to the proposal that the board submitted to the council?
I'm referring to the proposal the board submitted to the council, which was the data warehouse bill. I'm also referring to the more recent teacher retention crosswalk, where we looked at the bills that were on educator wellness. We looked at, goodness, I think it was 3 different bills that we worked on in conjunction with your office. I'll look at Representative O'Leary or Henderson if there's something I'm missing that has also come out of the committee. But those are the items that I can answer as far as the board has looked at as a whole.
Sure. All right, I have one other question. Ms. Pryor, can you say a little bit more about the community schools? You said community schools are schools educators love to teach in. I didn't actually look at data, retention data for community schools. Did you?
So that phrase comes from our educators who have taught in community schools. We also had at our Teacher Voice Festival, which I know you attended, we had a number of people who have been participants, either students or educators in community schools, that have sent in some postcards to you all that you should be receiving as well. But I think generally there's a lot of good data. LPI has a whole crosswalk, I believe, on community schools as well. And we know from the coalition that we were able to assemble, we know as well from the school partners that frequently work with community schools that it works, that it is a really adequate support for a lot of educators and students as well. And we do as well have a teacher here who has taught in a community school who will be testifying later on the subject too.
Well, I like community schools. There are a lot of good things about them, but this is a hearing on retention.
Yes.
And so my curiosity here is whether we actually see in data or statistics, we do use that word data a lot, whether we see in statistics a correlation between retention and community schools.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something we can look into. I think as well that the impact of community schools, we know from examples in Maryland as well, take a couple of years for that impact to fully manifest. And so that's definitely something that we can keep an eye on in the future years.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you all. Thank you all for your testimony. And we actually have statements from all of you. So thank you for that as well. And for your patience and willingness to be here at 7 o'clock at night. So you all are excused. And I'm going to turn to the next group of witnesses. Elizabeth Weiss. Rachel Hargraves. Dylan Craig. Sarah Buckley, who's committee chaired Amadon Bowen PTA. Kara Chavone. She's not testifying. Regina Crudup with Empower Ed. Armand Cuevas with Empower Ed. And Jeanette Planter with Empower Ed. You are Jordan Doherty. Ange Perko. Tori Jones. Anna Klubeck. Longchun Zhang. These are all educators with Empower Ed. Sophia Barata. You don't see her online because she's in person. Oop, we have 4 people. I'm going to call some other names. If they're in person, then we'll stop. Alphonse Prince. Oh, then we stopped. You'll be next. Miss Weiss, you're up, and good evening.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Elizabeth Weiss. I'm a math educator for Brown Education Campus in Ward 5. In 2022, after almost 15 years in the classroom, I found myself sitting in my doctor's office, exhausted and burned out. I asked my midwife for a note to start maternity leave early because I was burned out. I almost left teaching, feeling unsupported and without the resources I needed to help kids succeed in math. In fact, I did leave the classroom that year, but I didn't leave teaching. I returned to DCPS as a coach to provide the support I wish I'd had. Now, as a coach, I work with a second-year teacher who is learning quickly and shows so much potential. She's already a fantastic teacher. The students of DC can't afford to lose her the way they almost lost me. What can the council do to keep Miss Welton? Use the Schools First and Budgeting Act to make sure our schools are fully funded. I want to express my gratitude to the DC Council for your continued advocacy and commitment to the Schools First and Budgeting Act. Over the past 2 years, your efforts have saved hundreds of teacher jobs, and this law is critical for ensuring that our schools remain fully staffed and stable. However, despite the council's best efforts, the model that determines school funding needs to be reassessed. It must prioritize the actual needs of schools before funding central office positions. Schools in DC, especially those serving our most vulnerable students, should not be asked to do more with less. We need to do more. We need more to do more. And this is the key to making teaching in DC sustainable. In the problem-solving conversations we have with our cluster support team, the solutions almost always sound like this. Fix attendance by creating a walking school bus. Saturday school. More planning meetings, more data meetings. Track more data. Fix a lack of teacher expertise by conducting more professional learning. What do all of these suggestions have in common? They're all great ideas that teachers would love to implement if they could, but they are all additional tasks for teachers to add to their already full plates. They all push the bar farther and farther past the 40-hour teacher work week. How can we take the things off the plates of our overburdened teachers? Schools must be fully staffed with mental health professionals, special education teachers, substitutes, interventionists, and coaches. This doesn't mean just filling vacancies. It means funding additional positions based on the needs of the schools. This ensures that teachers can focus on their primary responsibilities, reducing the risk of burnout and allowing them to complete their work within a 40-hour week. Finally, we must prioritize high-quality professional development by partnering with local universities and teacher-approved PD vendors to offer continuing education opportunities. Teachers must have access to advanced degrees, certifications, and PD that aligns with their personal growth areas and must be compensated for by completing these programs. Professional learning is essential, but it can't be just another thing added to the already long list of responsibilities for our overburdened teachers. Fully funding schools is not just about reducing teacher turnover. It's about making the teaching profession sustainable and showing our students, as well as the teachers who dedicate so much of their lives to them, that we value their work, respect their well-being, and are committed to creating an environment where they can thrive without sacrificing their personal health or professional growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weiss. Rachel Hargreaves, I think, is not here. What? Dylan Craig, who's online. Mr. Craig.
Good evening, DC Council members. I'm Dylan Craig, a Ward 4 resident and teacher at Garnett-Patterson State Opportunity Academy. When I first came to the district, I leaned on experienced DCPS teachers. But sadly, when we have heavy turnover, we lose the institutional knowledge and experience that comes with longevity. However, educators don't leave because they're undedicated. They leave because they feel overworked and undervalued. This has been documented already, including in the multiple teacher retention reports released by the DC State Board of Education. But still, here are a few solutions I see as incredibly important. First, we need to finalize our contract. Constantly working on an expired contract and the low morale that indefinitely being in the negotiating process creates cannot be overstated. Creates a culture of confusion and disrespect. So I'm happy that we reached a finish line for our tentative agreement, but I hope to see the contract ratified by the council expeditiously. Second, the impact evaluation system does not breed growth and accountability, but puts both teachers and their administrators in toxic relationships when an evaluator has so much power over a teacher's employment and even their finances for that year. Even the most capable administrators and the most teachable educators are going to feel tension when they know how precarious the score of developing makes their job, and after as few as only one 30-minute pop-it evaluation, or how much harder off they'll be financially when they're only a couple points shy of a large bonus and a step increase. Even the most reasonable teacher is going to resent the process, and even the most gracious and hardworking administrator is going to be stuck with a punitive tool that could be weaponized or seen as weaponized, and again, resent the process and hurt teacher growth. Instead, merit pay money could be used to significantly raise both the floor and the ceiling of our salaries, and we could have an evaluation system that is focused on collaboration, honesty, and growth, not precarity and competition. A better evaluation system is possible with the input of educators, but for educators to truly work with DCPS for a better way forward, the DC Council needs to change the law and allow WTU to negotiate the evaluation process. Third, we need to end mayoral control. We're the only district in the country where the mayor appoints the chancellor and the state superintendent of education, extremely limiting democratic inputs and checks and balances. When the State Board of Education has limited power and principals and teachers have limited job security, educators in the community can often feel voiceless and trapped when trying to find the correct avenues for advocacy. The DC Council becomes the de facto school board with the wide array of responsibilities of the council and the superintendent not working for the council. The governance and the ability for the community to hear data and give input is not nearly as comprehensive as if we had an empowered school board. Mayoral control hurts community voice and throws data into question when the accountability measures aren't there, and there are a number of examples of data scandals since mayoral control. Finally, there are plenty more school-based solutions I don't have time to discuss, such as smaller class sizes, less testing, and not having extra work thrown at teachers each year for initiatives that end up being abandoned for the next. But I also want to recognize the stress teachers face when the outside community faces stress. Schools are powerful, but they are not a panacea for all community struggles like they're often made out to be. We need policies that help students and educators live comfortably outside of school, policies that might not always appear to have a direct relation to school, but help students and teachers bring their best selves. These policies could help both students and teachers afford to buy housing in the district, have access to food, and live in safe communities. Again, I wish to see educators who have grown roots within their community and have grown their practice with the district that values and supports them. And I truly believe DCPS can be that district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Craig. I believe Sarah Buckley is not here. Regina Crudrup, I believe, is not here. Armand Cuevas.
Hello, everyone. My name is Armand Cuevas. I currently live in Ward 1. I'm going to paint a little picture of the timeline of education. So I've been a teacher. This is year 12 for me. So 5 years in a Ward 5 DCPS high school from 2017 to 2022. And that last year, 2021 to 2022, was the hardest school year of my life. And for my own mental health, I just had to stop teaching. The schedule was unrelenting. We were coming off virtual school year, and I felt like I had less and less time to do a good job, and I had larger class sizes and so much like turmoil from that virtual school year. So then that following year, I served as an admin, and I did really miss the classroom. So the past 2 years, I've been teaching at 2 different schools. So a charter school last year, and I'm back in DCPS now. And now that I'm seeing that gap and seeing, having impact and not having impact, or working in a school that had virtual Fridays and not virtual Fridays, those 2 things really stand out to me: impact and flexible scheduling. So in the charter schools that didn't have impact, the way they evaluated teachers and staff was just a lot more fair, and staff did not feel like it was very punitive. We had check-ins, we had meetings, we set goals, and it was all about growth. And there was a rubric we used called the Danielson rubric, but that was pretty much it. Now that I'm back in DCPS, I feel like I'm spending so much time like, all right, I got to do my task goals. I got to do my CSC. I got to do IVF. I got to do these meetings and this observation, this. And I feel like I'm just spending way too much time when I should be focusing on just being a good teacher. And ideally, if you're a good teacher, it would reflect an impact. But I feel like a lot of people are fabricating things, and I don't want to do that. And I'm not going to do that. But I'm also like struggling to just understand how impact works again. As also, personal anecdotes aside, there's so many studies about how impact is racially biased against Black and Hispanic teachers. It's like top 3 reasons why people leave DCPS. So that combined with, personal anecdote, I really think we need to change impact, specifically DC Code 1-617.18, so that way we can collectively find a way to balance teacher accountability. Secondly, working at a school with virtual Fridays, and now that I'm back in like the Monday through Friday work week, I just feel a significant change in how I view the work week. I'm like dreading it by like Thursday. I'm like I'm over it. But thinking back to my last school year, I feel like not only was I more rejuvenated throughout every single week, the students were doing better. I feel like the students at my previous charter school kind of like went in like, all right, Thursday is like Friday. Friday, I'm still learning, but it's virtual. And Monday, they're like ready to learn. While at my new school, everyone's just kind of like tired, and like October feels so much more of a stretch than it was at my previous charter school. So as our teacher shortage worsens, we need to find ways to retain effective teachers, whether that be through changing impact or flexible scheduling.
Thank you. Anjanette Planner.
My name is Anjanette Planter, and I'm a science teacher from Ward 1. I am here to talk about teacher retention in Washington, D.C. Teacher support. Teacher support. Shall I say it again? Teacher support. This is one reason why teacher retention is a serious problem around our nation. No one wants to be working in an environment where they are not supported. There are over 4,000 teachers right now working in DC public schools, and I am sure none of us want to teach without being supported. There are different types of support. There is emotional support, which is listening actively to a teacher, being non-judgmental towards a teacher, and validating someone's feelings. There's affirmational support where positive feelings are sent out for encouragement. And there's tangible support, which is providing assistance to a teacher. If my feelings do not matter, then my thoughts do not matter. If my thoughts do not matter, then my voice does not matter. And this makes my voice as a teacher not matter. DCPS is a very distinguished school system to work for. Teachers on the outside of the DC public school area working would love to work inside of DCPS because of the huge support and resources that are found here. When a teacher comes from DCPS to teach, we soon notice that it's the same thing going on as other school districts. Fighting for resources, fighting for supplies, the same as other school districts. This is just very frustrating for a teacher. As a teacher in the District of Columbia, I have been here for the past 3 years. I've been at a school where every year I've taught, there's been change after change after change. I feel like I'm on a roller coaster from XQ to PBL to becoming initiatives. It is just an acronym of a roller coaster. DC is one of the prime states in the union. To be honest, I'm sure everybody wants to be a part of DC. Everyone believes that the grass is greener in DC public schools. Me coming from Atlanta, Georgia, the income and the real estate here is what makes a person want to be part of DC. Very rarely do they mention it is because they want to teach in DC public schools. People will ask me, what is it like teaching in DC public schools? I'll tell them it's great, but then I'll think to myself, well, it's the same as your district. Very little support, and everyone wants you to teach without the necessary funding. I love teaching in DCPS. I love the students of DC, but with no support on teacher resources and enough equitable supplies, and also the emotional support, that's the number one reason why teachers will leave these public schools. With the new initiative that's coming about in DC public schools, there should be appropriate and equitable funding for all teachers that will make the teacher become successful in their ward for the programming that is initiated. There should be paid trainings and ways to travel to different types of PDs, local and non-local, to teachers that become a better worker. The training should be ongoing. In conclusion, with the upcoming Becoming initiative being piloted to schools in DC, hopefully the sense of belonging and more support for teachers will be brought about to parents, teachers, and administrators, along with the students, so all can feel wanted and supported. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Jordan Doherty.
Hello. My name is Jordan Daugherty, and I'm an educator from Ward 4 and an Empower Ed Fellow. I'm in education because a vital education and relationship with school will provide you the tools to succeed no matter your life route. Our school community strongly emphasizes relationship building and the importance of partnership and accountabilities with families. As an educator, a family engagement liaison, a student events leader, I'm a living testament to the power of these values in our community. Today, I'm here to discuss what steps the city can take to retain educators like me. Teacher retention is necessary because the right teacher can create an exponential student growth. Look at schools that have significantly grown in literacy, science, and attendance, and have genuinely turned around their culture and morale and their data. You will find the connection in the building, and the bridges are the teachers. However, if we look at the data of schools that have slid backwards, you start to think, why did they lose that teacher and what happened? Can they retain their teachers? And what makes them keep losing that teacher that's making that instrumental change? As an educator, I wake up some mornings taking an over-hour commute and overwhelmed by low pay, but come in not only to be an educator, but a therapist, IT support, club coordinator, and more, as well as limited resources when budgets are getting smaller each year. Between that and the pay, it's all problematic. To provide for my students, I must sometimes fill out grant applications that are lengthy and daunting because schools are funded differently and teachers are not coming out of their pockets to provide. Teachers don't want to come out of their pockets to provide quality education. Rather than these demands, many of my colleagues ultimately have chose to leave the classroom and go into other professions. It's to maintain their peace, their health, and work sustainability. With the teaching profession, it's not currently compensating enough to keep sound mind and keep sensible teachers devoted. I'm not mad at the choices my colleagues have made, and I wish we could find solutions to make it better. Additionally, the following solutions would also help towards teacher retention, explicitly stating sick days can be used for mental health, creating mental health leave, as well as a universal exit ticket so that we can more explicitly address why teachers are leaving their buildings and keep it consistent so that all teachers are getting exit surveys. So we're getting to the root of the issue of why these incredible educators are leaving the classroom. It is vital that the DC Council introduce legislation over teacher retention. Please examine daily schedules, resources, budgets, accountability, incentives for families working in partnerships with school. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Doherty. Ange Perko.
Hello. Hi, my name is Ange Perko. My pronouns are they, them. I am a high school psychology, history, and special education teacher from Ward 4, and I am here testifying today with Empower Ed. And hello also to the school board members here. You have heard a little bit of what I am about to say before. I love my school. I have never had a better job or one that means more to me. Getting to help my kids and feel like I am actually making an impact in making the lives of students better every day is why I get up in the morning. And I work with some of the best teachers as well. My colleagues are supportive and understanding, and I cannot genuinely think of any fellow staff that they just care about making their kids' lives better. But right now I am struggling. I am struggling because demands on my time have shifted to the unreasonable and obscene. I am struggling because I see such a focus on test score numbers and data with no recognition of the many factors that goes into a child's score raising a single point. I see such a focus on standardization and easy numerical data to tell progress when I have my kids coming to me joking about how they're not going to be able to get their homework done at home tonight because the air conditioning and the electricity are shut off again because their parents can't afford the bills. You judge progress by test scores, and I have kids who aren't getting 3 square meals a day. I'm clearly a teacher who cares. Psychologically, I cannot tell you how damaging it is to go in day after day after day and try to tell these kids that scoring higher on a test matters when they are literally just struggling to survive. And that standardized test and all, like, that's where the budget money is being spent. And also, I have it easy. I'm just the teacher talking to them about their struggles. I don't have to survive them, and I don't know if I could survive what my kids do. Really. They are stronger than I can begin to speak to, and I am not alone. And I know there's so many teachers on the verge of breaking down because we can't keep standing here helpless, not able to help kids in the way that they need, in favor of, frankly, government wanting an easy way to judge kids' school success based on numbers of test scores that can no way impossibly reflect my kids. One of the best things we can do to support educators is to focus on a better wraparound support system for students and allow educators to focus on academic instructions. One of the best ways to do that is the community schools model. And I know that is education is not a business. We can't treat kids and teachers like commodities, like adjustable numbers. Like, to better support the well-being of our students, we got to support the better well-being of staff. So we're asking Mayor and City Council to make the Aussie Educator Wellness Grants part of the 4-year financial plan at $500,000 a year so that organizations can continue to partner with schools to support educator well-being and retention. I stand with Empowered Ed. I'm unfortunately out of time, but I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and I do have your statement. Hannah Klubik.
Hi, my name is Hannah Klubek, and I'm an elementary teacher from Ward 5, testifying with Empower Ed. I'm here today because I believe that teacher retention is not just an indicator of a successful school district, but a structural necessity. According to a study issued just last month titled Best and Worst States for Teachers in 2024, Washington, D.C. has the highest projected teacher turnover rate in the country, between 25 to 30% annually. This statistic, along with a number of other indicators of teacher friendliness, contributed to DC's low ranking on the list of best places to work for teachers, 26th out of 51. If DC is not a district where teachers in all 8 wards want to work and continue to work, do not expect it to be a place where students in all 8 wards want to learn. As discussed, retaining teachers is beneficial for countless reasons, but beyond its positive impact on student achievement, beyond the $5 to $6 million estimated, DCPS could reallocate at 20% turnover that is currently spent on recruitment, hiring, and training. Teacher retention is a necessity because retaining teachers retains teachers. Let me explain that through my own experience. In my first 3 years teaching in DCPS, not one of my partner teachers stayed. This was the sad reality for many teachers in my school and a reality our students grew to expect. At the end of every year, my students asked if I was going to stay or leave like their teachers the year before had. I did not want to be a part of this statistic. I loved my school, my students. I loved being in the classroom. But with so much turnover, every year felt like starting from ground zero. I was exhausted from constantly covering for vacancies and callouts during my planning period, not to mention fearful that my impact observations or scores might reflect my exhaustion. And I'm happy to answer questions about this and task scores. So in those most important first 3 years of teaching, when I needed support and mentorship, I was already completely burnt out. I was faced with an impossible decision. I could stay at a school where my energy was depleted, where I, like the students, had no consistency, but could maybe get one more year in before I burned out forever. Or I could leave my school, uprooting that consistency I'd worked so hard to create for my students in hopes that I could find another school that would provide me with the support I needed to stay in the classroom and grow as a teacher. When I decided to leave, the first thing I noticed about my new school was that I was working alongside teachers who have stayed in DCPS. More than veteran teachers, these are teachers who know DC and know our students. I'm learning from teachers who've been working in DC for over 20 years, who are or have been resource teachers and coaches and parents of DCPS students, who've gone to DC schools themselves and have endless mentorship to offer. While turnover is still a very pressing issue at my current school, we started the school year without a 4th grade, 5th grade, or music teacher. It showed me that being around teachers who have committed so much time to DCPS inspires others to stay and grow. What I thought could be my last year teaching was not. So as I said, retaining teachers retains teachers. After 6 years working in wards 8 and 5, I've absolutely loved my time in the classroom. They've made me a stronger and more resilient person. I built confidence in myself and built friendships and families that will last me a lifetime. But I've not always loved being a DCPS teacher. Working with educators across DC through Empower Ed has shown me that there are countless solutions being offered to address the very issues that have drained me. Please listen to those solutions today and continue to prioritize the lived experiences of the people who are working so hard to stay in your district, who do not want to leave, but who will without the support they need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Levesque. Sophia Barata.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia Barata. I teach at Henley Elementary. This is my 14th year teaching in DC schools. My 14th year teaching in city schools, 8th year with DCPS. Each year with DCPS seems to come with even more challenges than the year before. Teachers are leaving. And when asked about why they were leaving, there were many reasons teachers listed over the years. In one study, many teachers named poor working conditions and lack of autonomy in lower income schools. One issue that consistently comes up is impact. The billionaire-backed evaluation system has been found to have yielded limited, if any, progress in student achievement, according to Education Week. If the purpose of this system is to weed out ineffective teachers and improve schools with newly qualified and effective teachers, how have our standardized test scores not improved the way DCPS has hoped? What can we do? Let's start with the common complaint that teachers have: impact. This year, the instructional superintendents have selected many schools' task goals without any input from school staff. Some schools do not have any growth goals. This means that in order to be considered effective, nearly all students need to be on grade level at the conclusion of the year, regardless of whether or not they are 2 or more grade levels behind at the beginning of the year. Some schools require 80 to 9% proficiency. These are goals for teachers in schools in wards 7 and 8 with the biggest achievement gap in the district. This will result in many teachers who have been considered effective previously to be labeled as ineffective, according to the end of the year test results. Let's keep in mind that OSCE recently released data that 94% of DC teachers are rated effective on their evaluations. We will be losing effective teachers who tirelessly work in schools that have the most needs. Let's make impact a more teacher-oriented process with logical and attainable goals. Teachers often experience bias in observations. We can eliminate this problem by having outside observers who have taught and been trained in the necessary curriculums and programs to observe in their specialized grade and content area. This will help make teacher observations fair while creating feedback for teachers to grow in the areas of need. Proper support for teachers can also include coaches' feedback. To be a highly qualified and effective coach, which is not always the case in schools, one should be trained in the same programs teachers are in order to provide accurate and targeted support. Lastly, teachers often complain about the lack of autonomy. While in theory, DCPS encourages new ideas, such as the growing PSYOP protocol training, providing PDs on such things as project-based learning, the ability to implement these bold and engaging strategies requires support from both schools and district leaders. Teachers often spend time being told how to plan and teach. Our planning time is spent filling out district-required assessments and trackers. In a district filled with 49% effective teachers, let's provide teachers with the autonomy to plan and teach using these practices we know will help close the experience gap we see throughout the district. Until we fix these issues and ideally remove impact, teacher turnover will persist. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Barada. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I just have a couple of questions. The fact that I don't have more questions is partly a function of how many witnesses we have. Ms. Klubeck, so you started teaching in Ward 8 and now you're in Ward 5? And you're finding that the resources, that's not actually what you said, that the veteran teachers at the Ward 5 school that you're at are, it's just a much better experience.
I think our school is experiencing a lot of the same systematic issues. Teachers are similarly burnt out, and like I said, we had many vacancies at the start of the year. However, at my first school, turnover was kind of like the understood expectation. I was like considered one of the veteran teachers, and I had been there for 3 years. I had worked also assistant teaching a year before that. But at my current school, there are several teachers who have worked together for 20 to 30 years, and that drastically changes the school culture because you always have someone to go to. I feel like I have mentorship instead of kind of like grasping at loose straws to figure out my first few years teaching as I did prior.
Thank you. Mr. Cuevas. So I was curious about your testimony. So you've taught at DCPS, you've taught in a charter school, you went back to DCPS.
Mm-hmm.
And listening to your testimony, you loved being in a charter school without impact. You loved being in a charter school with flexible scheduling and virtual Fridays. You loved that there just seemed to be a better work environment. So why'd you go back to DCPS?
Great question. Sometimes I wonder if that was the right move, and I need to wait this school year out. I mean, the three biggest things was the school that I was working at was about to change for this school year, where they were going to take away a lot of planning time, and the school that I got hired at currently has a lot more planning time embedded. So that's one reason. Two, I mean, the DCPS pay scale is just much better, like, I'll be honest. So there was that. Three, I missed being part of a union. I would say those are the three main reasons. But I do notice my energy is much lower now. So sometimes I wonder if I want to go back one day. Oh, and I also, ethically, I support DC public schools more than charter schools. Sorry, that's a lot.
No, it's helpful. And that's actually why I asked. This was actually not so much a question, but a statement. So Regina Bell testified earlier about the contract, and Dylan Craig, in your testimony, you made a comment about seeing the contract ratified by the council expeditiously. I just want to be clear for the record. First of all, I think the council will support the contract. There's no question in my mind about that. The law is that collective bargaining agreement has to come to the council for approval. The law also says the council has to act within 30 days, 30 calendar days. It's virtually impossible for us to act on legislation within 30 days. Emergency bills, yes, we can, but a CBA is not an emergency bill. I do like to have hearings on collective bargaining agreements because I have learned over the years that sometimes what everybody agreed to is not actually what's in the document. And that's maybe more of a mistake than anything else, but it's just good to have a hearing. So I'm going to try to have a hearing as soon as we get the bill, which is the collective bargaining agreement. But the reality is that it will be deemed approved in 30 days. It just will be deemed approved in 30 days. And the council, it's virtually impossible for it to act sooner, but I think 30 days is pretty quick. So I'm just saying that for the record, that I expect it will be deemed approved. And hopefully we'll be able to fit in a hearing just to make sure that everybody's looked at the contract and it reflects the document and it reflects what everybody agreed to. And this will happen on our end, will happen quickly. That was a statement, not a question. I want to thank everyone for their testimony. And we still have about 50 witnesses left. So I'm going to turn to the next group. Thank you all. Alphonse Prince. Rosalind Lake. Dieter Lehman Morales. Excellent. Dominique Moore. Allison Rice. I see two people there just sitting down. You are? I'll stop there. Mr. Prince, you're first.
Good evening. My name is Alphonse Prince. I'm an educator from Ward 4 and an Empowered Ed Fellow. I'm a native Washingtonian from Ward 5 and attended DC Public Schools myself before graduating in 2000. I've been teaching since 2011, 2012, and have taught from middle school all the way to adults earning their GED. These years teaching have given me vast perspectives on teacher retention and the effect it has on schools and its students. The effects vary depending on where the schools are located, but right here in DC, I think we all can see what happens when teachers are not retained. In DC, we have a teacher retention rate of about 25%, and then we have teen disengagement rates, including crime rates that are very high. I don't think it is a coincidence that these numbers are high. As a lifelong DC resident, I remember when veteran DCPS teachers were let go, and the resulting impact was that instead of students having teachers that taught their entire families, students now had to learn from a new teacher who most often was not a part of that community. Schools are similar to sports teams in that what appears to be a subtle change can have a big impact. When schools are working, the people at that school are working together in the same direction, and losing a teacher can derail that fast. Schools have many ways they can retain teachers, and most schools do what they can to keep their teachers. Money is always not the deciding factor, though it is often the major one. As we've heard tonight, flexible scheduling, opportunities for growth inside the building, childcare, and even assistance for housing are all things that will help teacher retention. Here in DC, it is most important that LEAs help provide housing to teachers who work in DC public schools. In DC schools, DC public schools and DC public charter schools alike. The District of Columbia is currently diversifying a lot of their neighborhoods, and the new housing options currently price out many teachers, but especially new teachers. I know that there are programs for first-time home buyers. However, you often have to give up an entire Saturday for a teacher that isn't optimal. This also becomes less optimal as teachers don't often know of these available programs. Teachers already spend a lot of time at school preparing lessons and the million other things that teachers do. An easy way to keep them at their schools is to make it so they don't have to drive so far to go home. The teachers then are even more invested in their school because they are also part of that community. Students see teachers and staff from their school around the neighborhood, and stronger bonds become built. This is an issue that is vital for the DC Council to listen to and build solutions to retain educators. Thank you for your time and consideration for my testimony. I'm open to questions.
Thank you. And I think I called you Mr. Price, Mr. Prince. Thank you. I don't have a copy of your statement, though, if you would.
I have this one for you.
Okay, give it to us before you leave. Rosalind Blake, I believe, is not here. Teacher Layman Morales. Your time is.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the council. My name is Dieter Lehman Morales, and I'm a Latino 10th grade world history teacher at Columbia Heights Educational Campus, where I'm serving my 3rd year. I'm also a proud member of the Washington Teachers Union, as well as an Empower Ed Fellow. I'm here today with some practical ways we can immediately reduce teacher burnout and provide teachers with the time and space they need to do their jobs well. Teacher retention is imperative because in order for our schools to succeed, we must invest in the people who make learning happen, our teachers. We all know that teacher retention is a critical issue, especially in DC, where turnover is particularly high in schools like mine that serve predominantly Black and Brown students. If we want to keep teachers in the classroom, we must support their well-being, both financially and emotionally. I would love for every single educator in the District of Columbia to be paid as much as our council members. I believe you, Chairperson, you make twice as much as me. But for now, I will settle for this body making the Educator Wellness Technical Assistance Grants a permanent part of the district's financial plan at $500,000 a year. These grants allow organizations to partner with schools to provide tailored wellness support, addressing burnout before it drives educators away. As a relatively new teacher, having a personal therapist to speak with regularly has been immensely helpful, and I wish more teachers, new and old, could have the same support. It's not enough to just discuss educator wellness during contract negotiations, and I would know, I was on the contract team. We need to put our money where our mouth is and invest in it long term. We also need to address the working conditions that drive teachers to leave. As a 3rd-year DCPS educator, I can definitively say that one of the biggest contributors to the stress I experience on a daily basis is our impact evaluation system. In an ideal world, we would abolish impact altogether. But if it must be done gradually, then I urge you to ban value-added measures from impact. VAM assumes you can isolate a single teacher's impact of students' test score, but both the courts and the American Statistical Association have determined that this method is not statistically sound. It creates a culture of competition rather than collaboration among teachers. Our evaluation system should reflect the complex, team-based work that happens in classrooms every single day. Finally, we must address staffing shortages. In my dreams, there are 2 teachers in every classroom in the District of Columbia. But that is not the reality of today. In our reality, many of us have to deal with overfilled classrooms, harming our students, and compounding the stresses put on teachers every day. Until then, we must give our educators some relief. So I'm asking this council to fund at least 1 permanent substitute for every 250 students in schools where more than 70% of the student body is considered at risk. Having permanent substitutes eases the burden on teachers who are too often pulled from their planning time to cover classes. These substitutes develop strong relationships with students and understand school norms, unlike centrally staffed substitutes who often decline jobs. In conclusion, supporting teachers goes beyond just improving pay. It's about fostering the right conditions for us to teach effectively and remain in the profession. The solutions I'm presenting today are not only reasonable and practical, but also proven to work. Let's make DC a place where every teacher can thrive. And by doing so, we'll create an environment that helps students succeed while alleviating some of the pressure on the teachers, ultimately improving both retention and student outcomes. And with that, I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Moore, Dominique Moore.
Good evening, council members and distinguished staff and colleagues. My name is Dominique Moore. I'm a mom of a school-aged child, a DCPS teacher, a WTU member, and an Empower Ed Fellow. In the past, I sit before you and urge you to expand and fund community and connected schools. Today, I sit here with the same urge, although from a different lens. Today's focus is on teacher retention. And in one of the cities that pays the highest, our teacher turnover rate is also the highest, which does not support the money, which says to me, all money isn't good money. Much like the systems and operations of the DC government, everything works as an ecosystem. Education functions in the same capacity. An essential part of the educational ecosystem is being able to retain teachers that understand the systems, principles, and methodical approaches to instruction that are in place to aim us to be effective. This is why we urge you to invest in teacher retention. As we know from research, teacher retention positively impacts school culture, communities, climate, and even raises student achievement. I had a brain fart. When teachers are supported and families are involved, our students thrive. Focus on teacher retention with the added positive impacts of the expansion of community and connected school models helps support all stakeholders. One of the most effective ways that you can do this, retain teachers, is to continue to expand and support the community schools model. We need to support teachers by providing widespread wraparound support services for students that actually allow our teachers to focus on instruction. I urge you to consider investing in teacher retention, also in the following ways. Wellness grants, which support programs such as the George Washington Support Group that allow therapists to come into schools and offer therapy support services for teachers during and after the day. Flexible scheduling, which supports teachers like myself who have school-age children, desire to maintain their entrepreneurial spirit, and also consider going back to school. The other ask is to fund permanent substitutes in schools where teacher retention is a problem. Having a permanent substitute in each school allows substitutes who may aim to have a pipeline, permanent substitutes, having one in the school allows those substitutes to have a pipeline to sustain teacher credentials if that is a path that they may soon desire to take, while also supporting the community and having a familiar face to support the school culture and climate. All of these are another step to help building the bridge between school and community, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. And if you could give us a copy of your statement,
Yes.
that would be great. Allison Rice.
Hi, hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Allison Rice. I have served as an educator in DCPS this is my 8th year, and I've worked in education. This is my 23rd year. I've taught elementary, middle, high school. I've coached, led departments and committees, written curriculum, served as a mentor teacher, facilitated district PD, served as an Empower Ed fellow, and now I serve as an Empower Ed mentor. I'm also the mother of 2 girls, a 13-year-old and a 9-year-old. I'm tired though. I'm tired of seeing teachers work tirelessly day in and day out to meet individual students' needs with dwindling resources. I'm tired of begging, borrowing, and digging into my own pockets to give our students those resources they deserve, which I do. I'm tired of seeing teachers burn out and leave year after year. DC is sitting on a goldmine of talent, intelligence, and ingenuity in both students and teachers, but we lack the resources necessary to keep our teachers in the district. The future of DC is dependent on an educational system that cares enough about their scholars to take care of the teachers and support staff who care for our scholars. So this is what we need. First, we need to better support the well-being of staff. We're asking council to make the OSSI Educator Wellness Technical Assistant Grants part of the 4-year financial plan. We need $500,000 a year so that organizations can continue to partner with schools to support educator well-being and retention. As part of a school community who greatly benefited from this grant, it's imperative that more schools have access. We were able to start and sustain programs in our school that promote staff wellness, including a partnership with MedStar Wise, which provides drop-in wellness spaces, one-to-one therapy sessions, and whole staff PD. These grants can improve educator retention by diagnosing challenges and working directly with staff and school leaders in tailored manner. Second, we ask you to prioritize giving additional funds to schools with high turnover so that they can implement solutions like flexible scheduling. Fund another year of flexible scheduling pilots with a focus on innovative models. Direct OSSI to create a library of resources, innovative models, and partner organizations to be available to schools. This will build in more planning time, give educators the time and space they need to improve their practice, and ultimately retains quality educators. Third, we're asking council to fund at least one full-time permanent substitute for every 250 students in schools with greater than 70% at-risk population. Teaching a full course load and covering absent colleagues during your planning period causes teacher burnout. That struggle is real, and it is why some people are leaving the profession. As someone who has a family, I depend on having substitutes available for when I need to take off. Daily substitutes are a quick fix, but they won't have the time to form relationships and aren't able to effectively deliver instruction if they're not consistently in the building. In closing, teachers are tired. They're tired of fighting to get what they need to effectively teach. They are tired of worrying about budget cuts. They are tired of feeling that their emotional needs are not being considered. And they are tired of feeling that education in DC is at the bottom of the list of budget priorities. Education should be at the top of the list. Thank you so much for your time. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Thank you each for your testimony. And you too, Ms. Rice, we would benefit if you gave us a copy of your statement. I would say this though, because you ended on a note that education is not a high priority or is the lowest budget priority. We're spending over $2 billion a year on public education. I would not say it's a low priority. I think the issue is how the money is spent. And in fact, I asked earlier panels, what can the council do? A lot of what we're talking about is quality of the work life in the school. Quality is a really hard thing to legislate. We could pass a law that says every school has to be joyful and pleasant. And I don't mean to say that in a mocking way, but in the end, it comes down to either the school leader or the LEA leadership. I don't want to just pick on DCPS because the charter schools are part of this hearing as well. And if the LEA is not thinking of ways to provide adequate resources, I would say that's not a budget issue. That is a decision issue by the LEA. And our struggle is how we change that. I don't think we should be trying to legislate specific procedures or hiring practices or working conditions in schools. I think that just gets, the law is a hard thing to enact and then to change. So that's the struggle, but I wouldn't say it's because of budget. And it looks like I provoked you, Mr. Morales. Did you want to say something?
I was just going to add to what you're saying, Council Chairperson, and I recognize you've been asking us all evening about what the council can do about this, and it seems like you are averse to adding legislation. So I'll propose an alternative solution. How about we remove legislation? How about we remove the statute in DC code that says that we can evaluate, or we can negotiate the impact evaluation system? How about we remove the statute in DC code that says that public service unions cannot strike? So if we want to talk about teacher wellness and working conditions, then let our union take that fight to DCPS if the council won't take it up.
That is an answer. Ms. Moore, did you want to say something?
My response to what I heard you say was the thing that I think could help us help you is impact. I think that is one of the things that is weaponized and is very subjective that affects morale. So if we want to talk about quality and morale, the teacher impact evaluation system is one that dampens morale. So I agree with Dieter.
Thank you. Thank you each of you for your testimony. Hmm? Mm-mm. Princeton, is that, you can make copies for me.
Yours, I have them online.
You do have them online? You're holding out on me? Yeah. Moving on. The Quantanisha Atkinson, who's with Empower Ed, Maya Baum, actually an educator with Empower Ed. Lucas Cook, Principal of McFarland. Simon Rodberg, Executive Director of Lee Montessori Public Charter Schools. Crystal Tett. Laura Fuchs. Justin Lessick, who's Executive Director at Sojourner Truth Public Charter School. Dawn Brodus Yaha or Yuga or Yuffa, Yougha. Anna Rodriguez. Joshua Bork. Lynette Backus. Lynette Backus. Laura Mestis. Richo Kimboko. Chandrina Walker. Alani Lawrence, who's Principal and Interim Co-CAO at Carlos Rosario. Sean Yisrael. Shannon Redmond. And I try to go through the page. Kamal Wright Cunningham. Sarah Lewis, Executive Director, Achievement Prep. Casey Boyd. Kent Strader. Barrington Brown. I think Laquan Tanisha Atkinson is not here. Maya Baum.
Hi, good evening. My name is Maya Baum. I'm a fifth grade teacher in DCPS. I'm also a teacher advocate with Empower Ed. This is my 10th year teaching in DC. Being a teacher in DCPS right now feels a little bit like being on a sinking ship, and all you have is a spoon to help you try and get the water out. There's a lot of reasons it's feeling like this. Schools and thus teachers are being asked to solve all of society's ills and yet are not the ones with the power or the resources to do so. We have a crisis where teachers are not feeling like this job is sustainable. It is a toxic and at times abusive workplace. If we want teachers to stay, which we need if we want an educated society, teachers need to have a healthy workplace because let's not forget that teachers are still just humans who show up every day to do a job. Impact has to be removed and replaced with a more holistic and supportive teacher evaluation system. You've been hearing it all night because it's quite true. We cannot have a teacher evaluation system that is tied to a teacher's pay and is based on students' test scores. This creates a high-stress environment. It is a punitive system that makes learning high stakes because our livelihoods are dependent on it. Effective teaching and learning cannot happen if both sides are stressed. Our students are not well. And the more we continue to test them and then punish teachers, the more unwell everyone continues to be. Teachers can leave. Our students don't have another choice. Instead, they are becoming even more disengaged and lacking in even more fundamental skills. I do not feel like I can be successful with how well I do at my job is determined by how well my students do on a problematic high-stakes test. We need to create a task force to negotiate and explore a new system for teacher evaluation and to immediately remove IVA from our impacts. To be good at any job, one needs time. I welcome students into my room every day at 8:30 and have one 45-minute planning period, which is usually more like 35 with transitions and other situations that come up. Is anybody able to plan an effective presentation for 20+ humans and make the resources to go with it in 30 minutes? I wake up every day at 5 a.m. to try and get to school at 6:30, and I also stay sometimes up to 2 hours after school. All of that is unpaid labor. What council can do to help is by funding another year of flexible scheduling pilots with a focus on innovative models. Council can direct OSSI to create a library of resources, innovative models, and partner organizations to be available to schools. If we say that we care about education in this city, if we want it to truly be a value of ours, if we want our children to have access to quality education, it has to start with the well-being of our teachers. That starts with having an environment where teachers feel safe and feel like they have the time they need to be successful. We are deep in this crisis, and unless fundamental change happens, we will continue to lose amazing educators, and our young people will continue to fall behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baum. And if we could get a copy of your statement, that would be helpful. Yes, you can email it to us. Lucas Cook.
Good evening, everyone. Chairman Mendelson, council members, staff, members of the public. I'm Lucas Cook, principal at McFarland Middle School, where I've been proud to lead since the 2022-2023 school year. Prior to leading McFarland, I was a principal of Hardy Middle School for 5 years, and before that, I was an AP at Eastern Senior High School and a school leader in New York City. At McFarland, we believe that every student is part of our school family, and we empower students to take ownership of their academic and personal goals by valuing diversity, striving for excellence, and engaging in productive struggle. We work to prepare competent individuals that will invest in their local and global communities. In order to do that, this work on retention is critical. I appreciate you holding this hearing on the topic of teacher and principal retention. As others have said, and I apologize that some of my comments are redundant, an effective teacher can have a tremendous impact on student learning growth and ultimately success. All of the research bears out these ideas, and I've seen it in my own practice as a principal and as a parent of 3 DCPS students. I'm proud to work at DCPS, where we elevate the importance of effective teachers and effective teaching. And I believe there are a few things that I've seen in my time here in DCPS schools that can help retain effective teachers. First is when teachers decide to return to a school, they do so because they receive a combination of support, empowerment, and opportunity for growth. That combination looks different for teachers. Each is individual, and it's part of my job as a principal to help provide the right mix for the right individual at the right time. For teachers who want to return to their school, they need to know that they are valued by the school community. This means that school leaders, their colleagues, parents, and community members need to communicate that they are valued. This can be done through system-wide initiatives and policies, but it can and must happen at the interpersonal level between staff, between admin and teachers, and between our parent communities and our teachers as well. The relationships that exist among teachers and staff at a school are critical to building a positive culture that teachers want to return to each year. Many teachers want to and deserve honest leadership experience. As I mentioned, teachers need the right combination of support and opportunities for growth at the right time. I believe that empowering teachers to take on leadership roles within the school is one way to ensure that teachers continue to choose McFarland and other similar schools. Coincidentally, this idea was just reiterated by Harvard Business Research in an article that was published this week. When I think about where to go in the future, I'm encouraged about DCS's discussion and experimentation with increased flexibility. I believe that there is something that needs to be considered when it comes to the future of our profession, so long as that flexibility improves the outcomes for our students and actually leads to retention in staff. Thank you for hearing my perspective on this issue of teacher retention within DCPS, and thank you to everyone testifying today and for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Cook, and I don't have a copy of your statement, if you could provide that.
Yes, I will email it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Baum, I understand you need to go. It's late and you are here in person, which we appreciate. I have 2 questions for you. How long does it take you to create a lesson and get the resources needed to properly execute the lesson?
Yeah, good question. So I teach math this year and I'm using Eureka. So to plan a lesson, it takes me about 45 minutes if I'm also effectively planning all my small groups. We're departmentalized at my school and I have 3 cohorts that I'm teaching. So I'm effectively teaching 55 kids. And that's about, I have like 6 to 9 small groups that I also have to prepare for that are differentiated. So one day to prepare, it normally takes me with all the materials between 1 to 2 hours. So like on Friday, I stayed after school from 3:30 until about 5, and I had all of Monday prepped, and that was it.
You said 45 minutes, then you said 1 to 2 hours.
Yeah, I would say it'd take like 45 minutes for the main lesson, and then if I'm planning for my small groups and then I'm printing all the materials, all of that comes out to an hour and a half, 2 hours, depending if the printer is working.
And you're supposed to do that during your planning period,
I'm supposed to do that during my 45-minute planning period.
which I think you said nets out to about 30, 35 minutes.
Yes.
You also, in your statement, used the phrase toxic and abusive. The workplace is toxic and abusive. That's strong language. Why did you say toxic and abusive?
I think having a work environment where your first of all, your basic needs as a human can't be met. Like I can't go to the bathroom anytime I need. So I can't really drink during the day because I can't just leave my class to go use the restroom. And like I said, I get one 45-minute planning block. And so there's a decision that needs to be made. Am I going to be making copies or am I going to go to the bathroom? And most of the time I'm going to make copies because I need to. So I'm dehydrated and not able to use the restroom. I'm not eating necessarily every day because sometimes my lunch block is used to meet with somebody or to prepare, or something came up with a student at recess. And so now I'm having to deal with whatever happened. And now my 30-minute lunch period just went from the normal 25 minutes to maybe 15 minutes. So I think that one way is a way that's toxic and is abusive on your body. And then also it's incredibly high stress, right? We're working constantly of trying to meet these unrealistic standards. Most of my fifth graders aren't on grade level, and yet I'm constantly being forced by the district to administer these high stakes tests like ANET and the RCTs that then my impact is being held to. I think it's absolutely reasonable to have high expectations for students. I want my students to grow. It is not reasonable to expect a kid on a first grade math level to be able to perform at a fifth grade math level. That's just, no matter how good of a teacher I am, that's just not going to be possible in a year. So that's creating an insanely high stress work environment where, I mean, like my therapist laughs that we talk about like work Maya and summer Maya because it's two completely different people. And the way I'm able to take care of myself and even just like deal with everyday things in the summer is completely different than during the school year because I'm not a functioning person. I'm working in like a very high, constant high stress environment all the time. And the like focus on test scores and the way that affects my impact, that's the difference between, I mean, I can't think right now because my brain is off, but like the money aspect of it and the job security of it is really hard and stressful. So, you know, if like one student isn't paying attention in class and they're having horrible behaviors, then the spiral that my brain goes is, oh my God, they're not going to get the skill. So now when they go to take their test, they're not going to do well. And when I think about my impact and I need 80% of students, okay, how many students out of 55 can I afford to not meet it? That's not many. And like I could cry right now because I'm so tired and it's so much because it's like, oh, if I don't get a 3 on my task, let alone a 4, then that's now a 2. And if I don't get a 3 or a 4 on my task and then my IVA score is going to be who knows what, because who knows how they're going to do on CAPE, probably not very well. Then that could mean that I'm not even going to make effective, let alone highly effective. And if I don't make effective, that means I'm developing, which means that's going to affect how I go on the pay scale. That could affect my pay. It also means then I'm not going to get a $10,000 bonus, which it's expensive to live in the city. And if I'm like trying to have any type of life outside of teaching, that costs money. And I would like to do that. And it's hard to do that during the year because most of the time I'm like home and going to sleep right now because I have to wake up at 5 a.m. so I can get to work by 6:30 so I can get everything done and then hopefully leave work by 4 or 4:30. But maybe I'll stay later if I want to like sleep in until 5:30.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was helpful. Please don't forget to give us your written statement. Thank you very much. Simon Rodberg.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity to testify here today. My name is Simon Rodberg, and I've been an educator in DC public and public charter schools for 20 years. I'm also the parent of a DC charter school student. Last year, I became the executive director of Lee Montessori Public Charter Schools. We serve 545 students at our 2 campuses, one in Ward 5 and one in Ward 8. In the past year, I'm very proud that we have improved our staff retention by 20 percentage points. This includes currently retaining 93% of the educators who were with us last school year in June. We have done this through creating a positive, professional, and collaborative climate among our staff. We offer paths for professional growth. Both of our principals started at Lee as classroom teachers, and we have a Grow Your Own program supporting classroom assistants and other paraprofessionals through Montessori training to become lead teachers. We also use the city's per pupil funding to retain our educators. We increased our pay scale by up to 8% this year, in addition to annual step increases. We also offered a $1,500 retention bonus for returning staff members. I'm grateful for the council's budget that allows us to reward our educators for their incredibly hard work. We believe that a strong and stable team is necessary for the success of our schools and, most importantly, our children. In addition to continuing our joyful learning environment, our team is focused on improving students' reading and math skills and reducing chronic absenteeism, areas of citywide focus where we, too, need improvement. We want our educators focused on these efforts and on our students. Earlier this evening, Chairman Mendelson, you asked about the impact of working conditions on retention and about what city government can do. I must be honest with you. There are aspects of city policy that reduce our focus and make working conditions harder. This year, we have been contacted by OSSI to come observe our implementation of the new financial, social studies, and social emotional standards. Our principals have been asked to submit to the Department of Behavioral Health a school strengthening work plan, which is different from the Office of Human Rights' bullying prevention plan. We nag our teachers to complete their mandatory citywide dyslexia modules. The Department of Health has letters for us to send out about immunization, and the Homeland Security Emergency Agency wants us to submit our annual emergency response plans. This is in addition to the many submissions of data on staff, budget, enrollment, and more that we need to submit to OSSI and the Public Charter School Board. And the staff required to do those submissions are staff not in the classroom, staff we have to pay to not directly serve students. All of these are worthy initiatives, but collectively, they mean a huge amount of effort to comply with a wide variety of competing and ever-increasing city initiatives, increasing stress on teachers and principals. And it is obvious that too much stress is bad for retention. As a school leader, I make sure we stay in compliance and also try to protect my teachers and principals from too much stress. I appreciate all that the council has done for our schools. I ask that our city's policymakers also consider how to protect our educators' focus on students, and consider that when it comes to school improvement, fewer demands will mean more success. Thank you for your time, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rodberg. I believe Crystal Tett is not here. Laura Fuchs.
Thank you. I'm here today, an educator of 18 years, all of which I've served at H.D. Woodson High School, a DC public school in Ward 7. This testimony is virtually the same one I gave last year. This is a pattern that's hard to avoid. We come, we testify, we say the same things, and impact and mayoral control of our schools, and we don't even get a smidge of movement towards legislation. Why am I here? Who knows? But once again, I'll say what needs to be said. I came to a school with a wealth of history, educators who had been there since the school had opened, educators who were extremely dedicated to the community and proud of the work they did, despite the rampant and systemic disinvestment and neglect that has consistently plagued our schools in Ward 7. I came to DC Public Schools in 2007, the same year that mayoral control started under the tenure of extreme privatizers Adrian Fenty and Michelle Rhee. And it is being carried out today by Muriel Bowser and Dr. Louis Farabee, and in countless charters who have largely have former TFA teachers running their systems. Over the years and continuing right now, H.D. Woodson and so many other schools have been slammed with policies aimed towards privatization and making us more like the most corporate charter schools. We have seen countless school closures, almost exclusively in Black and Brown communities, and especially in our own feeder pattern in Ward 7. I experienced a reduction in force where 19 educators were forcibly cut in October. Someone sitting here right now who helped to carry that one out, and especially in our own feeder pattern, due to quote unquote insufficient funds. We've experienced countless budget cuts since then, the whittling away at our teacher force. We have gone through impact, getting rolled out and over, experienced Black teachers in a blatantly racist effort to remove those who knew better and replace them with those that Rhee and company hoped would be easier to control. We are still living under the exact same system. It is still producing some of the highest rates of educator turn in the nation. The reason we are seeing charter and DCPS be so similar and so bad is because we're implementing the same policies cooked up by the same people, paid off by the same funders, billionaire-backed Walton Family Foundation-owned education reform movements such as Ed Reform Now, Democrats for Education Reform, and the very people who help make sure that you are still sitting here, hence the lack of movement, the lack of interest in legislation, and the continued neglect of our school system. We can sit here and keep saying the same things over and over again, but the fact is we know that money speaks. Money is controlling what's going on right now in this system, and the same money that funds our council chairs, the same money that funds our mayor is the same money that funds our chancellor, our deputy mayor of education, and our former Aussie superintendent now that we're sitting with an interim. So I don't really hold out much hope. We're going to need people power to overcome this, but we're here to say the same things once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuchs. Justin Lessick.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, other members of the council. My name is Justin Lessick. I'm the executive director at Sojourner Truth Public Charter School. We're in Ward 5. Truth is the district's first and only public Montessori middle and high school. We're a growing school, and we currently serve about 300 students in grades 6 through 11. Next year, we'll have our first ever graduating class of 12th graders. Teacher retention is incredibly important for any school community, and possibly even more so for schools with unique models. As a Montessori middle and high school, Sojourner Truth has a distinct approach to community building and instruction, and we often make significant financial investments in teachers interested in receiving formal Montessori training. Diploma programs can take up to 18 months for a teacher to complete and can cost the school up to $15,000 per participant. With this sort of model and learning curve in mind, it's critical that our school retains as many effective teachers each year as possible. The following policies and priorities would promote teacher and principal satisfaction, wellness, and retention at Sojourner Truth, and likely at other schools around the district as well. Funding for more full-time school-based substitute teachers. When a teacher misses due to PTO for a sick day or a personal day, there's often a domino effect that can negatively affect colleagues ranging from other teachers to principals. At Truth, it's sometimes an administrator, maybe a colleague that will cover a class, which results in less planning or administrative time. When a service is used to bring in a sub from outside of the building, it's typically someone that does not yet have a relationship with our students and is not familiar with our instructional model. If schools could be funded for one full-time on-site sub for every 250 or so students, for example, it could go a long way in not only providing kids with a consistent and familiar experience when their teacher is out, but also with creating a more sustainable environment in which teachers and their principals work. Another is more citywide coordination to address social safety nets. The roles of classroom teacher and principals have changed significantly over the last 5 years. Educators at all levels find themselves doing things on a daily basis that fall far outside what was once considered their typical scope of work. Before even arriving at work, many of our classroom teachers and admin call students to help them wake up. I can think of 2 in my building who adjust their commutes in the morning to give students who would otherwise be chronically truant a ride to school. Once in the building, they help to secure breakfast so that our middle and high school students don't start their math class or their health class hungry. They use assessment data to know the exact levels of each of their students so that they can provide personal rather than full group lessons, and many spend their lunch or after school periods providing tutoring. While many of these are things they want to do, they're also exhausting and can lead to early burnout. We need better district-wide support systems to address wide-ranging issues and to share accountability for deficits in areas that feel like right now they're currently falling solely on the shoulders of our teachers and administrators. Another is to provide funding specifically for educator professional development, whether it's for Montessori training, national board certification, culturally responsive teacher training, or something else. Providing funds that could be spent flexibly for relevant professional development would demonstrate respect for our teaching professionals, add to their expertise, and bring them back to the classroom eager to demonstrate their learning. I know my time is up, so thank you for the last 3 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience being here this late. I believe Dawn Brodus Yoga is not here. Anna Rodriguez.
Hello, my name is Ana Rodriguez, and I'm a proud parent of a 9th grader who attends McKinley Tech High School in Ward 5. I also serve as the McKinley Parent Teacher Organization President and also with Paid Parent Amplifying Voices in Education on the citywide board and Ward 5 Parent Leader in Education PLE boards. As a mother of a hardworking, amazing 9th grader, I have seen the positive impact of strong relationships with teachers can have on a student. I have also seen the negative impact poor teacher retention can have on student outcomes. During my daughter's time in middle school, her school had a revolving door of 6th grade math teachers, which had a severe impact on her student outcomes because the teachers weren't able to get to know the kids, their learning styles, and what they were truly capable of. This led to incorrect math placements that my daughter is still feeling the impact of today. Improving teacher retention is critical to ensuring our students are able to be seen, heard, and successful. As work is being done to improve teacher retention, I believe in 3 principles should guide the work. We need to 1, remove barriers, 2, release stress, and 3, reimagine how we work together. In order to remove barriers to teacher success and release stress, it is important that teachers are compensated fairly. Teachers must be paid enough to live in the district and in the communities and where they teach. What programs can be created to help teachers get access to housing near their schools? Increasing teacher salaries removes a significant barrier for teachers to be successful. Increased pay is the first step in improving teachers' retention, and this must be equitable across sectors. To release stress, it is essential that we set teachers up for success. This means providing proper support, whether to be strong relationships with parent-teacher organizations, providing behavioral support in the classroom, ensuring translators are available to work with students learning English, or giving teachers an incentive to grow their skills through professional development opportunities. Teachers are wearing many different hats, and in an effort to best support their students. For example, we keep hearing that SEL must be included in every aspect of the classroom, but what supports or training are teachers provided with to make that reality? Gaps in resources make it difficult for them to focus on teaching. Providing necessary support for teachers to be successful will significantly reduce stress and improve teacher retention. The final step is to reimagine how we work together. Improving teacher retention will not be a one-time fix, but we will require reimagining how we partner with and support our teachers, building strong relationships, again, with parent-teacher organizations, or creating a teacher care committee to provide support can strengthen relationships with teachers. A part of reimagining, how can we work together to support teachers involves data. We always talk about student data at the 100-day point, but we also need to have more regular checkups throughout the year to assess how many teachers are staying or leaving, so we can take more timely action. Also, do teachers have an anonymous way to share feedback throughout the school year? I urge the council to keep this in mind, work forward. Teachers' retention is critical to building strong relationships between teachers.
Ms. Rodriguez, you're over your time.
Oh, thank you, sir.
But I do have your statement. Thank you very much. Joshua Bork, I believe, is not here. Lynette Backus.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and esteemed council members. My name is Dr. Lynette Backus, and I'm a senior leader serving as a Director of Leadership Development at Paul Public Charter Schools, and we serve students across grades 5 through 12. I'm currently in my 9th grade year, my 19th year as an educator in the District of Columbia, and I do appreciate this opportunity to share insights into strategies we employ at Paul to recruit, retain, and to develop exceptional school and organizational leaders within our community. At Paul, we believe that retaining high-quality leaders and teachers is essential to our mission. And I'm honored to discuss how our approach strengthens both our educational environment and the broader community. Paul Public Charter School has long recognized that an effective educational institution depends on the foundation of strong leadership. This is why we have implemented comprehensive leadership development programs that enable us to grow our leadership pipeline from within. And this hinges on 4 areas of focus. The first one is around comprehensive leadership development programs. Our leadership programs are designed to identify and nurture potential leaders among our existing staff. We hold regular workshops of focus on critical leadership skills, including strategic planning, instructional leadership, and team management, as well as specializing training around courses that provide practical tools for leadership. The second focus for us is around coaching and mentoring. We recognize and prioritize one-on-one coaching and mentorship, which have proven to develop leadership competencies and confidence. Experienced leaders provide personalized guidance to our emerging leaders, helping them to hone their strengths and address areas for their growth. Our third area of focus is addressing common challenges for emerging leaders. And so understanding that new leaders face unique challenges, and we offer workshops on critical topics like management, effective communication, decision-making. Additionally, peer support groups allow our leaders to collaborate and share strategies, fostering a culture that is shared around shared learning and mutual support. And our last area of focus is around clear pathways for internal advancement. At Paul, we believe that clear, accessible pathways for career advancement are vital to our leaders' retention and growth. And so succession planning helps us anticipate future leadership needs and prepare staff to step into those roles. And so by recognizing and promoting internal talent, we not only boost morale, but we also ensure that our leaders are deeply committed to our Paul mission. So the significance of these strategies go beyond improving our outcomes at Paul. Retaining and developing high-quality leaders and teachers impacts our students, our families, and our community. Effective principals are essential in supporting our teachers, fostering a positive school climate, and managing resources strategically. And when our teachers and principals stay, of course, our schools thrive, and that has been the theme all evening. In
Ms.
short,
Beckers, your
yes.
time's up, so I'm going to cut you off.
Okay.
And it would help if we had a copy of your statement.
Okay.
Thank you. I believe Laura Mestis is not here. Rachel Kimboko.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and committee members. My name is Rochelle Kimboko, and I'm the founding executive director of DC Wildflower Public Charter School. I was also an elementary Montessori teacher in DCPS and another public district before leaving the classroom to become an administrator at Lee Montessori. Thank you for this opportunity to share some thoughts about teacher and principal retention. Now in our 3rd year, DC Wildflower has had 100% teacher retention and more than 90% retention across all staff positions. I attribute our success to 3 factors. We have a model that centers teacher leadership. Moving beyond teacher voice, the teacher leaders at our 2 micro schools participate in decisions that impact their community specifically and the charter more broadly. As we've grown, they've engaged in all aspects of school leadership, vision and strategic direction, driving performance, talent and culture cultivation, communication, and are growing their leadership mindset. We are learning together how to create systems, processes, and protocols that allow us to work in a non-hierarchical fashion, even in the midst of a more conventional charter system. We are committed to growth. Every year, we invest in personality and work style assessments that can help us learn about ourselves and inform how we work together in our various teams. Each staff member is expected to use their personal learning stipend to support their own development, in addition to the opportunities paid for by the charter. Continuous growth extends to our board of trustees as well, who are learning alongside me how to operate as a teal organization. We pursue every opportunity to access low or no cost professional learning, like fellowships sponsored by EdForward, cohorts created by the DC Charter School Alliance, or communities of practice convened by our funders, like the Charter School Growth Fund. As a charter leader, I proactively seek out and support partnerships that teacher leaders have expressed interest in. Some examples include the Department of Behavioral Health for expanding our behavioral health program, Outteach for outdoor learning, and Empower Ed for educator wellness, or Relay GSE's partnership for inclusive schools. Next is a commitment to high quality working conditions. Our participation in last year's EdFuel compensation study confirmed that we are doing well compared to schools of our size and region. Our salaries are intentionally tied to area comps, and we are on par with our colleagues in the DC market. We practice internal salary transparency and continue to work towards equity across our own ecosystem, like agreeing not to pay anyone less than a living wage. Working with the teacher leaders, we've built a generous benefits package. We continue to solicit suggestions from staff with the intention of having a budget-based annual conversation about what to hold on to. We relentlessly hold boundaries around staff time so that most of the team have at least one afternoon when they can work remotely, and the entire classroom team is remote one afternoon. We have hiring practices that align to our values so that every hire is a good hire. The educator wellness work we started with Empower Ed last school year will be continued at our cost this year. I want to encourage the council to make investments that support the retention of teachers and principals. Continue to ensure that increases to teacher pay in DCPS are incorporated into the UPSF. Support OSSI funding for initiatives that bring skilled organizational partners to schools to develop their capacity, like the Whole School Educator Wellness Grant or increasing the SOAR third-party grant. Fund OSSI agencies to create opportunities for smaller or new charters to access their programs, like the Department of Behavioral Health pilot grant or expanding the school health program. Ask OSSI agencies to coordinate their data and reporting demands to balance the onus on school leaders, often principals, so that the work of keeping our schools in compliance is less challenging. And I heard some great suggestions from others as well.
Ms. Gamboko, you're over your time, so I have to cut you off.
Yep.
And if you would give us a copy of your statement, I would appreciate
I
it.
just sent it.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Serena Walker?
Yes, good evening, Chairman and esteemed council members. My name is Chandrina Walker, and I'm the head of schools at Paul Public Charter Schools. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my testimony on the importance of leader and teacher retention, drawing from my personal journey in the District of Columbia over the past 18 years as an educator. First as a teacher and later as a school leader within both DC Public Schools and DC Charter Schools. During my time as a school leader, I had the privilege of participating in both the new leaders and school leader lab cohorts. These experiences allowed me to learn from and collaborate with highly effective leaders, equipping me with the skills necessary to navigate the complexities of educational leadership. When I joined Paul PCS as a principal, I was welcomed with comprehensive support, guidance, and mentorship, all of which were essential to my growth and success in the role. In particular, I am immensely grateful to Dr. Bacchus, who is currently the Director of Leadership at Paul PCS, who stood by me every step of the way as a thought partner, collaborator, and model of exemplary leadership. Through her mentorship, I had the time and space to develop my leadership capacity and efficacy in a way that has had a lasting impact. The support not only empowered me, but also enabled me to lead our middle school to achieve recognition as a 2023 Bold Performer. My journey reflects the profound impact of a sustained commitment to leader development and retention. When we invest in our leaders, providing them with mentorship, time, and trust, we create a foundation for excellence that reaches across classrooms and impacts our entire school community. I urge you to consider how investing in our school leaders will shape the future of education in our district. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Eleni Lawrence.
Greetings, Chairman Mendelson and staff. My name is Eleni Lawrence, and I serve as Principal and Co-Chief Academic Officer at the Carlos Rosario International Public Charter School. As a school, our overall employee retention rate is 97%, and our teacher retention rate is at 83%. We currently have 59 teachers and 32 additional faculty members. We are proud to have several faculty members that have been with the school for more than 10 years, and even a few that have been with the school for 25 or more years. The majority of our teachers are full-time, and we also employ several part-time teachers primarily in our evening school program. In addition to our faculty, our academic leaders continue to be committed to the school. Both campus principals are serving in their third year in their roles, and their teams have also remained constant during this time. Our high retention rate can be related to the close connection that employees feel to the mission of the school, their opportunities to participate and provide feedback, and the hybrid work schedule. Teachers live the mission daily and are inspired to see the growth that students make towards their goals. It is the joy that is lived through seeing a student progress through their English language development, attain a certification, improve their employment, start a business, or begin a higher education journey that excites the faculty. At Carlos Rosario, we continue to work on our DEIB initiatives and have a dedicated group of staff and faculty to serve on our DEIB Advocacy Committee, supporting the work of the school's DEIB plan. In addition to this committee, teachers have the opportunity to participate in multiple committees, including the Aspire Committee, Curriculum Committee, Arts Integration Committee. Furthermore, teachers are able to provide feedback to school leadership through our school's climate survey, as well as campus-based surveys. Our hybrid school model provides teachers more flexibility and less commuting time. Teachers have expressed that this work schedule provides more opportunities for work-life balance. The hybrid model also provides opportunities for growth in instructional skills, as our school has focused professional development on instruction in the virtual space. The Carlos Rosario School continues to offer a competitive total compensation package that includes tuition reimbursement, healthcare benefits, robust professional development and coaching, as well as opportunities for all employees to participate with Task Human that provides coaching from growth and development, nutrition, fitness, language learning, financial literacy, just to name a few. Our efforts to create conditions for relatively low turnover continue, and we hope that you will consider certain incentives for educators, including housing subsidies, educational stipends, and support for more additional paid professional development opportunities. Please continue to keep adult education as part of this overall conversation of our schools. Our students are the parents and caregivers of those that are in K through 12 schools, and they contribute to this economy of this fabulous city. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Sean Yisrael, and I want to just remind folks, if you're in gallery view, you can see the timer on the screen. And I ask that folks stay within 3 minutes. You're up. You're muted. If you could unmute.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought I had to unmute myself. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee as a whole. My name is Sean Israel, and I'm the director of the Young Adult Learning Center of Maya Angelou Public Charter Schools, where we serve students age 17 and up. Our students are young adults and alternative learners seeking their second, third, and even their fourth chance at education. Many come from the justice system. Some are young parents who previously dropped out, and others struggle in traditional school settings due to factors like unstable housing or challenging home environments. Together, they make up our unique and resilient student population. I am deeply committed to Maya Angelou's mission, which focuses on supporting this specific community. I receive the support I need to work with these students, and I am driven to uplift, encourage, and help them succeed. It creates a positive environment, not easy, but meaningful, knowing that I am making a real impact on our students and the community as a whole. One of our major challenges we face is related to teacher and school leader retention, is compensation. We know that retaining and recruiting high-quality educators is the #1 factor in academic recovery and achievement. But to do that, we must be able to continue offering competitive compensation packages. We applaud the council's and administration's approval of a 12.4% increase in the FY25 UPSFF budget to make sure that we are able to maintain our teacher compensation commitments with recurring funding for teachers and pay increases. Maya did its best to provide a raise across the board. However, as an alternative school focused on GED and workforce education, our teachers didn't receive as much as an increase as they might have in a traditional school setting. The pay scale directly impacts who applies for our positions. Our teachers earn less than those in neighboring school districts, so the best candidates often go elsewhere right from the start. As a result, we frequently have to choose from applicants who lack credentials and experience. This means I often hire young, less experienced teachers, which requires me to invest heavily in professional development and support to ensure their success. For example, we posted a vacancy for a special education teacher last July. We received about 40 applicants. About 10 of these candidates were actually qualified. Many applicants were coming from retail jobs like Walmart and Macy's with no relevant qualifications, but were still applying out of need. After screening, we found only 8 candidates truly met the qualifications, and we invited them for an interview. However, only about 6 responded to our request for a phone interview, and of those, just 3 showed up for the in-person interview. This process illustrates the limitations of our candidate pool and the challenges that we face when recruiting qualified teachers.
Mr. Israel, you need to summarize what's left because you've got another page and a half and you're over your time.
Okay, well, the bottom line is that we would like to have you consider increased funding because the lack of salary that we're able to charge at the charter school level, it impacts of the quality and the caliber of education professionals that we're able to recruit and hire here at the charter school setting.
Thank you. And I do have your full statement.
Thank you, sir.
Shannon Redmond. Shannon Redmond.
Oh, good evening, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Shannon Redmond, and I'm the Assistant Principal and Special Education Coordinator for Maya Angelou Academy at the DC Department of Corrections. Thank you for the council to highlight these critical issues of teacher and principal retention, recruitment and retention. Consistency and stability among teachers and school leaders are paramount not only for student achievement, but also for fostering a supportive workplace culture where staff feels valued and engaged. Here at Maya Angelou at DOC, our teachers work in a challenging environment, and we strive to ensure they have everything that they need. If our teachers are not compensated at the competitive levels, like those of DCPS and other charter schools, then the demands of this environment would be much harder to sustain. Compensation here reflects not only fair pay, but also acknowledgement of the value that they bring to our school. We retained 90% of our school leaders due to our senior leadership, who is instrumental in retaining. Frequent check-ins with leaders, collaborative discussions, and shared missions make sure that everyone is aligned and valued. The positive work culture encourages me to return each year knowing I'm part of an organization that truly values its educators and staff. We had a 96% of teacher return. Like many schools, we face challenges in recruiting for specific subjects, math, English, social studies, and science. While some teachers may prefer working in traditional schools, we strive to provide competitive salaries and a strong support system to make our setting appealing. However, budget constraints make it difficult to match the salaries offering by neighboring counties. As surrounding districts increase their pay scales, we struggle to offer comparable compensation, making retention a constant struggle. As we see, as one of our staff members left to go to the Virginia Department of corrections, which both for career advancements and salary increases, which we could not match. She was a cornerstone of our program and relied on her for help with new teachers, and she understood the unique challenges of our setting. Losing her was a significant blow, and her absence is deeply felt today. We asked to ensure that in all future teacher pay equity initiatives, that teachers at Maya Angelou Academies at DOC and other Maya Angelou campuses at DYRS are included rather than excluded because they are not DCPS or charter teachers. In closing, I encourage the council to continue supporting competitive salaries, affordable housing solutions, and wellness initiatives. With these elements in place, we can sustain a committed, effective educator workforce for our students. Thank you for your attention and support.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edmond. And I have your statement. Kamal Wright Cunningham.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. My name is Dr. Kamal Wright Cunningham, and I'm the Chief of Wellbeing for the Maya Angelou Schools and Seaf River Foundation. I'm currently in my 20th year at the Maya Angelou Schools, and I've had the pleasure of serving side by side with some of the best and brightest teachers in the city. During this time, unfortunately, we lost a number of teachers to surrounding school districts, primarily because of their ability to better compensate and provide robust benefit packages. Most recently, our staff have remarked that while compensation remains a key lever in their decision to stay at Maya, they remain equally committed to finding a work environment that supports their well-being. Our work with opportunity and justice-involved youth and emerging adults can often be both rewarding and emotionally taxing. We are committed to operating schools that invest in student success while cultivating opportunities for teachers and staff to achieve overall wellness and improve quality of life. At the Maya Angelou Schools, we've implemented a number of wellness initiatives to support the physical and mental health of our staff, including partnering with community organizations to provide therapeutic support and encouraging staff to request a one-on-one session with myself to help them determine the course for accessing support. At Maya, our newly instituted wellbeing framework is intended to provide support and resources to our three most important internal stakeholders: our students, our families, and our staff members. We recognize bouncing back from the pandemic has been challenging and unfortunately has exacerbated untreated trauma for so many. Additionally, many of our critical stakeholders have experienced loss without the benefit of a safe and supportive environment to process these feelings. We believe providing these supports will foster a sense of community and connection to our schools and lead to more staff members deciding to return each year. Additionally, our hope is that these staff members will continue to grow professionally and personally to help support them being the best versions of themselves in their personal relationships. At Maya, we place our scholars, students, staff, and families at the heart of our well-being framework, believing that equal access to resources fosters holistic well-being for the entire community and drives the overall success of our students and scholars. The framework comprises 4 key domains: engagement, support, development, and research and evaluation. Implementing a well-being program across school sites presents several unique challenges. The first barrier is capacity. Ensuring that we have the right team members in place to provide essential support, including mental health professionals, counselors, and support staff, is critical. Limited resources mean that we often face staffing constraints, which impact our ability to deliver consistent and personalized support for both students and staff. Another challenge is gaining staff buy-in. For a well-being program to succeed, staff must feel encouraged to access and engage with the available services. However, securing buy-in can sometimes be difficult, especially if the staff members are reluctant to participate in mental health or well-being initiatives. Finally, accessibility and true partnership are key factors in implementing a sustainable well-being program. Building authentic partnerships means creating connections that provide continued support for both staff and families beyond an initial interaction. We must ensure that these services remain accessible to all who need them rather than offering one-time or sporadic support. This involves fostering long-term, meaningful relationships with partners and developing systems to ensure ongoing access while making it possible for staff and students to receive reliable and consistent support over time. Our well-being framework is designed to boost teacher and school leader retention by fostering a supportive, healthy environment where all staff feel valued and sustained. By providing access to mental health resources, encouraging staff engagement with support services, and creating collaborative partnerships that complement community resources, We intend to address key challenges that so many educators have discussed this evening. This framework not only enhances personal well-being, but also strengthens staff loyalty and job satisfaction, making them more likely to remain within our organization. However, implementing this program with fidelity requires additional funding to secure appropriate staffing, provide training, and establish lasting partnerships that ensure accessibility and consistency in support. I ask and encourage the council to continue supporting competitive salaries and all wellness initiatives. With these resources, we can create a sustainable well-being program that has lasting positive impact on our entire school community. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Sarah Lewis, I believe, is not here. Casey Boyd, I believe, is not here.
I'm here.
Please proceed.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Casey Boyd, librarian at Jefferson Academy and a member of the Washington Teachers Union Executive Board. My testimony is in memory of Dr. Mary Levy and Peter McPherson, library champions. DCPS librarians first began testifying in front of this governing body in 2019 to advocate for a full-time librarian in every DCPS library. During the 2021 school year, this became a reality. Students throughout the district have positively benefited from having a full-time librarian and uninterrupted library service. For the last 2 years, DCPS libraries have experienced an increased surge of usage of electronic resources. We are proud to say specifically our ebook catalog, Sora, and research-based apps have been used by students over 1 million times over 2 years in a row. DCPS students are reading, learning, and thriving by having access to a free full-time librarian and a robust print, ebook, and research collections. While school libraries have been staffed to serve students, some challenges have arisen. Some principals throughout the district have been using the librarians to teach class, host homerooms, advisory classes, substitute teaching in the absence of classroom teachers, excessive duty posts, and this is happening at the elementary school level primarily, scheduling back-to-back classes for meetings, and this happens when librarians cannot meet with teachers to collaborate. Teamwork is essential in K-12 education. We all know this, but when school librarians are assigned to cover classes for absent teachers, they do not have the time for their core responsibilities. Now, being assigned to tasks outside the library means librarians are not able to maintain their collections and develop and host meaningful programming and collaborate with teachers, and worst of all, serve students in a manner that they deserve. It's important to understand that the expected roles of a professional librarian and to know that what is lost when a librarian is pulled for coverage. Another worrisome practice is that some librarians are evaluated through impact as a classroom teacher and not a school librarian. The above problems are certainly not wins for our students and will continue to lead to poor retention throughout the district. DCPS librarians were classified as Essential 1 in the last budget. If librarians are moved back to Essential 2, giving principals the autonomy to close the position and place paraprofessionals in the position to save money, we will deprive our students of service to move back to the negative practices of 2019. And I urge the council to monitor the actions of central office during the 2025 budget year for school librarians to ensure that they are Essential 1 in the budget. And DCPS needs to retain school librarians like Prince George's County and Fairfax County school districts because a full-time school librarian is needed in every DCPS library for students. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and please submit a written copy of your statement.
I'll update it again. I'll resend it again.
Thank you. Kent Strader?
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Kent Strader, and I'm proud to be Director of Special Projects at DC Prep Public Charter Schools, a network of schools serving over 2,100 students in wards 5, 7, and 8. I joined the DC Prep team in 2014, and I've spent years as a DC Prep teacher and principal. I'm deeply invested in ensuring that our students and families benefit from a committed, effective teaching staff. My current work is working with our principals to implement staffing pilots that help attract, develop, and retain exceptional teachers and leaders, which is essential to meeting the diverse needs of our students. At DC Prep, we believe our work starts with retaining great teachers. One of our standout initiatives is called the Pilot Teacher Program, which launched with the support of ESSER funding in school year 21-22. This program selects highly effective DC Prep pilot teachers and pairs them with first-year junior teachers to create a one-year co-teaching partnership. Over the course of the school year, our junior teachers provide additional capacity in the classroom by teaching small groups, helping with grading, supporting all the tasks that are required of excellent teachers, which makes the work of our highly effective pilot teachers more sustainable and flexible. As a result, junior teachers have a one-year gradual on-ramp to the profession of teaching and are better prepared to transition to lead roles, fostering a pipeline of highly qualified educators into our schools. Now, 3 years since the program's launch, we've seen the impact. 100% of our pilot teachers are still on staff, and we have a robust pipeline of junior teachers who move into lead roles ready to replicate the strong practices of their mentor. Beyond the pilot teacher program, we are also pursuing other pilots that will increase workload flexibility, which is seen as a major retention factor for our teachers and leaders. The Workload Plus pilot is when a grade level team adopts a modified schedule for a week, typically during a busier part of the year, like the end of a quarter, in order to create a longer and flexible chunks of work time for team collaboration, planning, and family communication. In our extended work blocks pilot, teachers on a grade level team support one another to gain additional work blocks focused on tasks like data analysis, enabling them to approach their teaching with greater intentionality. Both of our Workload Plus pilot and extended work block pilot are meant to provide additional and flexible work time on top of their existing planning time, which for our teachers averages about 90 minutes per day. This work doesn't stop with our teachers. Our leaders receive monthly 4-hour chunks of strategic work time to focus on essential priorities related to student and school performance. This focus on providing dedicated and interrupted work time reinforces our belief that our students benefit when teachers and leaders are planned and prepared. A final initiative I'd like to highlight is the adoption of Wellness Wednesday. To do their best work, we believe teachers, leaders, and our operations team must be able to refill their own cup by having time to spend with people and passions outside of work. So once a month, instead of using Wednesday afternoons for professional development, our staff are free to use that time however they wish. We believe that by supporting our staff's well-being, we empower them to bring their best selves to the classroom. Thank you for allowing me to share today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Strader. And I do have a copy of your statement. Barrington Brown, I believe, is not here. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. I did have a question or two for Mr. Rodberg.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Rodberg, you made a point that there's a lot that's been added to teachers and school leaders. And I don't want to take away from that point. But then you decided to be more specific, and you cited a school strengthening work plan. I'm not quite sure what that is. A bullying prevention plan. Are we to not have a bullying prevention plan? And before you answer that, send out immunization letters. We've required immunizations of students for a couple of decades at least. An emergency response plan. So that's kind of what got me sitting up, because I don't think we want to see an emergency in a school and very regrettable results, and it turns out we didn't have a plan. And then you said this is in addition to data on staff, budget, enrollment, all of which we want to know. Like for this hearing, we want data on staff, like retention data. So I get that it's a lot that's being added, and I think that the LEAs need to think about how to mitigate the burden, but other than school strengthening work plan, I don't know how we could forego any of what you mentioned.
Yes, sir. And I think it's difficult, and honestly, I don't envy citywide policymakers. But I want to give an example that I didn't mention, but which came up earlier in the prepared testimony, but which came up earlier in this hearing, which are these school climate and culture surveys that OSSI is planning for this spring. I, of course, want to know what's going on with school culture and climate at my school or my schools, and I understand the citywide need to know what's going on school and culture climate wise. But I don't think there is enough consideration as to the trade-offs that are involved and the amount of time that are taken. For instance, at my school, these are online surveys. We are not a computers in the classroom school. We're a Montessori school. So we have to communicate with OSSI about these surveys. We have to make plans for how they will happen, of course, during class time. Our teachers need to be trained to give them during class time. We need to distribute computers to our students during class time. Students need to take them. We need to get the computers back. So on and so forth. One suggestion I might have, and this would go for all of these, is like the federal government does with tax forms and other forms, that city agencies give an estimate of how many person hours each of these requirements will take. I think that all of these are really valuable things for the city, but all of them have costs in terms of time. And so I think that giving consideration to these trade-offs will help in making the really tough choices, which I think teachers have to make every day. It's just like what we want to teach our students. All of these things are valuable. I mentioned financial literacy standards, social emotional standards, the social studies standards. I support financial literacy. I support social emotional learning. We have requirements in the city for health and physical education minutes as well. I think all of these things are good, but when you add them up, what you end up with is folks really having to decide on the ground what those trade-offs in terms of time are. And so I would say not just are these good initiatives, but how much time do they take and where are the trade-offs?
Well, maybe I'll just leave it at that. I mean, it's a balance.
Yeah, absolutely.
These surveys are good, or the curricula are good, and it takes time to implement them.
Yep.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Gina Abrams, Gina Abrams, Stephanie Miller, Sally Jones, educator with Empower Ed, Benjamin Luckner, Alice McNeil, educator with Empower Ed, Owen Shaw, Cheryl Brown, who is a health and physical education teacher in DCPS, Crawford Bennett, Chandler Denard, Terrence Neal Johnson, Nasia Bethay, Homer Rollins, Jasmine Townsend, instructional coach at Stanton, David Eiffel, DCPS teacher, Zachary Wilson, Aramis, I'm guessing it's Aramis Sanchez, Rhonda Ferguson, Janine Hodge, Paul Spires, Tasha Jackson, Emmanuel Epi, Dewan Grant, Conchita Mays Crawford, DeHaven Scott, Charlotta Curley, Christopher Curley, Grace Reed, principal at Barnard Elementary School, Tori Hawkins Plummer, Shatia Frederick. So I started with Gina Abrams, who I think is not here. Stephanie Miller. Zoe Jones.
I'm here.
Go for it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good evening, Council. My name is Zoe Jones, and I'm an Empower Ed Fellow. I teach 7th and 8th grade special education from Ward 4. I joined Empower Ed to expand my dreams of planting seeds for my family and my students and the teachers I have the pleasure to work with in our community. They have the right to an education system that reciprocates the benefits that they put into it. Today, I'm here to discuss what steps the city can take to retain educators like me. Recently, a beloved teacher in my school moved on to another position in education due to the lack of wellness opportunities for her mental health, payroll issues, and administrative support needed to retain her. As a school culture, we are now challenged with finding a qualified replacement that can fill her role of IEP and ELD teacher with 15 years of experience in kindergarten and first. Someone who knows what foundations of learning are facilitated and differentiated for our students with learning disabilities. Steps are constantly being added to the IEP process, making it hard to keep up and stay compliant, which is a huge part of how special education teachers keep their jobs. More students are constantly being added to our roster in order to maintain enrollment quotas. With such a hefty load to lift, all of our teachers are asking for our wellness practices and a flexible schedule that can be added in order to support teacher wellness. One suggestion, which has been mentioned tonight, is mentoring and training opportunities, specifically for our administration, general ed, and enrichment teachers, especially in education practices, to broaden their understanding of what the IEP process is. This is usually discussed and administered for new teachers at the beginning of the school year. However, supported teachers are less likely to leave the profession when there is some understanding of what goes into their classroom responsibilities. Providing professional development to general education teachers and administration would offer some ease in their practice, clarity of school roles and professional growth, and a feeling of equitability in the school. Another suggestion is improving work-life balance by lessening teacher burnout, offering wellness incentives like reduction of administrative workload, flexible scheduling, mental health resources, on-site childcare will help alleviate teacher stress and in turn improve retention. When teachers are treated well, we're able to foster responsibilities needed for our students and facilitate lessons better. My passion to teach is about planting seeds. As a child, my father was self-educated and believed that reading and writing were the mechanics of knowledge. He told my brothers and me that writing and education are like planting seeds to create the life you want, allowing you to be the master of your fate. Teachers like me believe in the seeds we plant to ensure the future of our students are bright. Our students need us. Our students deserve the retention we can give them to grow. And so thank you so much for your time and consideration of my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. And I have your statement. Benjamin Luckner.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Ben Luckner, a 16-year DCPS special education teacher, a WTU co-building rep at Lafayette Elementary School, and a member of the WTU contract bargaining team. Thank you to all council members who supported us during our contract campaign. I look forward to that 30-day timeline that you mentioned earlier, Chairman Mendelson. Imagine if students told their parents that a teacher's classroom and grading policies created feelings of fear, heightened stress and anxiety, and were racially biased. How would you expect admin to respond? I would expect admin to step in and ensure that the teacher made changes or else receive professional consequences. There has been over a decade of DCPS teachers telling the council about the negative impact of impact. There have been tweaks and changes, but we still have a deeply divisive evaluation tool that negatively impacts teacher well-being across the district. Teachers are encouraged to develop their class rules and expectations with student input, yet impact continues to be non-negotiable per DC code. We see a top-down culture of do as we say, not as we do in DCPS, which ranges from curriculum to assessment to evaluation. We are made to feel that central office knows best and that we need to shut up and teach. This attitude applies to the council, with DCPS blatantly ignoring the Schools First and Budgeting Act the past 2 years. Last year, we had teachers spend nearly half of the year trying to focus on teaching, knowing that their positions were potentially being excessed, but also hoping that the DC Council would once again step in and clean up DCPS's mess. Thanks again, by the way, but we still lost educators. DCPS needs to be checked. I urge the council to consider doing so by legislating that DCPS has to negotiate with the WTU on impact. Teachers should finally have a say in the tool that has been shown to be racially biased and has created a culture of fear, mistrust, and heightened stress for an already stressful job. That is reason enough to warrant change, but I'll also add this for consideration. What if impact is based on bad psychology? In his article, The Folly of Merit Pay, writer Alfie Kohn notes that, quote, researchers have demonstrated repeatedly that the use of such extrinsic inducements often reduces intrinsic motivation. The more that people are rewarded, the more they tend to lose interest in whatever they have to do to get the reward. If bonuses and the like can motivate some educators, it's only in an extrinsic sense and often at the cost of undermining their passion for teaching, end quote. Impact is a quintessential do this, get that system of rewards and punishments. There are so many avenues of punishment within impact, and I'd agree with Kohn, who notes that a reward, when not received, is no different than a punishment. Talk to teachers who received a score in the 340 range and missed out on a bonus or stage increase, and I'm sure they would agree. I have personally benefited from impact over my 16 years, which has in part influenced my decision to commit to a career in DCPS. To that, I will give DCPS an impact credit. But we're in observation season now, and I, like many educators, am a walking ball of stress. Has this made me a better teacher? I'm not sure. I'm inclined to think that my growth has come from my work with students, families, and colleagues outside of evaluations. And I'll leave you with this last quote from Kohn. Pay people well, pay them fairly, and then do everything possible to help them forget about money. Impact is tied to our pay. It is not something that is going to help us continue to develop as educators, and hopefully we can work on a system that would be something new with your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luckner. Alice McNeil.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and Committee of the Whole. First, thank you for holding this meeting after school hours so that educators and students are able to attend and testify. Thank you again for supporting the WTU's contract campaign, and please ratify the tentative contract agreement as quickly as possible. I'm Alice McNeil, an English as second language elementary educator and proud Ward 4 resident. I'm here to ask that the council get rid of impact and allow the WTU to bargain for our teacher evaluation system, expand community schools, and create an educator retention fund. OSSE found that on average, just 83% of DC teachers across DC and public charter schools are retained over 5 years. In addition to the current contract, a huge barrier in keeping teachers in DCPS is the evaluation system. As you are aware, DC Code prevents the WTU from bargaining our evaluation system. Impact is a failed experiment. American University found, quote, that impact created a negative culture and climate in participant schools. The negative climate that participants describe focus on issues such as unhealthy competition, stress, anxiety, and undermining trust and relationships, which was even echoed by school leaders. Impact does not encourage or foster educator improvement and growth. Instead, it adds additional stress to an already stressful profession. The WTU has an impact committee ready with suggestions for productive and more equitable alternatives to the impact evaluation system. Please allow us to bring these solutions to the bargaining table. I'm also asking that the council expand funding for community schools. Schools need funding to expand the number of community schools, as well as hire specific coordinators to facilitate the successful utilization of wraparound services. I'm asking that this funding be made available for schools that meet at least 3 of the following criteria: 70% or more at-risk student population, bottom quartile attendance, highest quartile justice involvement, bottom quartile food access score, and top quartile of multilingual learners. Strong communities are synonymous with strong schools. Offering these critical services, investing in communities now to support some of our most vulnerable residents will benefit the entire city in both the short and long term. Lastly, I'm asking that the council create and fund an educator retention fund. While teacher retention is an issue across the city, there are multiple avenues to support teachers to stay in the profession and continue teaching in DC. Please create an educator retention fund and start by targeting schools with the lowest educator retention to allow for options such as flexible scheduling, permanent substitutes, contracting for educator wellness and retention support, and hiring student and staff wellness coordinators. To reiterate, I'm asking that you end impact, expand community schools, and create and fund a teacher retention fund. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McNeil. I don't have a copy of your statement. If you could send it, please.
I sent it earlier today, but I can resend it.
Yeah, I'll resend it. Thank you. I believe Bowen Shaw is not here. Cheryl Brown is not here. Crawford Bennett is not here. Chandler Denard is not here. Terrence Neal Johnson is not here. Nasia Bethay is not here. Homer Rollins is not here. Jasmine Townsend. Ms. Townsend, please proceed.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, council members, staff, and members of the public. I am Jasmine Townsend, and I've been an educator in Washington, D.C. for 16 years. Currently, I am the English and Language Arts instructional coach for kindergarten through fifth grade teachers at Stanton Elementary School. At DCPS, I've taught special education, preschool, pre-kindergarten, kindergarten, and first grade. I also taught preschool and pre-kindergarten at Friendship Public Charter School. In my time as a teacher, I've educated students who are just beginning school, started clubs for elementary school students that need additional support, and been a helpful colleague to ensure that members of my team succeed. Earlier this month, I was pleased to be recognized by Mayor Bowser, Dr. Farabee, and Superintendent Mitchell as the 2025 DC Teacher of the Year. I feel fortunate that throughout my career in DCPS, I have worked for leaders who demonstrate an unwavering commitment to students and their school community. The principals, assistant principals, and other school leaders I have worked with have supported my professional growth, provided opportunities for me to lead, and created an environment for me to flourish as a teacher. The important work of teaching does not happen in isolation. I believe that in many schools, collaboration is currency, the secret sauce that moves the work forward. I've learned so much from my colleagues who have shared best practices, modeled, been reflective, and held me accountable. I've been surrounded by educators who enjoyed the work they did, and that joy showed up in their efforts to reach and teach every student. I felt prepared to support my students using the resources that have been provided to me as an educator. I have access to high-quality materials to facilitate engaging lessons, and when I didn't have a resource within my school building, my leaders went out of their way to ensure we could get it for our students. I felt seen and valued as an educator through the feedback I received on my yearly evaluations that provided specific steps and a clear path to improvement. I also believe my hard work has been recognized through opportunities like the Impact Plus award system and other teacher distinctions throughout the district. Thank you for hearing my perspective on the issue of teacher retention within DCPS, and thank you to everyone who is testifying today on this important topic.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. And I would appreciate if you could send us your statement.
Yes.
And congratulations on Teacher of the Year.
Thank you.
David Eifel, I believe is not here. Zachary Wilson.
Hi, my name is Zach Wilson, and I'm a teacher from DC Columbia Heights Education Campus. I've been teaching for 8 years, and I live in Ward 2. So I'm asking you guys to trust that as educators, we are deeply committed to learning and that we're intrinsically motivated to enhance our practice for the betterment of our students and families. Our work is fueled by our love for our students, our loyalty to our communities, and our unwavering commitment to social justice. We choose to teach, and every morning we rise with the sole purpose of making a positive difference in a young person's life. If you make our job easier, we'll be able to teach longer. As we accrue more experience and expertise, we get better at helping students. It's that simple. We are so wary of the longstanding No Child Left Behind and Michelle Rhee policies. Is it not evident by now that the fixation on standardized testing has been a failure for over 2 decades and significantly enhancing students' literacy skills? All those teachers who were subjected to bullying, intimidation, constraints, and what did it achieve? The outcomes did not improve, and inequality remained unmitigated. Then the pandemic struck, setting us back by 2 decades. What the pandemic should teach us is that student results depend on public health. If we want to address educational disparities, then we must address generational poverty, segregation, incarceration, and hunger. Bullying teachers just makes us quit. Forcing us to teach to a test or to use dehumanizing scripted curriculum just kills students' engagement and interest in school. And if teachers and students lose motivation, that's harder to overcome systemic injustice. What we are pleading for is trust. Instead of scapegoating us, let us acknowledge that the challenges we face are larger than any individual's effectiveness. We're confronting history, injustice, and inequality. These issues will persist until we address the root cause of these disparities. It's not about teacher performance, but the fact that life in DC is becoming increasingly difficult, especially for Black people and people of color. Parenting is harder, feeding children is harder, maintaining housing is harder. We need trust, not blame. To echo the words of Ibram X. Kendi, I want to remind you guys that any test or process that says that one race is better or inferior to another is racist. We already know that our standardized tests are racist. Black children and Hispanic children aren't less literate than any other child. Every child has language, the ability to communicate, express, and understand. Literacy is universal. Some languages and types of knowledge just aren't valued, measured, or seen. Similarly, impact is racist as well. According to DCPS's own report, white teachers' average impact score was 17 points higher than Black teachers, 14 points higher than Latino teachers, and 9 points higher than Asian teachers. Similarly, white teachers are rated highly effective at a higher rate than other teachers in the district. So I want to end once more with a reminder that Black students and teachers are not inferior. The education system needs to understand that once and for all. We're tired of being undervalued and misunderstood. That's why we drop out, and that's why we quit. To address the disparities in outcomes, stop looking for quick fixes like micromanagement and imposing discipline and testing and evaluations on us. This has been tried ad nauseum, and it doesn't work. Instead, address the issues at the root. Address racial injustice and systemic inequality. Treat us with respect and make us feel welcomed as a valued part of school communities, neighborhoods, and what makes DC special. DC schools need to trust in our humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do have your statement. Aramis Sanchez.
Hello, my name is Aramis Sanchez, and I am a school librarian over at Roosevelt High School. Sorry, I had to look at the thing. The role of librarians within DCPS is often misunderstood at many schools. This misunderstanding has led to a vicious cycle that hampers the effectiveness of our librarians and ultimately undermines the educational outcomes of our students. Librarians aren't merely custodians of books. We are essential educators who foster information literacy, critical thinking, and a love of reading. Our effectiveness, however, is hindered by significant barriers in our schools. Many of us are pulled into roles that distract from our core duties, managing administrative tasks, covering for absent teachers, and even being asked to function as a classroom teacher, which is actually a contractual violation aside, but is a request that has come up. The library itself is intended as a multi-use space and is welcome to everyone, but it's often locked in as a classroom or perpetual meeting space, which means that students are denied access to the library and they can't come in and check out books. We, in many cases, lack equipment that would streamline our work and accelerate our impact, like a self-checkout computers or functioning laptops for student use. I'll never forget when I first started, students were coming in to try and write college essays. And I didn't have devices, so they had to work on their cell phone. Yeah, like the district has made strides to get tech access for everyone, but there are still several blind spots, and librarians specifically often find themselves without student devices. These challenges and difficulties lead to a steady churn of librarians exiting DCPS and taking with them all the knowledge and relationships that they have. Early in my career in DCPS, I was advised by an elder librarian that librarians don't really stick around. So you have to last a couple of years before anyone really wants to work with you. That's a profoundly sad statement. Research has shown consistently that schools with certified librarians see improved outcomes for all students, regardless of background, including higher literacy rates and standardized test scores. The presence of a full-time qualified librarian has also been linked to not only improved literacy, but also higher graduation rates and academic success across various demographics. Studies have demonstrated that the benefits of strong library programs are most pronounced for minority students, as are the detrimental impacts of not having a librarian. School librarians serve as a nexus for the entire school community, curating diverse resources that reflect our students' lives and interests. We host clubs and are deeply involved in the fabric of our school's culture. We create safe spaces for exploration, allowing students to engage with materials they would otherwise not engage with on their own terms, again, in a safe space. And this autonomy is crucial for them developing a genuine desire to learn. Maintaining Essential 1 status for librarians is not just about preserving a role, it's about honoring our responsibilities to our students to invest in their literacy and their future. Librarians are a luxury, are not a luxury, we are a necessity. Thank you so much for your time.
Mr. Sanchez, thank you for your testimony, and I have your statement. I believe Rhonda Ferguson is not here. Janine Hodge.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much to the council. My name is Janine Hodge. I'm the school librarian at Anacostia High School. I love my school and feel the students are extremely rich in spirit and eager to learn. I love my school community as we as a community strive tirelessly to ensure students are at the forefront of school-based initiatives seen and heard. This is my third year at the school, and I have learned so much more about librarianship and urban education. School librarians are active participants in literacy programming, which helps to support increasing reading scores. At times, school librarians are not supported with library programming and are asked to support other areas of the school where there are shortages. School librarians support attendance and enrollment initiatives, small group instruction, reading celebrations / incentives, social emotional programming, reading data chats, and more. In some school libraries, the program is not being recognized, but the library space is heavily utilized for non-library related programming, which does impact students' ability to check out books, and teacher collaborations and things of that sort. School librarians need support to carry out programs that will enhance the reading experience and skill development. With the upcoming 2025 school year budget, I am concerned about the future of school librarians in DCPS. School librarians are at risk for being pushed from essential to non-essential personnel, which would give school leaders the autonomy to close the school library programs. School librarians are needed in every school in DCPS to support students' school engagement, to build a sense of belonging and community, reading engagement, inquiry, college and career development, and more. Peachey County, a neighboring county, has adopted retaining and supporting school librarians to support literacy outcomes. By closing the school library programming, this limits programming that has been built for post-secondary planning. In short, over the last 2 years at Anacostia, the library services has supported Morehouse Day at Anna, engaged students with local policymakers to support activating student voice, literacy nights, parent pre-games, reading book clubs, civic engagement and community service initiatives, and more. We also support connected schools, college and career, application letter writing preparations, and also have a partnership with DOES where students can get paid to learn library science while they are going to school. I ask the council to please ensure school librarians are essential to the upcoming budget for 2025. A robust library program helps to connect all initiatives bound by the school comprehensive plan, which is a document that DCPS central office and school leaders use to uphold yearly school-wide goals linked to the mission and vision of the school. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Ms. Hodge. Is Charlotta Curley here? So I believe Paul Spires is not here. Tasha Jackson is not here. Emmanuel Epi is not here. Dewan Gant is not here. Conchita Mays Crawford is not here. DeHaven Scott is not here. Charlotta Curley is not accepting. Christopher Curley is not here. Grace Reed is not here. Tori Hawkins Plummer is not here. And Chatia Frederick is not here. I I do not have questions for the witnesses who just testified, but I did want to thank you for your testimony. Some of you I have copies, some of you I don't. If you would provide, we do file a record. I forgot to mention at the beginning of the hearing, but the record's open for 2 weeks. So if you could do that. I also want to thank you for your patience because it's right now about almost 10 p.m. I appreciate your patience. If you stick around because you can watch the hearing, although we will exit you from the participating room, we are about to call the DCPS and OSSI for testimony. So again, thank you all. You're excused. And we're going to turn to the government. And that would be Elizabeth Ross, Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning in the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, fondly known as OSSI, Dr. Louis Farabee, who's Chancellor of the District of Columbia Public Schools. We're glad to be keeping you guys up late. And Juana Bay, who is Deputy Chancellor to DC Public Schools. Give me a second. Who wants to go first? OSSI or DCPS? You should probably let.
Microphone's on.
Yep. We can hear your pearly voice.
Thank you.
Thank you in advance for all of you being here at 10 o'clock at night.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, council members, staff, and members of the public. I'm Dr. Louis D. Farabee, Chancellor for DC Public Schools. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the topic of teacher and principal retention. Joining me today, or this evening rather, is Dr. Juana Bay, who is DCPS Deputy Chancellor for Social, Emotional, and Academic Development, also known as SEED. I want to start by acknowledging the many educators who testified this evening and the hard work of the DCPS teachers, educators, and the Washington Teacher Union. The work that we've done over the past year has allowed us to reach a 5-year tentative contract. Thank you to all the government partners as well who helped us reach this point. The W2U members voted last week to ratify the contract. We look forward to finalizing this deal soon. This tentative contract includes a 4% bonus, raises for the next 4 years, and additional improvements to working conditions. This contract comes on the heels of a contract providing historic pay increases with benefits for teachers, and this will certainly benefit our students as well. Helping DCPS maintain its regional and national competitiveness as a great place to teach, work, and learn. We know that effective teacher can be a game changer in a student's life, imparting invaluable skills and knowledge in nurturing an interest or guiding a young person on a pathway to career and post-secondary success. DCPS closely analyzes our recruitment, hiring, performance, and retention data so that we can continue to retain effective teachers and provide all our teachers with the support they need to develop and improve their craft. I'm pleased to share that this fall, the overwhelming majority of DCPS teachers chose to continue to work at DCPS. The number returning to the same school also continues to grow. I'm particularly proud of our diverse workforce, our retention of our most effective teachers, and the fact that DCPS retains effective teachers at schools regardless of the Title I status. During my testimony this evening, I want to make sure you better understand DCPS teacher workforce, areas of strength regarding retention, and 2 areas where we want to see further improvement. During this presentation, I will focus my testimony on data about teachers and principals and their retention within their schools and DCPS this fall. First, DCPS employs and retains a diverse workforce. As shown on slide 2, about half of the teachers in DCPS identify as Black. 30% identify as white, 10% identify as Hispanic, Latino, and 4% Asian. 6% do not report their race, and less than 1% identify as Native American, Alaskan Native, Pacific Islander, or Native Hawaiian. Our workforce is significantly more diverse than the national average. Our teacher workforce is about 3/4 female and 1/4 male. 2 ways that we are supporting the recruitment of a diverse workforce are through 1, our teacher education CTE pathway, which is beginning at 3 schools, and secondly, through our collaboration with the Office of the State Superintendent of Education and their apprenticeship program for teaching, which is underway at 17 schools. We know that a diverse workforce is the key to supporting a diverse student body. Students deserve and benefit from having teachers of the same race during their academic careers. Our principal workforce, composed differently, but also reflects the diversity of our teachers and our students. DCPS retention of teachers and principals continues to improve. DCPS has improved the retention of our educators over the last decade while increasing the size of the number of teachers in our workforce. As you can see on slide 3, a decade ago, DCPS retained 76% of teachers within their same school and 83% within DCPS. This fall, 82% of teachers returned to their school and 89% of teachers returned to work in DCPS. We are pleased to report similar trends among our principals, which you can see in more detail on slide 4. 4 years ago, 9 principals left DCPS. This year, that number is down to 4 principals out of 114, meaning DCPS has retained 96% of our principals this fall. DCPS also continues to retain the most effective teachers. You can see on the next slide, slide 5, at DCPS, we know that teachers are the biggest factor within the school building that influences student success. This is why we are proud that we retain our most effective educators at the highest rates. For example, for our teachers rated as highly effective, 96% of those teachers return to work at DCPS. DCPS supports all of our teachers with coaching, instructional resources, and professional development to help them improve their practice. However, not everyone that we hire in DCPS will be retained in the long run, and we're okay with that. Our goal is to continue to refine our evaluation and support systems to help teachers improve and strategically retain our teachers in service of student success. We are proud that DCPS retains highly effective educators at similar rates regardless of a school's Title I status. Schools that educate economically disadvantaged students often have challenges related to teacher turnover. This is why we continue to incentivize teachers to teach in our Title I schools. and while we provide larger bonuses to highly effective teachers who do so. DCPS retains educators at similar rates regardless of race and gender. At DCPS, we take our equity imperative seriously. As part of our strategic plan, we are committed to eliminating barriers to academic and social success for our students furthest from opportunity. This means that we need to provide targeted support to our Black and Latino and Hispanic students. While this support can take many forms, one way is to ensure our teacher workforce continues to be diverse and that Black, Hispanic, or Latino teachers continue to choose DCPS. As you can see on slide 6, our Black and Hispanic or Latino teachers return to DCPS at rates above the DCPS average. At DCPS, we are committed to continuous improvement. It is in the spirit that I want to share with you 2 areas that we believe we have more work to do with respect to teacher retention. While a common trend among LEAs within DC and among districts across the country, teachers who are newest to DCPS return to DCPS at lower rates compared to their more experienced peers, as you can see on slide 7. While our retention rate for our experienced teachers is quite high, we see more work needs to be done to ensure that our teachers that are newer to DCPS remain within the school system. We also want to see improved retention rates for specific wards. While we have seen some wards improve and remain steady with respect to retention, as you can see on slide 8, within school retention in Ward 8, for example, is 4% lower than the DCPS average. My team and I will closely review the testimonies provided this evening by our teachers and our principals, and we look forward to identifying additional areas where we can improve based on the feedback received. At DCPS, teachers earn excellent compensation. They work in our schools that foster and reward collaboration, and they can pursue professional growth and learning while working as a teacher. For these reasons and many more, we continue to see retention of teachers and principals grow, and we're proud of those results. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Chancellor Fairby. Dr. JD?
Elizabeth or Ms. Ross is fine.
Attorney Ross.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and staff. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. My name is Elizabeth Ross, and I am the Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning for the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. I'm pleased to join you this evening to discuss the important topic of teacher and principal retention in the District of Columbia. Educator retention matters from a systems level as well as from the individual level, and I share this council's interest in ensuring that DC continues to attract, retain, and support talented educators throughout their careers. As I have shared previously with this council, sitting in this seat is quite meaningful for me. I began my career as a 3rd grade teacher here in DC, in DCPS, at Simon Elementary School, and teaching had a profound impact on me. I regularly call upon my experience leading a classroom when working to develop and implement policies to support teaching and learning for educators and students across the District of Columbia. DC experienced a 5 percentage point increase in overall teacher retention between the 22-23 and 23-24 school years, raising the retention rate to 88%. Notably, this improvement occurred at the same time that the district added approximately 400 new teaching positions. Overall, DC teacher retention rates have been relatively stable over the past 3 years, with 83 to 88% of teachers returning to the district's education workforce each year. DC's teacher retention data is on par with similarly situated jurisdictions. As is the case with all data, it is important to consider DC's educator retention data in context. These data do not exist in a vacuum. Many jurisdictions do not prioritize publication of annual data on teacher retention with the same level of granularity, which makes national comparisons challenging. However, in recent years, DC's teacher retention rates have been comparable to similarly sized urban school systems, such as Georgia's DeKalb and Fulton counties in Metro Atlanta and Boston, Massachusetts. In DC, Atlanta, and Boston, 83, 84, and 85% of teachers continued as teachers last year, respectively. It is also important to consider DC's teacher retention data alongside DC's teacher vacancy rates, which have remained both relatively stable and relatively low in recent years. This is particularly notable given that DC has one of the lowest student-to-teacher ratios in the nation. In the 23-24 school year, our citywide student-to-teacher ratio was 11-1, compared to a national average of 15-1. DC's principal retention data demonstrate that there has been a 10% increase in the number of principals retained between the 18-19 and 23-24 school years. Additionally, between the 22-23 and 23-24 school years, the average experience level of DC school leaders increased significantly. School leaders with 6 or more years of experience increased by 9 percentage points. DC has one of the most diverse educator workforces in the country. Our most recent data demonstrate that the majority of our teachers, 73%, are teachers of color, and the majority of our school leaders, 77%, are school leaders of color, compared to 22% of teachers and 23% of school leaders nationally. This is important. Research consistently demonstrates that all students benefit from access to a diverse educator workforce, and students of color see particularly positive effects across multiple metrics when taught by at least one teacher who shares their racial identity. DC also breaks national trends on teacher mobility patterns. Nationally, research consistently finds that experienced teachers transfer from schools serving lower income students to schools serving higher income students. However, in OSSE's 2024 Educator Workforce Report, we found that DC teachers transferred in and out of schools with different rates of economically disadvantaged students at similar rates, which may point to the effectiveness of DCPS's impact system in incentivizing educators to teach in high poverty schools. In future years, I would be very interested in replicating this analysis at the sector level. Educator experience is important. It's important for our students, our schools, and our city. On average, teacher and principal effectiveness increases with experience. Further, we know that veteran teachers often serve as stabilizing forces for less experienced teachers in their buildings, acting as mentors and sounding boards as novice teachers adjust to the classroom. Yet we also know that teacher turnover is highest in urban school districts like DC, meaning that we must place additional attention on retaining high-quality educators to best serve our students and our schools. Across the district, our government partners and public stakeholders share a focus on the importance of continuously improving our approach to teacher retention, and we will continue to partner to understand how to build on these positive trends. Only a handful of state education agencies in the country publish comprehensive teacher retention data for every LEA. We have proactively taken significant steps to collect and report educator data, because one of our unique roles as DC's state education agency is to engage fully with all components of the educator pipeline, preparation, and support ecosystem. We take our role in this space seriously and have significantly expanded our data collection and reporting capacity in recent years, launching the Census Faculty and Staff Data Collection in fall 2020 and our Educator Preparation Provider, or EPP, data collection in spring 2021. These data collections occur annually and enable OSSE to provide DC educators, educational leaders, and the public with comprehensive system-wide data that help describe our DC educator pipeline and workforce. OSSE prioritizes publication of these data on multiple public platforms, including our website and the DC School Report Card. OSSE also prioritizes publication of these data for one of our most important users, our LEAs, through the OSSE Educator Talent and Equity Dashboard. This tool includes information from multiple data collections, including the faculty and staff data collection and the student enrollment audit, and is designed to provide our LEAs with the information they need to support strategic staffing policies and practices and better understand key issues like educator supply, demand, retention, and equity. OSSI is committed to building the capacity to leverage these data across the DC educational ecosystem. In spring 2025, OSSI anticipates hosting DC's inaugural educator workforce convening, which will facilitate knowledge sharing and strategizing on key educator workforce indicators, including teacher retention between EPPs, OSSI, and LEAs. OSSI's efforts to support and sustain a strong educator workforce begin with our work to build strong pathways to the profession. Within the Division of Teaching and Learning, we work to catalyze a strong pipeline of future educators and then build their capacity from pre-service to in-service through targeted, sustained, high-quality supports. This summer, OSSI established the first citywide registered apprenticeship in teaching to help catalyze a strong pipeline of future educators by providing no-cost pathways into the high-demand fields of early childhood education, elementary education, and special education. DC paraprofessionals have expressed appreciation and enthusiasm for this program, and we received over 400 teacher apprentice applications for the 24-25 school year. OSSI is currently supporting 48 teacher apprentices in 35 schools, 17 of which are in DCPS across DC. Further, in 2022, OSSI released comprehensive regulations, which established important guardrails for the programs preparing our future educators. These regulations included requirements that EPPs must address their work to attract and support candidates who reflect the rich racial and ethnic diversity of our students. OSSI also provides important supports to our existing teacher workforce, as a confident, well-prepared, and effective educator is more likely to remain in the educator workforce. I would like to highlight in particular 4 recent advancements OSSI has made to support our teachers and principals. First, I am particularly proud that OSSI recently secured nearly $50 million in competitive grant funds from the U.S. Department of Education to provide educators with the skills and support they need for effective literacy intervention and instruction. These resources, 95% of which will go directly to LEAs, will build upon the strong foundational literacy supports OSSI and our LEA partners currently have in place. Second, in recent years, OSSI has partnered with EdConnective to pilot one-on-one coaching for school leaders. In response to educator and school leader feedback, OSSI expanded this program last year to include novice teachers, as data demonstrate that first-year teachers need the most feedback and support for classroom success. Third, OSSI used federal recovery funding to establish a grant program to support educator wellness in the district. This successful initiative was prioritized by Mayor Bowser in her FY25 budget proposal to Council. Fourth, to support teacher growth, quality, and retention, OSSI provides high-quality professional learning opportunities, including in high-priority topics such as the science of reading, math, special education, social studies, and science to all DC educators free of charge through our learning management system. OSSI looks forward to continuing to strengthen the workforce of today and to develop the workforce of tomorrow. OSSI and the Division of Teaching and Learning team I lead operate with a growth mindset. Data-informed perspectives, purposeful reflection, and research-backed intervention will enable us to continue to improve across all of our programs and priorities. Educator retention is no exception. I am proud that the policies and programs we have underway in DC are designed to ensure that more educators have access to the preparation, compensation, and support they need for sustained excellence. And I look forward to continuing to build upon this amazing foundation to further support the educator workforce across our district schools. Thank you for the opportunity to join you in this important conversation this evening. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. So I have a bunch of questions, and at this point, they're not really in any order. So let me start with this. So Ms. Ross, in your statement on page 4, I just wanted you to explain this. You went over it quickly, and I didn't follow. In OSSI's 2024 Educator Workforce Report, we found that DC teachers transferred in and out of schools with different rates of economically disadvantaged students at similar rates, which may point to the effectiveness of DCPS's impact system in incentivizing educators to teach in high poverty schools. I think what you had at the beginning of that paragraph, you said the national trend is that experienced teachers transfer from lower income schools to more affluent schools.
Correct.
So what are we doing in DC?
In DC, we find consistent transfer rates between schools regardless of socioeconomic status. And because DCPS's impact system is designed to prioritize and reward teachers teaching in our lowest performing schools, that is suggestive that that program is working as intended, helping to ensure that our best teachers are serving our students who are furthest from opportunity. This is dissimilar than what we see across the rest of the country, where we see our best teachers voting with their feet, moving from our schools serving our lowest poverty children to our schools serving our highest poverty children. But we don't see that here in DC. We see movement that is agnostic of the poverty rate of the school.
Agnostic. So it's not
in a quantitative sense from the data
yes.
set.
So it's not that we're seeing teachers moving from affluent schools to lower income schools. We're seeing they're moving all around. As opposed to on the national level, they're moving from lower income schools to affluent schools.
Yes, which suggests that we're doing something different in DC that is driving those differences in teacher movement.
And may I add, Chairman, if you look at the slides and the information I provided, for example, if you look at our highly effective teachers, the retention rate of those teachers are on par regardless of the school's Title I status. So if you have a school with the majority of the students from economically disadvantaged communities and not, you see similar data, which you typically would not find nationally.
Okay. Ms. Ross, on page 6, you talked about one of the apprenticeship programs. I think you called it an apprenticeship program. And you said over 400 teacher apprentice applications. OSSI is currently supporting 48 teacher apprentices. Does that mean out of 400, only 48 were accepted?
That is correct, Chairman. OSSI is in its first year of implementation of our first citywide teacher apprenticeship program, and we are wildly proud of it and wildly excited by the high level of demand from our paraprofessionals across DC to enroll in this program. We're providing a high level of support for this program in deep partnership with the University of the District of Columbia, which is our university partner, providing the coursework that our educator apprentices need in order to earn their bachelor's degree and ultimately pursue an OSSI educator credential, becoming full-time teachers. And we're also working closely with our LEA partners. 17 of our schools are at DCPS, 18 of our schools are in public charter schools across the city. And so we are really, really excited to be able to enroll this first cohort of apprentices. And we were very pleased to work with this body to actually transition these funds from the Grow Your Own program to the teacher apprenticeship program, which is enabling us to serve a much larger cohort of individuals. So thank you for the collaborative work on that. We're excited to continue to keep you updated as we implement the program and learn from that work over the course of this school year.
So why only 48? Is that all that the funding would allow?
That is correct.
And how much money did we budget for this?
$550,000.
So if we'd budgeted a little over 1.1 million, we could have had 100.
So OSSI set up a robust application process as part of our teacher apprenticeship application program. And it was incredible to see. We hosted a teacher apprentice signing day at our building at 1050 First Street, and to hear apprentices talk about the level of commitment and the level of gravity that they felt being part of this first class. In its first year of implementation, it's really exciting to be implementing this program at a rate where both our university partner, our DC LEAs and our schools that are our employer partners, and OSSI can provide a really high level of support to our teacher apprentices. For this year of funding, we are excited to be able to have enrolled up to 48 apprentices and look forward to, again, learning from year one of implementation and certainly continuing the conversation as we learn from that about future years.
Now, that wasn't my question. My question was, so if we had budgeted 1.1 million, we could have had 100 students.
Yeah, so we went through a robust application process. At each step in the process, we had teacher apprentice candidates drop out, which is appropriate, right? You want an application
Sure.
process that helps you identify the individuals who are most likely to be able to make a meaningful difference for their students, to actually succeed in the program and succeed in the classroom. We went into the program knowing that we had $550,000 to spend, because that was the amount that was included in the final budget for this program. And we worked hard to leverage those resources as efficiently and as effectively as possible, and to work with our university partner to ensure that we were being as mindful as possible of our cost containment strategy. I'm hesitant to answer the question because we had 418 teacher apprentice applicants, but through a multi-stage application process, we had apprentices not advance to the next step at each of the stages of the application, and including the final stage of the application, which included their application to the University of the District of Columbia. So among that initial cohort of 418, we had some who signed up and said, I'm ready, but their LEA was not ready to sign on as an LEA partner. Their school was not ready to support them for any number of reasons. Maybe they needed some more time in the profession. Maybe there were performance concerns. And so, there were apprentices who applied, but then for whom they were unable to get the letter of recommendation. There were apprentices who applied, but there was an essay component and a demonstration of academic competency component as part of our application process. And so at each stage in the process, we had our number of applicants winnowed down so that we could reach that final cohort size.
Why are you hesitant to answer the question? Because another way of asking it is, what is the cost per apprentice? But it's by asking if we doubled it to 1.1 million, I'm also asking a capacity issue. So of the 400, were there only 48 that could ever have been said yes to, or was the demand greater than that? But because of the funding, it was only 48.
Certainly, we were in a position where we had to make difficult decisions in the final round. There were more than 48, certainly more than 48 applicants who could have, enrolled with additional funding. What I don't have in front of me here today, and I'm not prepared to speak to, which is part of my hesitancy in answering your question definitively, is the number of applicants that dropped out at each range of the cycle. And at each range of the cycle, we saw that number decrease, but you are correct in the per funding costs. So that 48 number was determined by the available funding.
Can you ballpark without remembering precisely whether we could have doubled if we had more money? Whether there were that many qualified applicants?
So certainly we could have increased. I am hesitant to commit to doubling without looking back with my team and doing a deeper analysis at in particular, the final stages of the process.
On the last page of your statement, you talked about 4 initiatives or programs. You didn't mention, this all was under the category of supporting teachers and principals. It's not clear to me whether you were including wellness. So if I remember correctly, we put $500,000 in the OSCE budget for teacher wellness.
Correct.
You reference here, third, OSCE used federal recovery funding to establish a grant program to support educator wellness in the district, a successful initiative to strategically implement health and wellness policies for educators that Mayor Bowser prioritized, extending in her FY25 budget. Somehow I thought the wellness money came from the council, not the mayor.
Thank you very much for the chance to clarify, Chairman. OSCE initially launched this program with recovery funding, and then subsequently it was included in the mayor's FY25 budget and approved by council. So this was an example of the federal stimulus funding being used to catalyze a program, and then that program being sustained by the mayor and by this council.
And that was 500, but you also didn't, well, I shouldn't say also, but you didn't mention, for example, flexible scheduling. We put some money in your budget for that. You don't think of that as being supports for existing teachers and principals?
Thanks so much, Chairman. As of, I believe we've discussed previously, and I'm very happy to discuss again, OSSI is in the middle of implementing the flexible scheduling pilot program. OSSI successfully awarded grants to 6 DC LEAs to implement the flexible scheduling pilot program. And we are working now with those LEAs in order to collect data, collect information from them. We look forward to providing this body with a full summary of their implementation and our learnings from that program in February 2026.
So I would count that as another wellness or supporting teacher initiative. And that's through your office.
Correct. The flexible scheduling pilot program is being run through my office.
Okay, I'll probably have more questions for you, but Chancellor Farabee, I'm not quite sure where to begin. So I don't dispute anything in your testimony, but I think of it as being like the glass half full or the glass half empty. I've listened to, I think it's 4 hours of testimony, mostly teachers who articulated, I'll say, a morale problem. Would you disagree?
Yeah, I would disagree. I think if you look at some of our survey data, for example, look at our TNTP survey data, many of the teachers have expressed that they feel that the criteria that they use to evaluate the performance of a teacher is clear. Another area is leaders at my school value aspects of my identity. We talked about the diversity. So I think there are certainly characteristics of the supports, the leadership in our schools that many of our teachers do value and appreciate. And I think what's undebatable is our compensation that we provide for our educators, which is very competitive.
Well, I'm going to push back. I'm going to try not to be in an argumentative mood, especially at 10:30 at night. You did say in your testimony that your team and you will be closely reviewing the testimony shared today by teachers and principals and looking for areas where we can improve in response to feedback. I think it's a positive statement, but teacher after teacher complained about stresses and problems in the schools, and I don't think they were misspeaking. I would like to have a hearing on teacher retention where there was maybe 10 witnesses as opposed to 88. But we get a lot of teachers who come out and talk about how stressful the teaching is in DCPS. I think I hate to single out any particular teacher, but there was one who taught at DCPS, left DCPS to charter school, came back to DCPS. So I asked him why, especially since he was criticizing DCPS. Did you see that testimony?
I don't recall that specific testimony.
Okay, well, I asked him and he said, and it's kind of what I expected. He said, well, the pay and the teachers union those are like super pluses for me. That's my language, but that's basically what he said. Those are super pluses for me. I could dig up his testimony, but he said, there was more freedom and impact was not so, he didn't have impact in the charter school, so there wasn't the stress over that. And he had more planning time. He mentioned it was kind of like, my words, it was kind of like Nirvana at the charter school, except for the pay, and he appreciates having collective bargaining representation. That was not so he came back to DCPS, but I would not say that was a positive report on DCPS, but I'm looking at the Insight survey. And I was struck by the DCPS average on some of these categories. So there are a lot of questions asked. At my school, I've seen someone model lessons where students are doing the majority of the thinking. That's under academic opportunity. My school's policies and practices provide all students a fair chance at academic success. Under instructional planning for student growth, an instructional leader at my school or district regularly reviews student work from my classes. I'm satisfied with the support I receive at my school for instructional planning. I have ready access to content experts with deep subject area knowledge to support my instructional planning. Under leadership, I have the opportunity to provide input on key school decisions that affect me. Leaders at my school value my feedback. Leaders at my school work hard to retain effective teachers. My school leaders model the behavior they hope to see across the school community. I think these surveys are done confidentially, correct?
That's my understanding. Yes, correct.
Okay. So I believe every question that I read was below 60%, and many of them were below 50% on average across the district. Those are not high marks. And
Yeah, I think
if I look at
you
the,
may be reading from an older survey. I believe there's some newer results.
now this
That's
says spring
available.
of 2024, so that would be this year.
Yeah, some of those numbers don't sound familiar to what I've seen, but there are typically in this survey, there are data points that we use to inform our strategy. There are many areas where we made progress, and there's many areas where teachers have indicated that we have performed well. But I think the reality is if you look at where we are nationally, for example, you look at the Department of Ed results, typically about 82 to 84% of teachers are retained at their school. Similar, if you look at Virginia, Maryland, to our neighbors.
Well, we're below the national average.
No, if you look at the Department of Ed reports, it's about 82, between the range of 82, 84%, and DCPS is at 82%. You know, so I think if you look at the numbers nationally, especially if you dig deeper and you look at urban school districts, which have unique challenges, you will find that DCPS has very compelling data. In terms of our
Well,
retention.
are you saying that the witness from Learning Policy Institute was incorrect? OSSE reported that now this is, I guess, citywide. OSSE reported that 74% of all DC teachers remained in their school going into the 23-24 school year. Nationally, an estimated 84%. That's 10 points below. DCPS 79%. Well, that's 5 points below. You just said we're at or above the national.
Yeah, I think you're looking at the previous year. So the number I was referencing is the most current data.
Well, now, don't get me started because I'm trying to be nice, but we've been trying to get data for the last 2 weeks. And getting data out of both OSSE and DCPS has been very difficult. So, but this is from the Learning Policy Institute in testimony dated October 29th, 2024. And give me a second, give me a second.
Yeah, Chairman Mendelson, if I may, one of the things that
So we have the most recent from DCPS.
Chairman Mendelson, if I may, one of the things that we were so excited to hear from the expert from Learning Policy Institute share today was, and that was reiterated by the expert from a DC Policy Center who spoke today, was that DC is on par nationally, which is the information that the chairman shared, that the information that the chancellor shared and consistent with the information that I shared. One of the key areas that I think it's quite important to keep in mind when considering these data is that there are a couple of different different ways of thinking about teacher retention, and all of them are important depending upon your area of interest and your area of inquiry. So first, it's important to look at retention for an individual who is retained in their school in their same role. Is third grade teacher Elizabeth Ross returning year over year to her third grade classroom at school X?
I understand.
Next is retention in the education sector in a teaching role. Is Elizabeth Ross, third grade teacher, returning as a teacher to the education sector? So potentially moving from her
I
school to
understand.
another school. Third is third grade teacher Elizabeth Ross staying in education more broadly and moving from a third grade teaching role to an instructional leadership role or an instructional coaching role? Each of these things are important. And as a matter of fact, that final point, which is that all three of those data points are included to reach our 88% teacher retention rate here in DC in the 23-24 school year.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I'm going to disagree. And this has been a disagreement that's gone on for several years, ever since Mary Levy did the report for the State Board of Education. I'm interested in how many teachers are staying at the same school teaching, because that's the community. And when you talk about how new teachers benefit from experienced teachers at the school, we're talking about experience. Well, I suppose it could be an experienced teacher who transferred into the school, but there was a lot of testimony about how valuable it is to a school to have teachers who've taught at that school for many, many years. That's the number I'm interested in.
I appreciate that, Chairman. We're interested in that number too, and that's why we publish it. I also heard a lot of testimony today, and it matches national data and research that suggests that opportunities for teachers to lead in new ways, to leverage their teaching experience and move, for example, into instructional coaching roles is very important for the health of an educator ecosystem.
I don't want to knock that, but if education occurs in the classroom, the primary concern of mine, and I think the committee, and I think the council, is retention within the school. I totally get, if we can grab a 20-year veteran from another school system and have them be working at the Central in school-wide support, great. But when we have an excellent principal at a middle school who goes to Central, I mean, that's not horrible, but the middle school's worse off for that.
I really appreciate that perspective, Chairman, and I'm very proud that this year we saw increases in both of those data points across DC.
Yes, yes, I've been still sort of breathless from the number 4, because I expected it was going to be higher as it has been in past years. But so, let me see, I'm kind of confused. OSSE publishes a teacher survey or retention report. What's it called?
The Educator Retention Brief. We publish this in January of every year.
Okay, was it published in January of 2024?
Correct.
Different report? When would that get published? So the workforce report is a 1 or 2 pager on your website.
The Educator Retention Brief is a 2-pager that lives on our website. We prioritize publication of that important data point.
And then
given its
all the
interest.
detail behind it, all the statistical stuff, which is called the workforce report.
The Educator Workforce Report is a comprehensive report that we publish biannually every other year. And that includes data not only from our
So when was it-
LEAs, but also from our educator preparation
So
providers.
when was it last published?
In October of this year, October 25th.
Last published.
Oh, I'm sorry, when was it last published? We published the inaugural version in June of 2022.
Okay, so the most recent was published October 2024.
Correct.
I believe last week?
Correct.
And this is survey data through June of 2024?
Yes, this includes data that we collected from our DC LEAs, our census data collection, the faculty and staff data collection that each LEA is working to complete right now. And it also includes comprehensive census data from our educator preparation providers, which we began collecting in spring of 2021 and have collected annually every year.
But this is data through school year 23-24.
That is correct.
You hesitated.
Yeah, I was just double checking the numbers in my head. Excuse me, it's the late hour.
DCPS publishes a report.
Yes, we released today our educator retention report
Today.
And if you look at October 2023 to October 2024, we retain 82% of our teachers within our school.
That was released today. When was it last released?
It's released annually.
When was it last released?
I don't have the last date. I can find that date.
Would you? I'm certain that folks are texting you as you're sitting there.
Now, the report that we are issuing this is the first year of that report. But we do have that data annually.
And what's the report called again?
It is called, I'll give you the exact name to make sure that you have it. It is the Educator Retention Report, which is required by legislation or
And
regulation.
when does the legislation require it be released?
It's required to be released by November.
Okay. And this is the first time?
That is correct.
And it was released today?
Correct.
Okay. So it's a little hard for me to have those statistics from that report if it came out today.
But I think it would be important to understand where the Learning Policy Institute is pulling those numbers from. Because that is not what we have in our calculations.
And Chancellor, if I may, we've actually done some digging into the Learning Policy Report paper, and we have some deep concerns about the data validity given the size of DC, which is why we were so pleased to hear the expert today provide different data from the Learning Policy Institute that were much more similar to the data that the Chancellor and I have presented to you here today. I think that's because the data that the Learning Policy Institute expert who testified here today presented to you were more timely. The Learning Policy Institute report that was published in summer 2024 pulls from 3 different data sources over 4 data years starting in 2017 and sunsetting in 2021. Although we expect a lag in collecting educator data for myriad different reasons, particularly for an institution that is working to collect and report national data, we would not necessarily expect a 3-year lag and such heavy reliance on data that were collected during the pandemic period, which many individuals who work in issues around educator data have named as an anomalous period due to the myriad disruptions that were happening across our sector. Additionally, those 3 different data sources have different levels of quality and validity based on their collection and based on their completeness for DC. One of them, the civil rights data collection, involves a statistically significant sample of districts rather than a comprehensive set of districts from DC. And myriad different data points that are referenced in this report note that reporting standards are not met for the District of Columbia for this report, which suggests to us that the utility of that report is significantly limited.
Okay, give me a second. All right, so I'm not quite sure how we went down that tangent, but I'll take full responsibility. I was asking about the teacher survey because where I was going was pressing the chancellor. You can point to, I said this earlier, the glass half full, the glass half empty. You can point to a lot of very positive things. But at the same time, there are other what do I want to say, data points. I hate that word, that aren't so positive. And I was mentioning some from the teacher survey, and I don't think it should just be dismissed that 42% of respondents to the, only 42% of the respondents to the teacher survey, the most recent teacher survey, could say that my school evaluation ratings are accurate reflections of teacher effectiveness. 58% of teachers across DCPS don't think that's correct. 59% say I agree. 59% disagree with this statement. I agree with the criteria that will be used to evaluate my performance as a teacher. 48% across the school system disagree with the statement. The person who evaluates my performance knows how much progress my students have made this year. 57% disagree with this statement. The teacher evaluation process helps identify my strengths and weaknesses. Whether the teachers are correct, I tend to think that they are, but putting that aside, let's say that they're not. It still reflects a morale that's not very good. So this was the point I was making about the one teacher. DCPS is able to attract teachers because of the pay, the union, but then there are a whole lot of teachers who are not really happy. And if we want to increase our retention rate, because there's no reason why we should accept 80% plus or minus as the goal, then we want happier teachers. And if we want to improve education, we want happier teachers. I mean, there are other parts of this survey. 65% of teachers disagree with the statement, across my school, there are consistent expectations and consequences for student behavior. Give me a second. I want to find another one off this page. That was the worst on that page. 47% disagree with the statement, day-to-day operations at my school run smoothly. I mean, those numbers really should be higher.
Yeah, we certainly value the perceptions of our teachers and all the survey data that we collect. I think we would have to agree to disagree. I think the retention data that we shared earlier is very strong and represents a position that is at national average. In many cases, DCPS performs better. Now, I could look at this list from the same survey, and I gave you some examples where there are positive. There are areas where we made growth. Teachers have given us more positive feedback on instructional planning, community engagement. But as I shared in my testimony, we remain committed to a spirit of continuous improvement. There are certainly areas where we need to improve. I've highlighted those in my testimony. We need to do a better job of supporting our teachers that are new to DCPS and new to the profession. We don't have the same rate of retention among all of our wards. We know that we have some that are lagging. And so I can certainly identify areas for improvement that we need to continue to get better. But I think the idea from the numbers, from the perceptions of teachers that you're quoting, that the summary of that is that teachers aren't happy with DCPS, I would disagree, because teachers have shown us year after year that they continue to choose to work in DCPS. And I think that is not solely just based on compensation or the WTU. It is the experience that our teachers have and the working conditions that we provide for our educators.
Well, we can go back and forth. I don't agree. I think there is much more unhappiness among the workforce than you're acknowledging. And I think there's much more unhappiness in the workforce than there ought to be. And that is not positive for any system. somebody testified that education is not a business, but in a sense it is a business. You hire employees, the employers are to do work. They're supposed to get a work product. And
But I
if
also
the
think-
employees are unhappy, then if their morale is not, the better their morale, the better they will perform.
I don't think you can dispute that teachers continue to choose DCPS. And in fact, you heard from people today, you just noted that the individuals that leave DCPS and return to DCPS. And I don't believe that's solely based on compensation. You also heard from our teacher of the year who described her experiences in DCPS, which I believe is representative of many of the teachers in DCPS. Now, are there opportunities for improvement? Obviously, yes. But we're committed to addressing those areas, as we've done in the past, which is one of the reasons I believe we've seen progress. If you look at the number of teachers that are being retained in the school, we grew from 77% to 82%. That just doesn't happen from chance or circumstance. There's a lot of work that DCPS has put into ensuring that there's greater satisfaction, that our working conditions are strong with our educators. Tonight, a lot of people talked about, you asked questions about flexible scheduling. DCPS has laid the framework for flexible scheduling so that schools can utilize their resources to create those conditions. We talked about the contract. We've created more time for teachers to plan that is self-directed. We've created wellness days within our calendars. The list goes on in the types of working conditions that we've created for our educators in response to the feedback they provided to us. Now, are we done? Absolutely not. There's still work to do. There'll always be work to do, and we're committed to that spirit of continuous improvement.
So why are developing teachers leaving rather than staying and improving?
Well, if you look at the data, the majority of the teachers who are in DCPS, they actually improve in their performance. I believe we have a slide. We can
Yeah,
show.
but wasn't there a slide that showed that it was like a bar chart and the highly effective, the bar's way up here and the developing was way down here, meaning that disproportionately more of the developing teachers were leaving, which was my question, why are developing teachers leaving? Sure, some are not.
Yeah, some are not. I mean, we obviously want our most effective teachers to be retained, which we have a high rate of our effective, highly effective. But we have a slide, for example, if you look at the evaluation score improvements, if you are developing, 67% of those teachers have improved their score when they've returned to DCPS. You also see the same trend for minimally effective. Majority of those educators, when they return to DCPS, they've improved their score, which is what we want. We want as many teachers possible to be effective and highly effective, and then we want those educators to be returning to DCPS because we believe that this represents the excellence that is required for student success.
So I was just handed the statistics. 90% of highly effective teachers rated highly effective, 90% stayed. But developing, 30% left.
Yeah, I think if you look at the data, you see as the performance.
So why are they leaving rather than improving?
Well, a number of different reasons. And I think if you look at our data.
Well, I'm not asking about the 70%, I'm asking about the 30%.
Right, well,
That's pretty high.
there are lots of different reasons.
Somebody said that it costs $25,000 to recruit a teacher. I don't know if that's correct, but it does cost some amount of money. Correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so wouldn't it be cheaper to take a teacher, brand new teacher? I would think a first year teacher would be developing, although maybe they're actually
Not
rated
necessarily.
differently.
Yeah.
But kind of as a layperson, I would think a first year teacher is kind of developing. They're certainly not as experienced as a 10-year teacher. So you want to, after you've spent the money to recruit them, you want to keep them. So don't we want that number higher? The percentage you stay?
Well, we want them to be higher in their performance because we want our effective and highly effective.
Well, they won't get there if they leave.
Well, that's why I'm pointing out the slide that's before you. If you look at the teachers that return, if they are developing or if they're minimally effective, the majority of those teachers improve when they return to DCPS. And that is ultimately what we want. We want our teachers that are not effective and highly effective to continue to grow within DCPS, and if they choose to return, they choose to return. Now, you asked about why teachers might leave DCPS. I believe we have a slide I can share with you based on the educator survey that I referenced. And just to give you context, we provide the top 5 reasons why teachers leave DCPS. And that is relocation outside of the district or the region, work-life balance, school leadership, career change, and retiring.
This
These
is
are
based
top
on the
5
exit
reasons.
survey that actually hasn't come out yet?
No, it's been released today.
Okay. I need to have hearings more often so we get more documents. According to the executive summary, help me here. Where's the number? Where it is? No, that's not what I'm looking for.
And Chairman, while you're looking, can you clarify, you said that 33% of educators are leaving the district?
No, you just said that.
Okay, I want
I
to
did
make
not
sure I heard
utter
what
the
you said.
words are leaving the district.
Okay.
I think I did say leaving, when I was talking with Ms. Ross, I think I said something about staying in the school. It's fine if they stay within the system, but to me, what's important is that they stay in the school.
Right, but I thought I heard
So
you
I
say
mean, I
that.
think it's great that a principal of a middle school who's great at the middle school moves up and goes to central, but I don't think it's great for the school, the middle school.
So I think you said 30% of developing teachers are leaving.
I was 40, wasn't it? Because it was, there are too many numbers here for 10 o'clock at night.
I think we need to go back to the
30%
slide.
of developing left because 70% stayed. And that's from this exit survey.
Yeah, I think we need to go back to the slide where DTPS retention data by evaluation is there. So if you look at the content that we provided, and we provide the data for school year 21, 22, 22, 23, and 23, 24, you can look and see that of the developing teachers that were retained, 80% in 21, 22, 82% in 22, 23, and 82% in 23, 24.
Well, are you saying the color slide is, are you saying that your exit study, exit survey that you just published is inaccurate? I'm looking at page 5. There's a table in the middle.
I think you're
Rating on
looking,
23, 24 evaluation. There are too many numbers here. But on page 5 of the exit survey dated November 2024, there is in the middle a table, score on most recent evaluation. This is under the heading rating on SY 23-24 evaluation. And under or on the line that says developing, there were 646. And the percentage who stayed at the school was 70%.
yeah, I think that number includes educators. We're referring to teachers. So the category for educators include a broader range of individuals. But if you look solely at teachers, that number is 82% for developing.
Okay, that makes me feel better.
I just want to make sure we're talking Fuji apple to Fuji apple.
Well, we're talking apples, as far as I'm concerned. It is late. Now so I answered your question, even though I'm the one who was asking questions, Chancellor. This exit survey What's the integrity of the exit survey if 64% of the teachers who leave complete the survey and 27% of the educators who transfer complete the survey? Or to put that differently, what's the integrity of the exit survey if 36% of the teachers don't respond, a third of the teachers don't respond to the survey? And of those who transferred, the number's what, 73% who didn't respond?
Yeah, the
I could
goal.
ask that question more nicely. Is it acceptable that it's so far below 100%, or what are you doing to get it to 100%?
Yeah, well, one could argue, you would assume that if an individual doesn't respond, that they're been pleased with their experience, but we work hard to ensure that as many people as possible respond. But
Wait a minute.
yeah, that's what I would do if I was pleased with my experience. Not much.
If I was
feedback.
displeased with my experience, I would take the survey and throw it in the trash can.
I think we had to agree to
Screw
disagree
them.
there.
I'm tired of DCBS. Screw them. Throw it in the trash can.
I think most people that are unhappy are not shy about sharing that.
We have a different view. So the Learning Policy Institute put this out in the summer. I think, Ms. Ross, you were speaking to this?
That is correct.
Okay, but it's still not flattering to the district, even if they're using some older data. I doubt that it's changed very much.
Thank you for the chance to reinforce, Chairman, that my issue is not only the timeliness of the data, but also the incompleteness of the data. And for multiple data points on that survey, the language is clear that reporting standards are not met. We attribute this to the small sample size for DC. Often in a few cases, the sample size is not met for Delaware as well. And because of that, we find the utility of the report to be quite limited.
So I'm looking at this working conditions, leadership support in the bottom quintile. Classroom autonomy, bottom quintile. Time for professional development, bottom quintile. Perceptions of evaluation, bottom quintile. That seems, all but the last one seems consistent with the insight survey.
Thank you so much,
Well,
Chairman.
hold on. And the last one I said, which was perceptions of evaluation, we don't even have to look at the teacher survey. We could just listen to the testimony. And this is, I think, the third year in a row that I've heard nothing but negativity about the evaluation, except from the government witnesses at the end of the hearing. Yes?
Thank you, Chairman. So the data point that you're quoting is from a tool called the Teacher Follow-Up Survey. This is not a tool for which OSSE has the opportunity to review the data before they are submitted, so we cannot speak to the data validity. The left teaching metric, which I believe is the one that you're referencing, is evaluated based on this survey, and DC was one of a handful of states that was not reported due to reporting standards not being met. And this information is included on page 4 of the full report.
You're talking about this.
Mm-hmm.
But it still was consistent with this. And what's this? This is the exit. No, this is the insight survey.
Yes, and as you just shared, the completion rates, the response rates on the insight survey.
No. That was the exit survey.
Okay.
Yes, you're getting confused too. I'm pleased. There's the exit survey. There's the insight survey. There is the workforce survey.
The data in the Educator Workforce Report is compiled from 2 different quantitative data collections that go through a rigorous review and data certification and validation, both by the LEAs and the educator preparation providers who complete those data, and then a review by our phenomenal OSSE Division of Data Assessment and Research team, as well as my phenomenal Division of Teaching and Learning team. So we have much more confidence in the level of data quality based on the data collections that we oversee, because we can ensure that those data are certified and validated by the head of school, and we therefore have confidence in those data. in a way that we do not for the data that you're speaking to in the LPI report.
Give me a second. You. So I appreciate that you keep trying to paint DCPS in a very positive light, but I'm looking at another set of data of teachers and other faculty at schools, like minor retained only 44%. Jefferson Middle School Academy retained only 50%. That means 50% of this would be educators and aides, paraprofessionals, and so forth. 50% at Jefferson left. 56% at minor left. Garfield was 37% left. Aren't these concerning, Chancellor?
Yes, Chairman, there are some concerns, as I shared in my testimony, about the retention of teachers not being consistent across the district. Specifically, I know that some of the challenges that are specific to wards, but you're correct. Minor elementary school, we had a change in leadership, and in many cases, when there's a change of leadership, we do see some turnover, but we know that the school year started well at minor, and we have a very experienced principal in Carrie Brokar, who's been in DCPS for a while. You also have a transition in principal at Jefferson Middle School as well, that we have a lot of confidence in. But I'll allow Dr. Bay to just share a little bit more about how we support schools' strategies when we do see retention rates that are not where we would like to have.
Thank you, Chancellor. Yes, we look really closely at schools where the retention rates have decreased and look at those individual schools in order to determine what are the contributing factors to why teachers are leaving. Many of the themes that we see that come out of that data include growth opportunities that teachers are taking advantage of outside of the classroom and possibly outside of their school. As the chancellor indicated, when there is a change in leadership, oftentimes there's a change in the style of leadership. And so sometimes teachers will make decisions based upon that. We're also seeing relocation out of the area as a reason why teachers may be leaving a particular school. And so what we do is we dig into that data for those individual schools. Along with the instructional superintendent, helps to develop a plan with the principal in order to ensure that they are retaining the teachers that they have. And what we have seen when we think about the schools that had the lowest retention rates last year at this time, of those 10 schools, we've seen dramatic improvements in 9 of those 10. And so we know that the additional support that instructional superintendents alongside of the support that employee services provides with additional data that principals are using in order to develop plans of retention are actually working.
Minor was a campaign issue in the Ward 7 council race this year. So I sort of know the answer. How many principals have been at Minor in the last 10 years?
I don't know exactly. That's for my time, but we've had some transitions there. But I'm very confident in Principal Bokar, who's been long time DCPS, long time at Lafayette, and the school community families are excited about our leadership.
Well, I think that's a good answer, but it masks that I believe it's been something close to 10 principals in the last 10 years.
There
I
must be
mean,
some interims that you're calculating. Into.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be, but that speaks to enormous instability. And from our perspective, this just shouldn't be. It's not okay that there was this problem and we fixed it. And then I'm sure next year there'll be another problem because last year there was a different problem. It shouldn't be. Let me go to some other. This was a kind of an interesting thing. Last year's educator workforce report indicated that only 5 teachers shifted to a new role type within the same or new school. This is an OSCE report, right? Whereas this year's report showed 165 teachers making such a shift. Went from 5 to 165. Is that information correct?
So to clarify, the last time that OSCE released an educator workforce report prior to this fall's release was in spring of 2022. So we do these reports biannually, and so there wouldn't have been data on this specific data point from last year. Every year, annually, we prioritize releasing what we call flat data files. They're Excel data files that can be used by researchers, other members of the public, to actually look in a disaggregated way at a number of different metrics of importance across the health of our educator workforce. These files are incredibly rich and valuable for many different individuals across DC, and we've excerpted some of the most important points from those data files and actually embedded them on the tool that we know our parents and families use most, the DC School Report Card, in order to ensure that they have access to these data. In terms of the year-over-year difference in transitions of teachers across state roles, I've talked a little bit about the work that we've done at OSCE in order to develop the health of the educator data ecosystem here in DC. 5 years ago, we did not have a census data collection for any educator data here in DC, which means that every single year we're building our data capacity and knowledge. And part of the work that we do is to assign a USFI, or a unique student and faculty identifier, to each individual who comes into our faculty and staff data collection and who comes into our educator preparation provider data collection. So with this USFI, we do a data matching process. This data matching gets better and more sophisticated every single year, in large part because of the technical assistance and deep work that we do with our DC LEAs and with our educator preparation providers. So 2 things are true. We do see differences in biannual rates, 2 years over 2 years, and also the quality of our data this year is better than it was 2 years ago, at which point we were in a position where we had only 2 years of data for this metric.
So in other words, the 5 from the last report, which was not last year, but 2 years ago, the 5 may have been the product of not as good data.
That is correct.
Chancellor, is there a limit to how many highly effective teachers there can be in a school?
No. There isn't.
Okay. The most recent insight survey shows that an average of 58% of teachers in the district in DCPS do not believe that the evaluation ratings are an accurate representation of teacher effectiveness. 59% do not agree with the criteria that's being used to evaluate teachers. 57% do not believe that the teacher evaluation process helps to identify their strengths and weaknesses. Now that's from the insight survey. So that was an internal, confidential survey that DCPS did of all teachers. That's consistent with the testimony we got today. Actually, it's inconsistent because I would say the percentages were much higher of the teachers who testified. Maybe closer to like 100% of the teachers testified that impact was objectionable, depressing, tension, anxiety causing, inaccurate. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, AU did an independent analysis of impact at your request. And among the conclusions found that there were racial disparities in the outcomes, which many people simplified as just saying that the survey is racist. What have you done to change impact to deal with the racial disparities?
Yeah, so again, I want to reiterate that we do take very seriously all the feedback that we receive and the perceptions of our educators, and will commit, as we have done in the past, to this spirit of continuous improvement that I mentioned earlier. We have trained our school leaders to ensure that we've addressed any issues of implicit bias. As a part of the AU evaluation and also the feedback we received from educators, we've also adjusted the observation cycle based on the feedback from educators. We've also adjusted the weights of the evaluation system as well. And that implicit bias training is for all of our evaluators, principals, and assistant principals. Also important to note, call out that the data for our Black and Hispanic Latino teachers in terms of retention is consistent and represents improvement from where DCPS has been over the past decade. So I believe it's strong representation that we are able to retain our educators of color. And one feature of our tentative agreement with the Washington Teacher Union that I think is also very strong is that we have committed to collaborate with the Washington Teacher Union on strategies to attract and retain teachers of color. And we're proud that the diversity makeup of our educators far exceeds some of the national averages.
I think the diversity makeup is great, but I don't think there's a cause and effect with regard to the changes to impact.
Well,
I think that's a stretch.
again, if you look at the data and retention of teachers of color, that was a lagging data point, and DCPS has improved significantly in that area. So
you're saying that you've erased the racial bias and impact?
We train our teachers, we train our principals and assistant principals, I should say, to deal with that
Well,
issue.
I don't think I'm going to buy that. I'm going to push back a little bit harder. Now, I don't think I have the most recent data. We looked at this, I think, when we were doing the budget back in the spring. Schools east of the river have fewer highly effective teachers. These are low income, overwhelmingly African-American schools. And schools west of the park have a much higher, highly effective number of teachers. Do I have that right? And that seems to me to correlate to race.
Well, in some cases, that could be argued, but as I mentioned earlier, if you look at the geography
I hope
of,
you saw my body reaction. And some that could be argued. No, it was just argued.
yeah, well, I mean, if you look at, for example, some of our other places in the district, you see various levels of retention, but I certainly acknowledge, as I did in my testimony, this is an area we're paying close attention to, because if you do look at certain wards, you do look at certain communities, we are lagging if you compare it to others. But it's also important to note, if you look at Title I and non-Title I, which correlates to economically disadvantaged, you do see comparable data, but this is clearly an area where we need to continue to focus. And there are uniquely challenges. You know, we do hear that in some of our communities, there's concerns around safety that we address with our safety team in the Metropolitan Police Department. There are other challenges that are demanding for our educators, but we want to ensure that we're able to attract and retain them. So this, again, is an area that we're working to improve. I think it also, as you're studying your notes, one of the strategies that Council Member Parker mentioned in terms of our connected school models, we also see that as an effective approach where we're able to provide wraparound supports for the family. That certainly could be argued that lighten the load for the educator and could be a means for improved working conditions and stronger outcomes for students.
Sure, but it doesn't change the fact that the impact results are very disproportionate. And I don't have the most recent in front of me, but it hasn't changed much. It hasn't changed from disproportionate to equal. Is TAS part of the measure and impact?
Yeah, TESS is a part of the impact model. Dr. Bay will share a little bit more about.
No, I don't think I want to go there. My understanding is that TAS is a measure of growth, student growth. And to the extent that TAS is a factor in impact rating, one wants to have a higher, is it level with TAS? Level. Yeah. Like level 4 as opposed to level 1. Level 1, I'm looking at this, if I'm reading this correctly, 55% of students will meet their stretch growth from beginning of year to end of year. Level 4, 70% of students will meet their stretch growth from beginning of year to end of year. So I don't think it's unreasonable to say that we want students to improve and that one way to evaluate a teacher is whether their students are improving. But at these lower income schools, disproportionately African American, no, I shouldn't say disproportionately, overwhelmingly African American, there are a lot of students who are below grade level.
When we talk about stretch goals for students, it's based upon where students are at the beginning of the year. And so those stretch goals are differentiated based upon the entry point of students. So if we have students who may be below level, we still expect to see that they grow and that they meet their stretch goals by the end of the year, which is the measure that we use for task goals. And so
what is the stretch goal?
It's differentiated. It's based upon the starting point for the student.
Okay, so the student comes into the 5th grade math class at a 5th grade level or 4th grade, whatever you are at the beginning of the year, there really wouldn't be a stretch goal.
No, there is a stretch goal. Yeah, there's a stretch goal for all of our students. We
Okay.
expect all students to grow, whether they are coming in on grade level or below grade level,
Okay, so the
but we
stretch
expect them to
goal
grow.
was that the student comes into the 5th grade math class, having what, being at a 5th grade level, being at a 4th grade level, I'm not quite sure where they would be, but they're on grade level.
Mhm.
And at the end of the year, they would have
Grown,
grown. Okay.
correct.
Well, so what's the stretch goal for the kid who comes into the math class, 5th grade math class, at a 1st grade level?
His stretch goal is based upon his entry point at the beginning of the year.
I
So
just asked you that. So what's the stretch goal?
it's different for each student.
I just told you,
Yeah,
1st
so
grade math level.
I would characterize it, if you think about it this way, Chairman, is that the expectation that all students realize at least a year's growth annually. So
So the
regardless
stretch
of,
goal for the 1st grade the fifth grader who's at a first grade level in math, the stretch goal would be that he would, at the end of the year, be at a second grade level of math.
Depends on where that student came in.
I just
in
told
that
you where he
particular-
came in.
Well, you're.
Let's be clear. Johnny came into the fifth grade at a first grade level
Yeah, but
in math.
first grade, there's a wide spectrum for first grade, right? So first grade level can be from 120 to 170. So this idea that it will be exact from one grade to the next, it is not that absolute, but we should see a year's growth annually for every student, whether they're on grade level or below grade level.
So if Johnny advances one grade level from first grade to second grade, even though he's in the fifth grade, then that would meet the that would meet the stretch goal.
If Johnny meets his stretch goal, regardless of where his entry point is at the beginning of the year, then the student, Johnny, has met their stretch goal, correct?
The chancellor just said the stretch goal is at least 1 year's growth.
Normally, that is correct.
So isn't there as opposed to the stretch growth, there's typical growth?
What you mean typical growth?
I'm asking.
Yes, there's average and typical growth, and there's also growth as it relates to stretch goals.
So what's typical growth? Now,
Again,
why am I pressing this? This is something I really don't wake up thinking about. Why am I pressing this? Because this is a factor in impact.
Well,
So what is a typical growth?
Yeah, the calculation is clear. It would depend on the assessment. So what assessment the child is taking would depend on their grade level.
Well, you just told me that the stretch goal is stretch growth is 1 year. That's what I heard you say. So I kind of want to know what typical is, because I would think typical would be where you're supposed to be at the beginning of the fifth grade and where you are supposed to be at the end of the fifth grade. I would think that would be typical growth, but that's what you said was stretch.
Well, I think at a high level, average growth would be you are making 1 year.
Well,
and then if you are exceeding that, then that would be better than average growth.
Well, this is DCPS's ratings. So I don't think I like the way you phrased that answer. You would
I don't think
that.
I don't think it's a mystery to educators of how this is calculated. It's clearly based on each assessment for the student based on their grade level or content.
Well, I think I don't know if it's a mystery, but it's, how do I put this politely, offensive to teachers.
It is offensive that students should grow annually?
No. This task stuff that I'm not even getting a clear explanation of.
Why would it be offensive that a student should experience growth
Well,
annually?
give me how else would you describe the last 4 hours of testimony? If not offensive, let's try unhappiness, deeply unhappy.
Yeah, I'm confused of why we shouldn't expect our students to grow academically.
I didn't say that, Chancellor. I was very clear. I did not say that. Nobody has said that they don't expect students to grow. But impact is based somewhat on growth. I've been trying to get an understanding of what is meant by stretch growth and how is that different than typical growth? And what do you do? How do you evaluate a teacher's effectiveness with regard to students who come into their grade, their class, so far behind? And I'm kind of not buying it that it's okay if you're evaluating growth, that DCPS says, oh, it's just fine that Johnny went from a first grade level to a slightly higher first grade level. I'm just finding that a little hard to believe, but that's kind of separate from how you measure the effectiveness of a teacher. I think it's really unfair to a teacher to expect that they are rated as highly effective or developing or somewhere in between when it's based on how well they educated somebody who's 4 grades behind.
But if your goal is not to get the student on grade level, but is to ensure that they grow each year annually, I'm not sure how
Well,
that's
is it okay for,
unreasonable.
I'm going into academic achievement right now. Is it okay for a 11-year-old to be educated at the level of a 6-year-old?
I mean,
I
it
think
would
that's the
depend.
difference between 5th and 1st grade.
I mean, the student's circumstances would drive.
Is that okay?
Is what okay?
That an 11-year-old has an education of a 6-year-old?
It depends on the student. I mean,
Really?
there are students with exceptionalities that would.
I don't think that's okay at all. And I think it's the goal of the school system to either make sure that doesn't happen or to correct it when it happens.
Well, I agree that the students should be making growth if they're not on grade level. I think we're in agreement on that.
Okay.
And
That was
you're saying
this
that
was
the
just a-
teachers,
This was a digression because somehow we're talking about to meet your stretch goal, your stretch growth. It's okay if Johnny just advances 1 year when he is 5 grades behind where he should be. That just doesn't sound right to me.
We're
But this
not.
is a digression because what I'm really asking about is impact and how it is okay. Now, this is a hearing on retention. And this, at the moment, we're focusing on DCPS because you are the largest LEA.
With the best retention
And there
of
are
LEA.
a whole lot of teachers. We had 4 hours of teachers testifying one after the other, criticizing impact, saying it was very unfair to them and that they stay in DCPS for other reasons, or maybe they're getting closer to burnout and they're going to leave DCPS. I recast that, reframed that as a morale issue, which you denied. And part of this is impact. And part of impact are these stretch goals, stretch growths. And I'm still not understanding. So what's the difference between a stretch growth and a typical growth?
It would be based on the student, where that student comes in at the beginning of the year. Typically, average growth would be 1 year. Stretch would exceed 1 year. But again, that's going to be based on that individual student and where they come in and the assessment for that particular student at their grade level or content area. You got educators sitting right beside you who've had that experience. They can tell you exactly how it works. You have educators sitting beside you, they will tell you when if they're
And why do you
too
think I'm asking this line of questions, Chancellor? Because they are telling me exactly how it works.
Well, it's clear. I mean, I think it is somewhat nuanced because it does vary by student. Not all students are going to come in at the same level.
So the teacher has got 10 kids in her 5th grade math class, and level 1 stretch is 55%, 5.5 of those, 5.5, we'll just say 5 of those students have to exceed more than 1 year's growth. Because level 1 is 55% of students will meet their stretch growth from beginning of year to end of year. And you know, your explanation of the difference between, I said typical, you said standard, typical growth and stretch growth, where you are now is different than where it was you were explaining earlier. So what I'm hearing you say is that stretch is, what I'm hearing you, don't distract me. What I'm hearing, because I get there. What I'm hearing you say is that typical growth is 1 year and stretch is more than 1 year. Am I getting that right, Dr. Bay?
That is correct.
Okay. So in order to meet level 1 of stretch, half of your, if there are 10 students, well, no, half of your students have to exceed 1 year's growth. Which is maybe kind of hard. Level 4, 70% of students have 7 of the 10 students, 14 of the 20 students. Have
We
to
expect
exceed
all students to grow,
more than 1 year.
possibly depending on what their entry point is. Right, to the point that you just made, if we have a student who is significantly below grade level, we expect there to be acceleration so that student gets closer and closer to grade level.
Well,
So
I
that's
wanna-
going to look different depending on the student. It's going to look different depending on their entry point. It's going to look different based upon the grade level, as well as it's going to look different based upon the assessment.
I'm just confused of why we're debating whether or not we want students to grow.
We're not, and that's a good point because it
I
sounds like
think
we
would
are.
all agree that we want students to grow.
We do.
And I want that to be the message to the public. Like we expect all of our
But
students
this
to
is
grow.
a hearing on retention, and a part of retention is evaluation. Because the teachers are complaining that impact is unfair. And part of impact is this stretch growth. And I think when kids are several grades below grade level, there are a lot of issues going on with those kids. A lot more than the teacher in that classroom can handle by themselves. There might be social emotional issues. You need social emotional counseling in the school to deal with that. Could be special education issues that maybe haven't been identified. Kids acting out class. Kids 4 grades behind. You don't think there's a high chance that that kid's acting out in class? And we just say to the teacher, oh, just advance them more than a year? And let me be clear, this is deeply troubling to me about our public education system, is that we allow kids to get behind. And I don't think there's an easy answer to how to
If you
avoid that.
don't grow them, they will. If you don't grow students, they will fall behind.
Well, but they are behind, and they are behind from elementary school through high school, and they drop out. What's the graduation rate? 70%?
That's higher than 70%. But if a student
Okay.
comes in below grade level,
80%? I don't think it's 80%.
it's approaching 80%.
Okay, so that means 20% of the kids dropped out.
When we're talking about the 4-year graduation rate, that's not the
Whatever,
dropout rate.
20%. Would you say the dropout rate is less than 20%?
We have to give you the exact numbers.
Okay, I'm betting it's more than 20%.
I know
Of
it's
ninth
grown.
graders who don't graduate from high school.
I know the
And-
graduation rate has grown by 10% over the last 5 years.
And what is the remediation rate at UDC or DCPS students?
I'm
It's
not
about
sure.
80, 90%.
I'm not sure what UDC's numbers are.
I'm just saying that it's deeply disturbing to me, the problem with kids who fall behind their grade level.
And if
And
we
it's
don't
not
grow
unique
them,
to
they're gonna get further
DCPS.
behind.
It's not unique to DCPS. I don't know how we avoid it, but we must. So I'm not defending kids being behind, and I'm not saying teachers shouldn't try to educate kids, but they're being evaluated as highly effective or developing or somewhere in between based on these kids that they inherited who are very far behind and are hard to catch up. That it resonates with me when teachers say that's unfair. And you don't think so?
I think all of our teachers should approach their work each day that their students are growing. And I can't even fathom a world in which that isn't the expectation. And again, with tests, this is 15% of the model, right? This is 15% of the component. There are many other factors that would contribute to a teacher score, but we have many teachers who provide the conditions for students to grow academically every year, regardless of the school or the school type. And I don't believe it's unreasonable that that is the expectation across the district. If we're truly going to grow students to graduate, to be prepared for college and career. I don't think that happens without a world where we are growing students annually. And I don't see anything wrong with a model that includes that component in the way that we evaluate our progress or teacher performance.
This is kind of frustrating to me. So let me be clear. I'm not saying that we shouldn't educate kids and we shouldn't do everything we can to get kids to catch up. Am I clear?
We're clear. So then when that doesn't,
no ambivalence on my part, no ambiguity. We should do everything we can to educate kids, educate them at grade level, even beyond grade level. And kids who are below grade level should do everything we can that they catch up. I can't be any clearer about that. So if I look at the CAPE scores, which used to be the PARC scores, if I remember Flora Henley Elementary School, I think it was less than 5% of the kids were at the top level, which used to be level 5. I don't know what it is now. Less than 5% were, and something like, I'm going to say 80% were below, like level 2 or level 1. That's at elementary school. Go to their feeder, their middle school. Are the CAPE scores any different?
well, I think now you're venturing off into an area where I do think is a bit unfair because the CAPE assessment is based on proficiency, not growth. And so I do think it is important to evaluate growth and a teacher's ability to take a student from where they are and grow them academically with the expectation of a year's growth.
Well, if the kids are level 1 in 3rd grade and they're level 1 at what's the next grade, 7, 9, I can't remember, for CAPE. If they're level 1 at in the 3rd grade and they're level 1 in the 7th grade, it doesn't seem to me like there's been sufficient growth.
Well, each level has a wide range of scale scores. So, I mean, I think
But we're evaluating
growth and
teachers
proficiency are
based on
complete.
this. So let me go to another aspect of this. What was the truancy rate at Flora Henley last year?
Don't have that number for that.
40%, 50%? Is that possible?
I'm not sure. I don't have that number in front of me.
I'll bet I'm low if I say 40%, because what was the attendance rate or truancy rate overall in the DCPS last year?
I know it improved. We improved our attendance rate. We
didn't ask
reduced
you whether
chronic
it improved.
absenteeism and we reduced the truancy rate.
I didn't ask you if it improved. Wasn't it like 30, 40%?
I don't have that exact number in front of me.
I get that quickly. Well, I want to say 40%. And I'm betting that a lot of the more affluent schools had a lower truancy rate and the schools, lower income schools had a higher truancy rate. So let's just say that the absenteeism at Flora Henley was 40%. So how is a teacher's growth measured when almost half the kids in his or her classroom are not coming to school? And that's not his or her fault. Can't teach a kid who's not there. But that's 15% of their impact score? Dr. Bay, you look
Chair,
like
I
you
just
want-
wanted to clarify. You said Henley, or are you talking about Henley Elementary School? Is
Yeah.
that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Their in-seat attendance last year was 85%. So
You did not ask
85%.
that.
I know, but
I asked truancy rate. It's very different. I don't know.
I recognize it's very different.
That's going to annoy me because I don't know any school with an in-state attendance rate rate that's lower than 80%. And I would say most of them are up in the upper 80s or 90s.
Correct.
It's just a different way of measuring. Truancy is unexcused absence. Chronic absenteeism, as you know, is 20 days or more.
Mm-hmm.
Excused or unexcused. Do you have any? So when a kid's not there for roughly a month of the school year, that's 20 days. Excuse me for a second.
Chairman, as you look at your notes, I want to draw your attention back to retention data because I think it's important since we spent so much time discussing impact recently in this discussion.
I'm going to switch schools. Moton, 21 or more days absent, 40%. What were you saying?
Yeah, I think since we're spending so much time on task and impact, I think it's good to go back to what I shared with you from what teachers have said and why they would leave DCPS since we're talking about retention at a retention hearing. The top 5 reasons I share with you why teachers leave the district and impact is not one of them. In fact, only 6% of teachers select impact as the reasons why they would transition from DCPS. So again, I think if we are anchored in this conversation around retention and this idea that impact is the primary driver for not retaining teachers, the data suggests differently. But I also think we would agree, and I think we both agree that we would expect all of our students to grow academically each year.
If 40% of the kids at Moton are chronically absent, how is it fair to a teacher to evaluate and score them for kids who are not there?
If a school leader notices that there are challenges with attendance or other exceptions, they can remove students from the task calculation. But again, I think we should anchor in the fact that there should be goals for growth.
I'm surrounded by teachers, none of whom have heard that. That if there's an attendance problem, the student can be removed from the task calculation.
I said there are unique circumstances. There can be situations where a school leader can remove students from the calculation.
So Moton had 40% chronically absent last year. Can those
Yep.
40% be removed from the calculation?
It depends. I mean, if you look at their data, though, you would argue that they were one of the schools that had some of the largest gains in achievement in math and reading. So they made gains with the students that they have in their district, exceeding many other schools in the district. So if you look at their results, they're very compelling. Now, one of the strategies that they implemented is high impact tutoring, which we have already noted has a correlation to attendance. But I think this idea, if you're chronically absent, that you can't learn or we aren't accountable for the academic outcomes of those students, I haven't heard that. And I don't think either one of us would buy into this idea. If a school has students that are truant, we're no longer responsible for the academic outcomes.
Give me a second. At the risk of belaboring a point, I'm going to belabor it. So it was just explained to me that a stretch goal is growth needed to be proficient at grade level. It's the growth needed to get to proficiency at grade level. You're disagreeing, Dr. Bay?
Yeah, I don't think that that is accurate. A student can meet their stretch goal without getting to proficiency.
Well, this is what teachers believe. So we had this testimony earlier. Instructional superintendents have selected many schools' task goals. That's schools apostrophe as in possessive. Instructional superintendents have selected many schools' task goals without any input from school staff. Some schools do not have any growth goals. This means that in order to be considered effective, nearly all students need to be on grade level at the conclusion of the year, regardless of whether or not they are 2 or more grade levels behind at the beginning of the year. Some schools require 80 to 90% proficiency. These are goals for teachers in schools in Ward 7 and 8 with the biggest achievement gap in the district. So I'm hearing from teachers one thing, that stretch goal means getting to the growth needed to get to proficiency at grade level. And you're saying you don't think so.
No, so that is not accurate. And so what it sounds like to me is that we need to do some additional work with our teachers and our school leaders to make sure that folks are clear as it relates to those stretch goals and what it means for a student to move from the beginning of year to end of year. And so I'll take that as feedback that we need to support our teachers in understanding what the difference is between our stretch goals as well as our typical standard goals and how that's differentiated across grade bands as well as content areas. So I appreciate you elevating that.
I'm still confused about the difference between stretch and typical and what is expected of teachers, but it still seems to me like the burden is much greater on a teacher who inherits kids who are absent, chronically absent, and inherits kids who are 1 or more grades behind the grade they're in. That is a burden that teachers in other schools without such a high level of absenteeism or so many kids being behind grade level that in other schools that the teachers don't have. And that just seems unfair to me. And yet that's how impact, that's a percentage of the impact score.
Yeah, it's hard for me to digest this thought that our students are a burden. And our students come with different background experiences and challenges, but we don't see our students as a burden.
You know,
even if
I
they
just
have
didn't say
attendance
that,
challenges.
Chancellor, and you tried to suggest that I didn't think kids should go earlier. I didn't say that kids are a burden.
What you said is that if a student is
It is
chronically
harder.
absent, it's an additional burden for a teacher.
It's harder for the teacher. Do you disagree that it's harder for a teacher to bring a kid up to grade level than to teach a kid who's at grade level?
I think it depends on the student. Just like you implied that if you're below grade level, it's harder to show growth. I disagree.
I didn't say that either.
You said it is more challenging on a teacher if a student is 1 or 2 years below grade level.
Why are we going back and forth on this? I couldn't have been clearer earlier. You know, I remember seeing attendance reports for kids who miss 121 days,
So you give
130 days.
So what did you say about a student not being on grade level? Make sure I hear it correctly.
I think it's unfair to a teacher in Ward 8 in a school with 40% absenteeism to expect the same level of proficiency given what the teacher has inherited from earlier grades compared to a teacher at a school west of the park.
Again, these goals are individualized. So the
Sure
goal is
isn't
not to
feeling
get,
like it.
the goal is not to get the students to proficiency, it's for growth, and it's based on each individual student. But this idea, so then in that world, let's play this out. Then how do we measure success in our schools that are challenged?
That's online. This here is online. Chancellor?
Yes, so my question is, how should we measure success? How should we think about success at schools that have a larger number of students that come into school below grade level? What should we expect?
I think I'd prefer to answer that as what do I expect of a successful school system? And what I expect of a successful school system is that it is ensuring that kids, when they graduate from one grade to the next, are at grade level, and that some children have greater needs, and that there should be, on an individualized basis, greater resources provided to that student, so that at the end of the school year, that child is at grade level. That's what I expect of a school system.
But what do you expect of the school?
That it accomplishes that, but it also has the resources to accomplish that. So if kids come to school with trauma, which they do, which is a greater challenge, you didn't like the word burden, a greater challenge in the classroom, that the school system or the government is providing resources to overcome the trauma and enable the child to learn. And when we have a school system that graduates kids from the first grade to the second grade, who are not ready for the second grade, and from the second grade to the third grade, and they're not ready for the third grade. In fact, they might still be at the first grade. Or as a teacher said to me when I said, well, why are you promoting the kid to high school? And the answer was, I can't have a 16-year-old in a class with 13-year-olds. That's just messed up.
Yeah, our teachers are part of the system, and we have teachers, exceptional teachers, who support students in schools where students come in below grade level, who have challenges at the home in their community, and they experience and realize growth. We have many teachers who do that year in and year out through their commitment, their dedication, their planning, their preparation, their delivery and instruction. And the expectation is that we do as much of that as possible so that we can, in fact, deliver on a system where students graduate prepared for college and career. And you're right, we need to continue to make the investments in their professional learning, the compensation that we provide for our educators. And in fact, we recognize that the performance incentives should be greater in those schools where there are disproportionate number of students at disadvantage. But I think it's important that we acknowledge that teachers are a part of our system and we rely on their expertise and their excellence to support students regardless of the school that they're in.
I'm going to change the subject to a happier topic. Ms. Ross, there was testimony earlier. Every year when the school year begins, on the first day of school, any principal could tell you how many staff that worked there last year still work there this year. With a simple email exchange or form, OSSI could collect that data from school leaders and report out within weeks of the start of school the retention rate by sector and, if they choose, by school.
Thanks so much for this question, Chairman. I heard that testimony, and I also heard testimony from our LEA leaders about the challenges that come with multiple different data collection cycles and their interest in ensuring that OSSI is being as strategic as possible about our data collection. We have been quite deliberative in timing our faculty and staff data collection around one date, that October 5th count date. We leave that collection open for a 5-week window, which is the amount of time that it takes our LEAs to report all of the federally required data points that we need to do our analyses, those included in the Educator Workforce Report, and that we feed into an interactive dashboard, the Educator Talent and Equity Dashboard, which goes directly to our LEAs. And they can use that dashboard to compare their data to other citywide data. And so I think it's important to consider the testimony about sending an email, OSSI sending an email to every principal. We have 250 schools here in DC. OSSI sending an email to every single principal doing a data collection outside of that federally required data collection. It would not prevent us from having to do the federally required data collection because that data collection requires 5 weeks. The start of school is an incredibly busy time for our school leaders. We want to protect their time and we want to prioritize their time. At the same time, we recognize the importance of this specific data point, teacher retention and school leader retention. And so for the last 3 years, as soon as we had year-over-year data, starting in 2021, we've prioritized publication of those data first. Annually, we've gotten that report out, our educator retention brief, in January of every single year. I continue to believe that that's the best approach. It's most supportive of our LEAs, and it's the most efficient use of resources, given that we have to do a data collection for federal reporting purposes that is much lengthier than the first day of school survey that was suggested earlier today.
I'm going to have to think on all that. The other question I have is somewhat related. This was other testimony. With data, we need better and more timely data on our teacher workforce. In late September, OSSI published new educator workforce data with a significant delay, meaning that the detailed school-by-school retention data released last month represents retention from school years 2022-23 to 2023-24, and not 2023-24 to the current school year. It is surely possible and vital to report on this information in more timely ways. Schools reported their data to OSSI in October 2023, and it was not released to the public until late September 2024, a full year later. Somewhat similar.
That is correct. So in direct response to the first part of your question about why OSSI is not now publishing data from the 24-25 school year, that is because that data collection is currently underway. My team is actively working with data leads at DC LEAs in order to ensure that that data collection is complete and accurate. And if I may, Chairman, I would like to take the opportunity to provide you and your staff with a bit of information about everything that goes into that data collection. Again, that data collection opens in the fall of every year for 5 weeks. For a school system like DCPS, for a large LEA like KIPP, like Friendship, that data collection includes thousands of data points. We have an interactive dashboard. There are multiple uploads that are required, and there are system error checks that go into the system. Then our team at OSSI, after that data collection closes, after it's certified by every DC LEA, then we have a team at OSSI in our phenomenal Division of Data Assessment and Research that does a quick review of the data in order to determine whether there are any anomalies that would require the data system to be reopened for re-upload. Last year, we reopened the data collection twice to enable 16 LEAs to resubmit faulty data. We prioritize accuracy with these data because we know how important they are to drive decisions across our city and across our sector. Once that data collection closes, we do another round round of review for accuracy and completeness, and then begin our work on the analysis side of the house in order to release that educator retention brief in January of every year. In March of every year, we open our census data collection for our educator preparation providers. This is a significantly more detailed data collection than we have done historically, and we started doing it consistent with our new regulations that set the guardrails for educator preparation providers, that is, those programs educating our future teachers, future school leaders here in DC. That data collection is, again, open for more than a month in the spring of every year. Those data combined are the data that then feed our educator workforce report, which includes sophisticated analyses about the extent to which teachers trained here in DC, those in our educator preparation programs, are going on in order to serve our DC LEAs, and the extent to which they are meeting the subject area vacancy needs of our DC LEAs. Those data are really, really important and can be used to help drive decision making. We publish those data at the EPP level in flat files and in the aggregate level in our educator workforce report. As the report is being compiled, it's going through an internal review process. And with every single round of review, the report gets smarter and better, because the audience for this report, Chairman, is not just individuals like yourself who have a level of sophistication and understanding of the sector, but also members of the general public, also researchers. One of the things that has continued to strike me since I joined our team here in DC is how very many things we are doing here to support our educator workforce that are national models. And yet, because we are not a state, we are often left out of national educator data comparisons, reports that institutions like EdTrust, like New America, put together annually often do not include data from DC because of our lack of state status. So it's particularly important that the data that we put forward are not only accurate, high quality, actionable, but also able to be read and understood by members of the general public who are interested in learning from the work that we have underway. And so we worked over the course of the summer to develop this report. It went through multiple rounds of review, multiple rounds of graphic design, and we were very pleased to release it to the public earlier this month.
Thank you. Give me a second. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you all for your testimony. This has been a hearing on teacher and principal retention. The record in this matter, which I neglected to say earlier, will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, November 12th, 2024. Time is 12:11 a.m. Thank you all for being here, and this hearing is adjourned.